A long time ago in a galaxy far, far away, the Republic rules the highly developed galactic civilization, and the capital, Coruscant, is like a flaming star, generously spreading the light and heat of civilization. However, there must be shadows in the corners where the light cannot reach, and poverty and corruption inevitably breed in the fringes of the Republic. Bergamore, located in the outer ring of the Milky Way, has been orbiting a binary star system irregularly in obscurity for countless years. Occasionally mentioned, people just lament its poverty and backwardness lightly. However, a few decades ago, a politician named Jamie Brasson rose up strongly on the planet Bergamore. With his upright and clean image, he won the support of 3 billion people on the planet and became the president of the Republic, and sent his own puppet to the Senate of the Republic. In the capital, Coruscant, he won the respect of many counselors with his almost flawless personal image. From the perspective of the Senate, Jamie Brasson is honest, with a gentle and humble personality. Under his rule, Bergamore has become increasingly prosperous, gradually getting rid of poverty and backwardness, and the capital green sunlight has been built by him as a benchmark. The bustling metropolis has amazed countless tourists from afar. But he himself has maintained a poor life for decades. Even when he attended the meeting of the Republic, he wore a patched coat. The so-called saint is nothing more than that. Sure enough, there are no real saints in the world. A human woman covered her dignified and beautiful face with a gray-white cloak, walking quietly in a dark and damp alleyway, looking at the crooked temporary buildings on both sides and the shivering abandoned buildings under the shelter of the buildings. Child, she couldn't help pursing her lips tightly and sighed sadly in her heart. Not far from this alleyway, to be precise 20 meters above the head, is the most proud and prosperous city on the planet Bergamore, the green light like a steel forest. The architectural style in the city is based on Coruscant. Although it is not as widespread as Coruscant in every corner of the planet, it is as bright as a star for a remote and poor planet. However, how many people know that under the bright skin, it has rotted down to the bone? How many people know that among the 3 billion people in Bergamore, only a very small number can live a life of upper class in the modern building of the capital green sunshine? The woman walked in silence, and after a while a group of sneaky figures followed behind her. In this underground kingdom, women walk alone in the slums, almost throwing the best bait into the fish pond to fish. Slave traders eager for high-quality slaves, underground black doctors looking for fresh organs, murderers who take pleasure in killing people, and desperate gamblers followed one after another. However, the woman just looked back at those sneaky figures, and they disappeared like morning mist meeting sunlight. These thugs from the underground world couldn't even remember what they came here for. The woman didn't care about this. After coming to Bergamore, similar things have happened too many times, so it's not surprising. She shook her head, continued walking, and walked all the way to a dilapidated hotel. She took off her coat in the only superior room, and then she breathed a sigh of relief and clicked on the huge display covering the entire wall of the room. Use a custom-made communication device shaped like a bracelet on your wrist to transmit new data to the screen. 2 photos soon lit up on the wall. In the photos, a haggard child was imprisoned in a dark cage like a livestock, waiting for a fate like a livestock. In another photo, as a comparison, the upper echelons of the city are enjoying a luxurious life comparable to that of the rich in the core area of the Republic. And photos like this have lit up the entire wall, and this is just what the woman collected after she came to Bergamore for a week. On the display screen, various photos and notes are connected by lines of different colors, like a densely woven network, and countless clues point to a core. Right in the middle is the photo of the president of planet Bergamore, Jamie Brasson. It was the president of Bergamore, who was well known in Coruscant, that caused countless tragedies to happen. The mastermind behind almost every large criminal organization came from Jamie Brasson. He was the helm behind the consortium and a gangster, the supreme head. Before he came to power, although Bergamore was poor, he lived in peace and contentment. People never lost their humanity and lived a peaceful life for thousands of years. However, in just a few decades, the planet's surface was filled with criminals and skeletons. All of this is still unknown, and Jamie Brasson still enjoys the reputation of a saint, and no one can pierce his perfect personality. The woman stared at the clue net on the wall and remained silent. At this moment, the communication ring on her arm suddenly beeped. She placed the communication ring in front of the table, and a blue holographic projection appeared. I saw a strange-shaped head like an octopus appeared in the field of vision, and the 4 tentacles on the chin squirmed gently, showing its identity as a human being, and there was a look of incomparable respect in the 2 round eyes. Salute to you, venerable Jedi Master. Before she finished speaking, the woman interrupted. I've said it, just call me Mastema. The Quarren looked a little embarrassed. Mostema said, don't be nervous, just treat it as a business exchange between colleagues. Before the Republic's intelligence work in Bergamore was presided over by you, I really need your professional advice. The Quarren people were even more ashamed when they heard the words. Jaime Brasson is a very cunning politician. I have been operating here for many years, but I still can't catch his sore feet. Being able to verify the other party's cunning is also an important work achievement. Mostema comforted the Quarren. Do you have any suggestions for the next work? With that said, the Jedi Master transmitted all the information he had collected to Agent Quarren. Upon hearing the work, the Quarren quickly turned his attention to his own display screen, and then his two huge eyeballs became bloodshot. Master, are these the clues you collected? You really deserve to be a Jedi Master. You have collected so many in just a few standard days. Let me see. God, this chain of evidence is already very complete. Next, as long as the testimony of Star Sail Hotel and Zigguang manpower is added. Before he finished speaking, Mostema lit up two new portraits on the display screen through the communication ring. They were the heads of Star Sail Hotel and Zigguang manpower, and their information and related testimonies were also on the same page. Time travels past. The Quarren people were stunned. As expected of the famous Universal Jedi, the chain of evidence has been completely formed. As long as you submit these evidences to the Senate in the name of the Jedi Order, Master, it should be enough to be accepted. Jaime Brasson's reign of evil ends here. The woman pondered and deduced but smiled and shook her head after a while. So, what if it's not submitted in the name of the Jedi Order? For example, if it's you, or even an ordinary person working in Bergamore. The Quarren was stunned for a moment and his voice lowered. I'm afraid that's not enough. The President's crimes are rarely committed by him himself, and almost all of them are done for him. There is no strong evidence of crime, and he, the Republic, operates a nearly perfect personality. Everyone thinks that he is a humble and clean political saint. He also has the most prestigious lawyer team in the galaxy. He has turned black and white many times. A political strongman who has controlled the planet for decades is far-fetched in itself, so I hope you can use the name of the Jedi to overthrow him. Then the essence of this matter becomes that I use the influence of the Jedi to forcibly interfere with the judgment of the Senate. Because I don't like him, I use the influence of the Jedi to what is the difference between a wanton tyrant and a wanton tyrant who wants the Senate to try him under the guise of law. The Quarren thought for a long time and suggested helplessly, if it is necessary to collect real evidence from the legal level, then there is a tricky way. Since the Jedi Council has decided to investigate Jaime Brasson, then with your skills, directly go to the President and let him tell the truth by himself. It's the kind of hypnotizing technique that Jedi would use. The Jedi Master deeply regrets this cognition. The Force technique mastered by the Jedi is a double-edged sword. It is true that I can use the Force to confuse Jaime's mind and make him confess his crimes. But in the same way, I can also use this technique allows innocent people to be justly wronged. So the testimony obtained through hypnosis is not admissible. In addition, since Jaime Brasson is highly cunning, it is entirely possible for him to prepare in advance so that he can also be under hypnosis, not telling the truth. The Quarren said helplessly, if you say that, the problem is very troublesome. Jaime has been running Bergamore for so long, and the whole planet is like a combination of a maze and a spider's web. It is difficult to lock him through peripheral clues. If you have to say it, you can only try to find the legendary manor. Someone said that the President built a private mansion in the suburbs of Green Sunlight, where he lived a life of extravagance. More importantly, he will entertain some guests of the same rank in the manor, and most of his crimes are designed and completed in the manor. But I have been investigating for many years, but I have not been able to find any clues about the manor. Just as he was talking, the Quarren man suddenly heard the communication ring on the table start to ding-dong again, and the cold face of the woman instantly melted a little. Although it was only a little bit, but the Quarren man was sure that he was not fooled. Mostema said, as for Jaime's manor, I have asked my apprentice to investigate. The Quarren people were astonished. Apprentice, you didn't come alone. Yes, there is also my apprentice Sean. He is still studying. He is 17 years old but still immature. He needs more training, so I asked him to go to the lower city to investigate information on the President's manor. The people of Quarren were stunned. Master, Jaime has always attached great importance to the secrets of the manor. Anyone who dares to investigate privately will be in danger. Let alone the lower city, I have many elite agents under my command. The city has evaporated. Yes, so I told him to be—
Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Be more careful when investigating. It's not a matter of carelessness. Your apprentice should still be an apprentice, right? With all due respect, even a Jedi who has mastered Force skills. However, while speaking, Mostama reached out and pressed the multi-person communication button on the communication ring, and suddenly another projection appeared beside the octopus head. It was a human boy who looked only 16 or 17 years old. The Quarren were not very good at distinguishing the age, beauty, and ugliness of human beings, but when he saw this boy with black hair and black eyes, he immediately felt a sense of intimacy. And the other party took the initiative to say hello to himself. Master, good afternoon. This is the agent Mr. Squawk. I am very glad to meet you. I have read the Bergamore investigation report written by you. The work is really very meticulous, which is extremely admirable. The rough skin of the Quarren people was blistered with blood. This is too shameful. There has been no reliable results for several years. No, it is precisely because your work has not achieved any results that the Republic will request the Jedi Knights to send a master to investigate, thus actually speeding up the investigation process. I believe that the people of Bergamore will definitely remember your contribution in the future. Quarren, had it not been for the sincerity of the young man's voice, which hadn't sounded ironic, the Quarren would have smashed the table with his suction cup fingers on the spot. Mostama interrupted, have you seen that Mythrol man? Seen. The Quarren couldn't help but ask, Mythrol. Is that the Mythrol who claims to be a pastry chef in the President's Manor, but hangs out in bars and casinos in the lower city all the year round? Sean smiled and said, yes, thanks to your investigation report, I can directly target the target, which greatly reduces the workload. That Mythrol man is extremely cunning and dangerous, so be careful when touching him. Sean showed a deeply approving expression. Yes, it is indeed extremely cunning. It took me 2 full hours to find him and ask him to explain the problem. The Quarren originally wanted to say that his elite agents failed to gain the trust of the Mythrol people after 2 full weeks, but he was choked up. However, after all, that young man is also a Jedi. As long as he uses his original Force skills, the Mythrol people will naturally know everything and they can talk endlessly. However, Mostama asked, didn't you use the original Force skills? Of course not. I have always kept Master's teachings in mind. Wait, what are you Master and Apprentice teaching? Why not use the Force? As if seeing the doubts of the Quarren people, Mostama explained. Sean's talent for the Force is not good, and his sensitivity to the Force is only at the middle to lower level among the young disciples of the same period. So on the one hand, let him feel the Force harder than others, and on the other hand, we must not let him develop the bad habit of relying too much on the Force. The Jedi is not a releaser of the Force. Sean also showed shame on his face. The 3 pillars of the Jedi, the Force, knowledge, and self-control, I was born with one of my cripples. If I continue to rely on the Force to do whatever I want, it will be grandstanding, making people laugh. And Quarren said, okay, you can say whatever you want, but since you didn't use the Force, how did this young apprentice make that Mythrol speak? I won all his money in the bar and casino he frequented, and I got him drunk, and he confessed everything. The people of Quarren looked down at the report they had written by themselves back then, and there was such a record about the people of Mythrol. Multiple criminal experiences, extremely good at gambling, alcoholism. However, as an agent of the Republic, the Quarren quickly cheered up and asked, did he explain the location of the manor? Sean said, he explained his unique secret recipe for making Kashyyyk 7-layer cake, and now I am confident that I can do it better than him. It's useful for you to let him explain the dessert recipe, Sean explained. It is precisely because of his secret recipe of desserts that he was favored by the chef of the manor and mixed into the manor. Now that I am doing better, I can replace the Mythrors at any time and mix into Luluokyus. The manor has become a pastry chef. The Quarren couldn't help interrupting the conversation again. Wait, the President's Manor is in Luluokyu. Yeah, it's just in the northeast of the hills and it's easy to find. Did the people from Mythrol tell you? No, I followed him and found it. Just follow him and you will find the manor. Quarren asked, looking at the report document in his hand, which recorded bloody records of countless elite agents trying to track down the staff of the manor, and then disappeared from the world. Yeah, before I formally contacted him, I spent a few standard days tracking the whereabouts of the Mithril people, and found that he would go to the manor through different paths every time, and then suddenly disappeared halfway, completely unrevealed. And continue if you follow it up, there will be a great risk of exposure. The Quarren nodded again and finally heard the part that matched the investigation report. However, this seemingly hidden method reveals the essence, because as long as you carefully observe the place where he disappeared, it is not difficult to find that there must be sewers or similar underground facilities around. Then it is not difficult to judge that there must be many sewers nearby. The secret passage formed leads directly to the manor. Young man, you're not difficult to judge is really a bit out of line. Actually, this method of building secret tunnels is not uncommon. 27 related cases have been recorded in the new Secret Service Handbook published on Corellia, all of which were private manors that were not visible. Peripheral staff. So I quickly found the construction party of the urban sewer, retrieved all the construction drawings from the database for comparative analysis, deduced the location and structure of all the underground passages, and finally locked the location of the manor. Overall, in other words, the dictator of this fringe galaxy has a very simple way of thinking. The Quarren people silently deleted all the documents of the report and decided not to mention the work of the past few years to anyone again. Sean was still talking enthusiastically. Also, according to my investigation, after 5 standard days, the president will host a banquet for many mafia tycoons in his private residence. I think this is a good opportunity to act. Mostema reached out and tapped the table, pondering, after 5 standard days. It is indeed an opportunity. The people of Quarren were shocked when they heard the words, "Master, are you going to behead Jamie's criminal group directly?" This time the 2 Jedi looked at him strangely at the same time. Sean explained earnestly, "How is it possible? The Jedi should not take the initiative to provoke disputes, let alone assassinate the legal head of a regime. We have worked hard to collect clues and evidence in order to allow him to receive a fair trial before the law and arrest him. The crimes committed by the government are made public, allowing the concept of justice and peace to be deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Resisting violence with violence will only give birth to a new lawless dictator." The Quarren people were ashamed to hear this, and felt that their understanding of the spirit of the rule of law was not deep enough. But soon he had another question. Since it was not for the purpose of beheading, what kind of good opportunity is the manor party in 5 standard days? In other words, why wait until 5 standard days later, just sneak into the manor and investigate the evidence? Sean said, "A person who is cautious enough will not leave conclusive evidence even in his own manor." The Quarren couldn't help questioning, the existence of that manor alone constitutes a crime. With the legal salary of the president, even 1,000 years can't afford the manor of Luluokyu, let alone the fact that he made a political show in Coruscant. At that time, he once claimed that his annual expenses were less than 5,000 credits. Not to mention the rumors that his mansion is extravagant with all kinds of rare treasures. He can infer that the manor is owned by others and he is only staying here temporarily. In fact, according to my investigation, the owner of the manor is indeed the major shareholder of Bergamore Heavy Industry Group, not the president himself. Have you checked out everyone in the manor in just a few days? The people of Quarren were not reconciled and asked again. But as long as he lives in the manor for a long time, he will always leave evidence of crimes, right, or personal or physical evidence. There is a certain possibility, but I think a criminal who is cautious enough will not let down his vigilance even in his own home, leaving opportunities for outsiders to take advantage of. For example, he will use code words or even secret words to issue illegal orders, so that even if it is recorded, it cannot be used as direct evidence. In addition, with regard to the witnesses in the manor, it is reasonable to believe that a sufficiently cautious criminal will conduct risk management on all positions involved in risk, so that they will not have access to the complete crime process and will not even realize that they are carrying out the crime. Therefore, it cannot constitute strong criminal evidence. At the same time, multi-level task assignment and single-line contact will be implemented, so that even if some of the links are cracked, it will be difficult to really trace back to the president himself. The people of Quarren were so weak from hearing it, and Jamie Brasson was not crazy, who would arrange such meticulous and complicated risk management in their own manner. Isn't he afraid of dying from overwork? Sean said sternly, Jamie Brasson is an extremely dangerous dictator. This kind of person is usually accompanied by strong paranoid personality and even mental illness, which will cause their behavior to be unreasonable. It can't be overestimated. After all, he is the culprit who made the Republic's elite agents go down the drain for many years. The people of Quarren immediately burst into tears. Your words are so reasonable, I can't refute them. But you estimate the risk so high, how can you carry out the task? The gathering after 5 standard days is a flaw. Sean said he can hypnotize the subordinates in the manner and use code words to communicate in the manner, but when facing gangsters with similar status, he may have to communicate in Mandarin. Gone. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Mostama. The possibility that they use complex communication devices cannot be ruled out. They each use code words and use the encryption and decryption of the communication devices to reach an agreement. As long as the devices are destroyed afterwards, there will be no leave evidence. Yes, Master, I have also considered this possibility, so I will come to the scene in person after 5 standard days and put Jamie Brasson in a state of stress where he cannot use code words. Mostama nodded. Very well, then I will leave it to you. It's not good at all. The Quarren couldn't help but interrupted. Master, you mean to let Sean perform the infiltration mission? The risk is too high. Mostama said sternly. I know that if the Jedi Knights carry out this kind of infiltration investigation mission, and the target is a legitimate regime leader, there will definitely be problems with the confidence of the final result, especially if we also use the Force to guiding people's thinking is more likely to cause controversy. Once you confront a luxurious lawyer team in court, it is easy to be criticized. The risks in this area must be investigated, you are right to remind. So Sean, you must remember in the process of infiltrating the investigation, don't use the Force indiscriminately. I understand, Master. The Quarren man cried, I'm sorry, Master, I don't understand. Are we really talking in basic? Why do I always feel that your master and apprentice are communicating in some kind of encrypted code language? Do you really understand what I mean? Jamie Brasson's manor, it is a dragon's den and a tiger's den that have been kept strictly secret for many years. The authoritarian maniac has operated it for decades. I don't know how many traps there are in it. Master, you actually let a 17-year-old apprentice, sneaked into it to investigate the criminal evidence without using the Force, and even chose the day when the Mafia tycoons gathered to start the operation. Mostama looked at the Quarren again. So do you have any suggestions for Sean's infiltration plan? Sean looked at him expectantly too. The Quarren felt like his tentacles were about to burst. Don't look at me like that, I really don't understand your Jedi world. Add difficulty to explosion for yourself and then ask me if I have any suggestions. Yes, let's open it. No, you Jedi even consider basic Force applications as cheats and you have sealed yourself off. What else is there to say? Here, be more careful and be safe. The Quarren said dryly. Sean thanked him earnestly. I understand, the more complicated and difficult the task, the more you need to pay attention to the basics. You are worthy of being an elite agent of the Republic. His words are concise and direct to the core. Quarren, hee. Mostama asked Sean, do you have a preliminary action plan for the actions in 5 standard days? Yes. Sean said, although the specific plan needs to be adjusted according to local conditions based on the existing information, I have formulated a rough framework. I will share the content, please correct me. After that, Zio-En reached out to operate on the communication ring, and with the flashing lights on the bracelet, a huge data stream began to be transmitted rapidly. After a long time, the Quarren couldn't help tapping on his display screen. Is there a problem with the communication? It shows that the file has not been received yet. Mostama said, don't be impatient, the action plan files are usually relatively large and the transmission will take time. Quarren was dumbfounded. The file is relatively large. This channel can transmit an entire galactic encyclopedia in 10 seconds. Now that 5 minutes have passed, are you sharing the global structure map of Coruscant with more than 5,000 floors and 1 trillion inhabitants? Finally, when the Quarren began to feel anxious, the green indicator light finally lit up next to the screen, indicating that the communication was complete, and the Quarren clicked on the file with trembling fingers. What catches the eye is dense documents and video clips as numerous as stars. These contents are connected by complicated line segments of different colors, forming a dazzling and complex network. The first reaction of the Quarren people was that you really sent the structure diagram of Coruscant. This is called a rough frame. Your rough definition is a naked violation of the basic language of the Republic. But he held back. Sure enough, Mostama pondered for a while and then said, the content is indeed a bit brief, but it is barely acceptable at this stage. I will help you improve the content, so let's implement it first. Yes, Mostema looked at the Quarren again. Mr. Squawk, do you have anything to add? The Quarren added, hee hee. After the communication meeting ended, Sean let out a sigh of relief, calmed down, knelt on the bed and fell into meditation. The moment he closed his eyes, Sean felt the flow of the Force. It is everywhere and embraces everything. It is one of the three pillars of the Jedi, and understanding the Force in meditation is not only the daily practice of Jedi apprentices, but also Zio-En. En takes this important opportunity to reflect on himself every day. Under the wrapping of the Force, Sean can effectively block the interference of distracting thoughts and understand himself more clearly. In the darkness, Sean saw himself from a commanding perspective. A slender young man with black hair and black eyes. His name is Sean, he is 17 years old, and he is a favorite favored by the goddess of fate. Before he could remember, he was brought to the Jedi Temple for training as a Force sensitive. This gift is one of the most precious treasures in the galaxy, and Sean was born with it. However, in the Jedi Temple, compared with other youngsters, his talent pales in comparison. His sensitivity to the Force is at best considered to be at a mid to low level, and there is nothing special about his body and appearance. From the time he can remember, Sean has clearly realized that he is not a genius, but there are many geniuses in the Jedi Order. Some people will be distracted when the Master is teaching, and some people will start to revise suddenly before the test, and some will not put in enough effort despite their poor grades, as if the mere test results are just a game for them. This kind of self-confidence, Sean's talent are really far beyond his reach, so he always reminds himself that he must work harder to keep up with the footsteps of those around him, and he is worthy of the name of a Jedi. And also from the time he can remember, Sean has been working hard, meditating hard, and comprehending the Force, learning all kinds of knowledge, from astronomy and geography to gourmet gardening, trying hard to maintain a positive and enterprising attitude and never let go, never stop. And fate has always favored him, making him surrounded by a group of kind-hearted classmates. They saw Zio-En's hard work and humbly gave him the first place in various exams to encourage him to continue working hard. Although Sean repeatedly emphasized that this is not necessary, the kindness from the young children of the same period is still continuous, which moved Sean very much. In addition, Sean also met the best master. When he was 14 years old, Jedi Master Mostema, known as Almighty, decided to accept Sean as an apprentice. This move once caused a lot of controversy, but Mostema insisted that only he can best guide Sean's growth. Sean was grateful for this, as it was clearly an act of charity by the Jedi Master. Sean's talent is not good and he faced a bottleneck early. When he was 14 years old, the regular training of the youngsters had little effect on him, and Sean could hardly find any of the routine tests in each training session. Room for further improvement. If it weren't for a Jedi Master to take over and teach him, I'm afraid his achievements in this life would have ended at the age of 14. And this kind Jedi Master is the most unfathomable person Sean has ever seen in his life. Although there are many elites in the Jedi Order, Mostema still enjoys a high prestige in the Order. She became a Jedi Master at a young age, mastered thousands of Force skills, and more importantly, she is extremely knowledgeable. And using this knowledge, she can often achieve unimaginable miracles, so she got the title of Almighty. With such a famous teacher, no matter what kind of confusion Sean is in, she can get answers immediately. It seems that there is no problem in the world that can stump her, whether it is a loophole in the laws of the Republic or making high-quality cards in the family kitchen. Do Ribs method. In Zio-En's eyes, his master is omniscient and omnipotent. However, such a great Jedi Master is willing to sacrifice his precious time and energy to teach him personally in order to save a person with poor talent like him. Zio-En will always remember this kindness in his heart, and he also deeply feels his fortunately, I work harder to improve myself on weekdays so as to live up to this favored life. But everything in the world has a balance where there is luck, there is misfortune. Compared with myself who was born to be favored by the goddess of fate, the hundreds of millions of people living on the planet Begamor are undoubtedly unfortunate. They encountered a dictatorial ruler who had done many evil deeds. Their wealth was deprived and their lives were oppressed. The civilization of the planet that should have been thriving seemed to be shrouded in dark clouds. As the darling of fate, Zio-En felt that he was duty-bound, and he had to break open the cloud that shrouded the planet Bergamor. Of course, things can't be done overnight. The first task right now is to sneak into the president's manor, overcome the many traps set up by the cunning, insidious, and perverted president, and collect undoubted criminal evidence. I already have preliminary ideas about this, but whether it is feasible or not still needs to be judged by the Master. I don't know how many shortcomings will be found out by the Master in the framework of the plan I designed. It will definitely be modified beyond recognition. Sean knew that his talent and knowledge were mediocre. Even though the previous plan was the result of his all-out efforts, compared with the requirements of the task, especially compared with the requirements of the Master, it must be far behind. Of course, Zion will not be discouraged because of this, because looking at it from another perspective, as long as he fully understands and digests the shortcomings of the plan according to Master's revised opinions, it will be an excellent self-improvement. This instead made him faintly look forward to it, and in anticipation Zion's consciousness gradually spread out, merging intimately with the Force. Time passed quietly, drip drip. The alarm clock on the communication ring rang on time, but before the alarm clock rang, Sean had already opened his eyes, stretched out his hand and pressed the alarm clock to stop it. As a qualified Jedi apprentice, he should have strict enough self-control ability, and his biological clock should be as accurate as an electronic clock. For many years, Sean has used this to judge his physical and mental state, and most of the time, he can accurately wake up 1 second in advance of the alarm clock. The communication ring glowed like emerald under the iconic greenish light of Bergamore, and the light on the outer ring flashed to show that new mail had been received. Feedback from Master has arrived. Sean stretched out his hand and clicked on the file with full expectation in his heart, only to see that the same intensive revision traces appeared on the blueprint of the Galaxy network. Unsurprisingly, most of the revised parts stay at the detail level, such as optimizing camouflage skills, providing new electronic intrusion technology, etc. In addition, Mostema also emphasized many cultural details that need to be paid attention to when dealing with alien races that may be encountered. No major adjustments have been made to the program framework, but after Sean saw it, he was moved for a while. Master is really hardworking. Sean was not so arrogant as to think that the framework of his plan was impeccable. The reason why the Master did not move the framework was to take care of the basic self-esteem of young people on the one hand, and on the other hand, it was also because of 2 drastic adjustments to the plan, which was not good for Zion. People with poor understanding can digest and absorb, but the optimization of the details is real. Based on Sean's immature framework, Mostema optimized a majestic building with details, and his words were full of strictness and gentleness unique to Jedi Masters. For example, in the part of electronic intrusion, she not only wrote down the main points of technical application, but also indicated the technical path and bibliography. Among them, the Advanced Electronic Engineer Training textbook of the Enterprise Alliance was used to get started. Refined content. At this time, the Master took it out and marked it separately, obviously urging me not to give up my further studies in any field at will, and what I gave up at that time is actually suitable for me to use as a reference now. It is a kind of strictness and gentleness criticize. In addition, there are several professional textbooks dedicated to relatively remote military academies, which were also purchased by the Master as genuine copies, and the full text is attached to the email. There are too many similar details, and when all the details are integrated, Sean has already seen the dawn of victory. In the early morning, in the green lower city of the capital of Bergamore, in front of the ruins of an abandoned building due to fire. Sean was wearing a typical downtown slum shirt, and he walked slowly. Feeling the feedback force from his feet, he quickly locked onto a pile of burnt bigotry dead wood. Judging from the touch under his feet, the pile of dead wood was there should be a hidden underground passage leading to the president's estate. However, Sean didn't approach in a hurry, but lingered by the ruins for a while, taking advantage of no one's attention. He took a step and stepped on the pile of dead wood. Everything was like an illusion. Zion's feet were empty and he fell downwards. It turned out that the pile of rotten Vega wood was just a thin optical camouflage net to hide the existence of the secret passage. To be honest, the technology is not very powerful, but the concealment method is quite clever. Not long after the fall, Sean had already stepped on the ground in a blink of an eye, but at the same time, 2 dark muzzles appeared in front of his eyes. "Who are you?" the 2 gunmen wrapped in black clothes asked coldly. Sean didn't rush, and according to the established plan, he waved a piece of metal that could only be held by the staff of the manor in front of the man in black, and said, "From today onwards, I will replace that blue-skinned Mithro. I'm trash." The men in black looked at each other, and one of them turned on the holographic projection device and asked the manor for verification. Not long after, a blue holographic projection of a latron with 4 arms appeared, compared with the height of less than 1.5 meters. The huge head was twice the size of a human, and the chef was almost the same height. The hat is full of presents. This latron with rubbery skin has meticulously arranged the thick beard and hair on his cheeks. His small eyes are narrowed into slits, and with his tightly pursed lips, he clearly shows the majesty of the superior. Even the pure white the chef's uniform is like a nobleman's robe. And from the respectful demeanor of the man in black, it is not difficult to judge the status of this latron man in the presidential manor. Marino Pamana, the head chef of the presidential manor, has followed Jamie Brasson for more than 10 years and has been in charge of his catering for a long time. He is an out-and-out confidant. "Who are you?" demanded the latron. Sean chuckled and said, "I'm your new dessert chef." The latron narrowed his eyes, stroked his chin with his left hand, and stirred the broth with a long-handled spoon in his right hand. After a long while, the latron said, "As expected, it is a mistake to trust the Mithral people. You can't even keep your own ID card. Well, you two kill him." However, before the man in black ordered to shoot, Sean had already thrown out the bait. Detoxified Vishok spider eggs, simmered in 74 degrees vine spirit soup for 20 minutes. This is Mithral people's so-called dessert recipe. Hearing this, the latron immediately screamed, "Wait." The two men in black almost flinched. "Is there any more?" asked the latron. Sean said, "The fat of the jumping beast can be used to melt the hardest natural sugar on the planet Kashyyyk to make a good syrup. Is there any more?" Sean said, "If you can save a little time when I enter the kitchen, I can tell you as much as you want to know about this small trick." After these arrogant words, the latron man pondered instead, and after a while he waved his hand. "Let him come. The Mithral man is not here. There must always be a substitute in the kitchen. What's more, your boss, that watchdog who claims to be of Mandalorian blood, has been complaining about the boredom of life, so it just makes him move around." After speaking, the communication was cut off unilaterally, and the two men in black looked at each other before saying coldly to Sean, "Follow me." Zio-En walked forward silently, but he couldn't help feeling in his heart, "You are indeed a master." In the conversation just now, the lines were basically based on the script revised by the master. In just a few words, it was almost perfectly calculated to see the latron chef, the man in black, and even the legendary Mandalorian. The change in the mentality of the doorman also revealed serious loopholes in the internal management of the president's manor. He was obviously a stranger who came out of nowhere, but he was able to use his tough posture to scare the latron chef into opening the first door for him to enter the manor. However, it is really fortunate that these lines have been polished by the master. If I follow my original lines, I will probably encounter problems. My grasp of people's hearts is still not good enough. Compared with the lines corrected and perfected by the master, the routine I originally designed is 3 sentences less, 7 words less. This is the gap. Filled with emotion, Sean boarded the orbital airship in the underground passage, spent 10 long minutes in the dark passage, and went through a security check circle before finally arriving at the legendary Luluokyu Manor from the underground passage. It was a refreshingly gorgeous manor, where plants from different planets were subtly grafted together, presenting a delicate yet wild charm. Sean was engrossed in watching, and his footsteps involuntarily paused, making the man in black beside him sneer. "Are you stupid? Ha, then open your eyes carefully. At least half of the plants in this garden are names that you can't name even if you look through the plant encyclopedia. What are you talking to him about? The boss will come right away. If there is a problem, it will take a few minutes. This guy just doesn't know about the new fertilizer under that tree." Sean was amazed at the maintenance cost of this manor. He did a simple mental calculation. Just by looking at what he saw, the plants he could identify came from at least 20 different planets. According to the local plant export price, estimated by the shipping cost of interstellar voyage, the introduction cost is at least hundreds of thousands of Republic credits. As for the maintenance cost, it is also sky-high. In an ecological circle where plants and plants coexist, the annual maintenance cost will not be lower than 6-figure credits. And this amount of money is enough to free tens of thousands of poor people in the lower urban area of the capital Green Sunshine from the filthy environment overflowing with stinky water. This is the estate of a dictator who wantonly exploits the wealth of the entire planet. Sean felt emotionally when he suddenly heard heavy footsteps behind him. Looking back, Sean saw a burly man in full armor, and the helmet with the T-shaped eyepiece on his head seemed to be an extremely conspicuous business card. In this regard, Sean smiled just right and said before the other party opened his mouth, "It's actually a Mandalorian. What a coincidence, I only met your compatriots in a bar in a nearby galaxy a month ago. They have a people are being recruited for important work." I heard that there are their compatriots in Bergamore, and they are eager to come to recruit people. The Mandalorian born in Bergamore immediately stopped in his tracks. Zion smiled again. They heard that I was coming to Bergamore, so please ask me to investigate the news first. If it is a rumor, they will save their time in vain. But it seems that it is not a rumor. Now there is no need for me to refute the rumors. Having said that, the tall gatekeeper suddenly said, "Go down first." The two men in black were a little stunned. But as the mechanical arm on the back of the janitor unfolded and the muzzle of the blaster gun pointed at their heads, the men in black fled. At the entrance of the back door of the manor, only Sean and the gatekeeper were left. I have an important job here. The voice behind the helmet seemed dull because of the metal insulation and even trembling. I can't leave the president's manor. Oh, even the call-up order from your compatriots won't work. Aren't you from the same clan? Yes, we are not the same clan. Sean smiled and said, I haven't said what clan they are yet, but it doesn't matter. I'll help you write an email and tell them that the news of Mandalorians in Bergamore is purely a rumor. After all, everyone has their own difficulties. Going out is to understand each other and help each other. Indeed. The janitor finished dryly and pointed behind the door. You have passed this level, but the latrons are not as easy talking as I am. Passing over the gatekeeper, Sean couldn't help feeling sorry. It really is just a mental Mandalorian. Although the probability of the president owning a genuine Mandalorian watchdog is very low according to the previous investigation, it is still a pity to witness it with his own eyes. The relationship between the Mandalorian and the Jedi can be said to be incessant and chaotic. It is also a blessing to witness the demeanor of the Mandalorian. Of course, from the perspective of mission execution, it's better if you don't meet them. After all, the genuine Mandalorians are not only powerful in combat, but also have extremely keen intuition. It's not easy to pretend to be under his nose for several days. Beyond this starter, the next focus is on Chef Latrons. Judging from the previous intelligence, we must be more careful in this level. And in the back kitchen cleaning room, the gatekeeper has been waiting for a long time. The chef of the estate, a four-armed latron, Marino Pamana. At this time, the four-armed chef was wearing a distinguished chef's hat and stepped on a footstool as tall as a person, looking down at Sean from a height. I didn't expect that Mandalorian to actually let you in, but it's not so easy to come to me, because to be honest, after getting the know-how from the Mythrol people, the manor doesn't need a new dessert chef now. Hearing this, Sean couldn't help laughing and said, then you might as well use this kind of empty talk trick to copy the Kashyyyk cake that the people of Mythrol are proud of. I hope you can use this to please the president. The latron was silent for a while and said, okay, since you don't like empty talk, let's do it on the spot. After finishing speaking, he jumped off the high ottoman and the two hands on it hooked their fingers at Sean, signaling to follow. Sean followed him to the door of the warehouse where the ingredients were stored. While inputting the password to open the door nimbly, the latron gave the interview question. Now, I will give you 20 minutes to make a dessert that can be served on the president's table. The next moment, the warehouse door slowly opened, and I saw a huge underground space which was divided into dozens of small spaces by glass windows. Each space was filled with enough food for hundreds of people for a year. In the position, there is a display table more than 10 meters long. There are all kinds of dazzling ingredients and seasonings on the table, most of which are luxury brands imported from developed planets. The brand of Coruscant is especially many. Sean froze for a moment and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Rough calculations: if the exhibits on the long table are used as raw materials, there are at least 100 kinds of desserts that can be obtained. Some of which are taught by the master to the chef of a high-end restaurant in Coruscant, such as Trull hazelnut soufflé with golden truffles, Lador chocolate coffee with tiramisu, although my skills are still immature, but if it is just an interview question. It is not difficult to deal with it. The only question is it enough to just tackle errands? While Sean was thinking, the latron sneered and said, stop talking, don't tell me you can't even recognize the ingredients. But for poor people like you who live in the lower city, these high-quality goods are probably not easy to identify. That Mythrol man recognized half of it at the beginning. Or if you recognize 2/3 of the materials on this table, I will consider you a pass. Sean turned a deaf ear to this and was still immersed in observation and thinking. He didn't pay attention to the ridicule of the latron people at all. He could recognize all the high-end goods on the table when he was 6 years old. After all, he can be regarded as half a native of Coruscant, and he has also learned cooking skills. This kind of food exhibition showing off Coruscant's characteristics is really ridiculous. The problem is, perhaps because he is too familiar with the luxury ingredients in these core areas, he sees other problems on the table instead. Do you want to take advantage of it? This is an unplanned option, and even the master didn't mention it, but it has to be said that it is worth trying. While Sean weighed the pros and cons, Chef Marino's face was filled with impatience. Is the title too difficult for this downtown poor man? Of course it will be difficult. He is the only head chef in the entire manor kitchen who can recognize all the ingredients, and no more than 5 chefs can recognize 2/3 of the ingredients. After all, this is the proud collection of President Jamie Brasson, and it can be called a small exposition of the top ingredients of the Galactic Republic. To collect all kinds of top ingredients that are well known in the galaxy on a remote planet like Bergamore is far from being as easy as it is on Coruscant. Many rare ingredients can only be obtained through extremely special channels. For most commoners, more than half of the items on this table only exist in legends. Of course, Marino didn't expect this young downtown slum to complete the interview questions. He just wanted to see the helpless expression on the other side's face when faced with difficult problems. As for whether to show mercy and accept him as his subordinate to replace the cunning and lazy Mithril, or simply drive out of the manor and let the Mandalorian clean it up, it depends on the performance of this human being. Kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy, using the little credit you have to pay for your life. But this human being chose to take his time and stay silent on the spot. What Marino wanted to see was not such a performance. After 10 minutes passed, he was already impetuous and he sentenced this young human being to death in his heart. Let the Mandalorian clear the place. However, at this moment Sean finally made a decision and he clapped his hands violently. I see. Marino was so frightened that he almost dropped his chef's hat. What do you want to do? Sean pointed to the long table. First of all, the gold pot on the far left is the premium Bansa grease from Coruscant Fat Beauty Group. Huh. Marino was taken aback. This kid actually recognized Fat Beauty Group. Although judging from the outer packaging, it is indeed a high-quality product imported from Coruscant, but in fact, it is an out-and-out counterfeit product. Mountain Shanghai. Marino was out of breath for a while, only feeling a golden star popping up in front of his eyes. What nonsense are you talking about? Leaving aside that there is at least 10% difference between the aroma of the oil and the genuine one, the outer packaging alone is completely unqualified. The genuine packaging will add a highly accurate 3-dimensional anti-counterfeiting engraving on the metal can, and the accuracy of this can's anti-counterfeiting engraving is completely but pass. The gap can be seen with the naked eye. Marino opened his naked eyes wide but felt that there was nothing wrong with it no matter what. He paid a high price to ask a forgery expert to make a mold for the imitation. There should be no flaws. The second is the olive oil, also from Fat Beauty Group. The difference from the genuine version can be clearly seen from the bottom sediment, and there is at least a 3% deviation in density. Sean made a trivial gesture with 2 fingers and said, the outer packaging also has the problem of insufficient precision of the anti-counterfeiting marks. Overall, the ingredients marked with the Fat Beauty Group trademark on this long table among them, more than 2/3 of the counterfeit products can be identified with the naked eye. Marino struggled and said, it's nonsense. Zion thought to himself, a considerable part of it is indeed nonsense, but can you tell it apart? The mouth is righteous. It is true that there is a possibility of misjudgment based on naked eye observation, but the most critical problem is that up to now, the high-end ingredients of Fat Beauty Group have never been directly distributed to the planet Bergamore and its surrounding star areas. It has been exported, and the local ingredient agent Opera Trade is the only supplier of related ingredients. I investigated this company before applying for the position. Are you sick? Investigate what the trading company is doing. I found that there are obvious loopholes in their public financial statements, and there are also problems with the sales authorization letter obtained from Jedi Group. So I sent a letter to the sales of Jedi Group to verify. That's enough. From today onwards, you will take over from the Mithrers and make desserts for the president. I boldly speculate that all the Fat Beauty Group ingredients on the table are counterfeit products. Similar problems also exist in Galaxy Choice brand vegetables and fruits and Flying Shuttle brand campaign seasoning. And the above ingredients, without exception, are products imported by Opera Trade, and the total amount accounts for about half of the long table. Your salary is twice that of the people of Mithril, so that's enough. In fact, counterfeit ingredients not only have financial problems, not to mention the difference in taste from genuine ones, because of limitations in craftsmanship and raw materials in terms of food safety. That's enough, shut up. Latron grabbed Sean's collar angrily. I admit that you have the ability. As long as you keep your mouth shut from now on, you will be the new sous chef in the kitchen, do you understand? Zio-En smiled and nodded, but he was quite depressed. In fact, the food safety issue was the focus of his preliminary research, but he was interrupted before he could discuss it. Quite uncomfortable. Marino touched his heart that was almost jumping out of his chest with the two palms on the left side of his body, panting. There is something wrong, brat. It's no wonder that the Mithral man is folded in your hand. But don't get too complacent, morning. In this manner, everything is actually seen by the president, but I can still sit as the chef for 10 years. And I can gain the trust of the president because I have been serving him for 10 years. Serving the most extreme food, so as long as you dare to make the slightest mistake in the back kitchen, I will immediately throw you to feed the president's Bergamore two-headed dog. When Sean finished washing in the bathroom, put on the chef's pure white uniform and walked into the back kitchen, he felt his eyes light up. It was the same as the information showed. On this remote and backward planet, he actually saw the kitchen of a high-end restaurant that was no less than the capital of the Republic, Coruscant. Although almost half of all kinds of high-end kitchen utensils are counterfeit products, they are all complete. Here, a mature chef team can complete hundreds of high-end dishes, and the busy chef team in the kitchen is more than mature. The head chef is a latron with 4 arms, and the assistant chef is a shining silver etiquette robot. From the unique inscription on the chest, it is not difficult to judge that it is produced in the high-end customized production line of Interstellar Cyber. The cost will definitely not be lower than 5,000 credits. The person in charge of the meat table is a red-skinned de Wallonian. When he pats the steak with both hands, he can shake the entire back kitchen slightly. The person in charge of the vegetables is a gentle Gungan, not deformed by the trembling underfoot except for the rhythm is too slow, almost impeccable. In addition, Sean also saw a bisman who was concentrating on arranging dishes. In this mere kitchen, Sean actually saw a small galactic race show. However, before he savored this unique fusion culture, Marino hurried over to arrange the task and said, "The president doesn't seem to be in a good mood, you'd better make a dessert that surprises him." He usually likes desserts the most, and before only the Mithral people made the president laugh by relying on the secret recipe he got on the planet Kashyyyk. Sean smiled, Kashyyyk cake. The so-called secret recipe that the Mithral people drank until the third fragment was finally willing to explain. In fact, it has nothing to do with the planet Kashyyyk. It is essentially a miniature 7-layer cake made with some ingredients from the planet Kashyyyk. It looks like a large forest with a unique ecological structure. Reluctantly speaking, it can be regarded as ingenuity, but it is still a trick in essence. In order to confirm the authenticity, Sean listened to the drunken Mithral man repeat the story 7 times before finally confirming that it was correct. In fact, it is very difficult for Sean to understand why a dictator who dominates power and has a lot of wine and meat has a special liking for acrobatic desserts. However, there is no need for a deep understanding of a perverted taste bud. After serving him this meal, it's time to send him to prison. Sean rolled up the cuffs of his white chef's uniform, walked to the dessert counter, and casually glanced at the ingredients that had been prepared. There are still traces of Mithral people working here before, and all kinds of ingredients are barely complete. It is not a big problem to reproduce his acrobatic cake, but how to satisfy the president is another matter. Things like acrobatics will feel fresh the first time you see them, but you will get tired of them the second time and the third time. Judging from the chaos and disorder of the dessert table during the period when the Mithral people were working in the back kitchen. He performed all kinds of acrobatics so well that his inspiration gradually dried up, and he had to hang out in pubs and casinos in the lower city all day long anesthetizing himself with alcohol. But in Sean's opinion, this kind of acrobatics exhibition itself is ridiculous. Since there are so many ideas, why not settle down seriously and use solid basic skills to improve the acrobatics into a mature work that can be served on the table of a high-end restaurant? While thinking about it, Sean squeezed out a spherical cake wrapped in clear syrup with his hands. The inside of the cake was divided into 7 layers, and then he used Twilight Lighter chocolate and Kashyyyk natural syrup to make a stand. The ground holds the ball and does not fall. Finished. It's done. Marino felt his brains were going to explode when he heard Sean's words. He had just issued a solemn warning to this young human being. Once the work in the kitchen dissatisfies the president, he will be considered as a follower. His head chef for 10 years is in danger of losing his life. In the end, this newcomer dared to be so blatantly perfunctory. The former Mithriller was a professional pastry chef at any rate, and it took nearly 2 hours to bake a formed cake each time, but now it takes less than 20 minutes and what you baked is bigamole chowder balls. Sean explained, I improved the process. The previous method was to use baking to set the shape, which was a waste of Kashyyyik's original ingredients. The high temperature will destroy the most essence of flavor. Although it is essentially from opera trade, the imported ingredients themselves are not so original. Enough. Marino interrupted quickly, Are you sure you want to give this to the president? No, this is for you to try, Sean said while already making the second cake. This time Marino saw clearly that although Sean's main process is kneading by hand, on the one hand, his fingers are as dexterous as the first-class craft machinery, and even the most fragile fish roe and tofu can be crushed. He kneads completely into the cake. On the other hand, before each raw material is kneaded, it will be skillfully processed, or marinated, or slow-cooked at low temperature, or some cooking techniques that even he has never heard of. Sean only has 2 hands, but to Marino he seems to be more dexterous than a latron with 4 arms. For a moment Marino was fascinated. If you don't eat it, the taste will go bad, Sean reminded Marino while processing the second cake. Seeing that the latter was still ignorant, Sean simply stopped working, put on gloves and squeezed Marino's chin and stuffed the cake directly into his mouth. As a Jedi apprentice who practices frugality and promotes virtue, Sean hates wasting food the most. Marino struggled subconsciously after being brutalized, but the moment his taste buds touched the cake, his short body froze and an inexplicable feeling came to his heart. Some people say that chefs are one of the least likely to be moved by food because the taste buds are already numb due to too much daily contact with food. However, this is actually the biggest misunderstanding. People who cannot be moved by food cannot become top chefs, let alone those with numb taste buds. In fact, the more often you come into contact with delicious food, the more you can appreciate the preciousness of extraordinary things. At this moment, Marino is immersed in the extraordinary deliciousness. The 7 layers of independent and blended sweetness and greasy taste make people feel like they are in the real Kashyyyik planet, enjoying the infinite beautiful scenery covered by forests. There are already for a long time, there has never been such a touching food. If the previous Mithrolian was only clever and creative, but the young human being in front of him reminded the Latronian of the chef of a high-end restaurant he had trained in when he was young. Solid basic skills and sincerity in treating food can make the simplest ingredients burst out with incomparable delicacy. The chef occasionally cooks staff meals for the staff by himself, which will let the staff appreciate the true meaning of ingenuity without work. This guy. Marino couldn't help thinking, he seems to have found a treasure. If this young human being can work for him in the kitchen with peace of mind, the president will definitely improve his evaluation of kitchen work. But beware of this guy taking advantage of the situation to take advantage of the situation. He holds his own handle in his hands and has the unique skill of making desserts with his bare hands. In fact, he is a very unstable factor. So after pleasing the president, find a way to get rid of him. Just when Marino was already thinking about how to eliminate hidden dangers, Sean had already finished making the second cake and handed it over to the waiter robot, who drove away on a dexterous single wheel. Not long after in the restaurant, the president's surprised laughter even directly spread to the kitchen. Sean smiled, knowing that he had successfully passed the 3rd level. However, Sean's smile soon subsided. Although the 3rd hurdle was successfully passed, the plan has changed. That night in the staff dormitory for 4 people in the basement of the manor, Sean was lying on his back on a boxy bed. He could hear the thunderous sound of his roommate Dwalin, and the room was filled with strong alcohol. Mixed with sweat and mold, it smells like a powerful antiseptic. But none of this disturbed the Jedi apprentice in meditation. When meditating, Sean will exclude the 5 senses and only feel the flow of the original force. All external disturbances are negligible, and under the protection of the original force, Sean's thinking becomes clearer. The whole day's experience is as clear as a projection, present in the mind. Overall, the plan went pretty well except for 2 issues. The previous Mithril man was too poor to drink, and the information he confided was limited before he was completely broken, so some unexpected situations appeared. First, every dish in the kitchen will be scanned and inspected by a medical robot before being delivered to the restaurant. The medical robot is the FX6 model of the medical technology industry, which is already known for its comprehensive functions. And this one in the manor has undergone a very meticulous transformation. The functional modules and standard configuration are quite different, not to mention all kinds of toxins. Even the allergens of food allergies will not be let go, and this is exactly the whole plan of Xiao and the heart of it. He didn't intend to poison the president, but he needed a little food allergy to start a riot. If it's just that, it's okay. Sean can find an opportunity to approach the past, invade the system, and block its detection module. However, this FX6 has its own high-sensitivity alarm device. Once a risk is detected, it will immediately call the police. The guards patrolling the manor around the clock can rush to the scene within 10 seconds. Second, there is extremely strict monitoring inside the kitchen. Every chef's working picture will be faithfully recorded, and the president himself can review it at any time. Those employees who have obvious mistakes in their work will be thrown directly to the dogs, fish, and mushrooms. On the day of the banquet, the monitoring will only be stronger. In this case, not to mention relying on the past to invade FX6, it will be a test of skill to play tricks with the ingredients in hand. If these two problems are not resolved, there will be no way to talk about the follow-up. But how easy is it to solve it? The president can hide under the table and maintain his dictatorship for 20 years without falling down. There are not many loopholes in the security link, let alone the most important link such as daily diet. During his meditation, the Jedi apprentice began to sort out many details in his memory. Soon, he extracted a few key points, roughly built an action framework, and then gradually improved it. In the middle of the night, the plan had begun to take shape. Seeing that it was getting late, Sean quickly jumped out of bed and walked outside. He needs to discuss it with his master. It is a pity that the communication ring cannot be used here. The cautious and suspicious president has turned his manor into a cage that almost completely isolates internal and external communications. Fortunately, even if it is a real prison, there is always room to let the air out. The network room in the underground dormitory area is one of the few external communication channels in the entire manor. In the cramped room, there are more than 20 personal integrated communication terminals crookedly placed, through which employees can connect to Bergamore's planetary network. But of course there are many restrictions, and all network channels are passed through the government. As for the more exciting and comprehensive holographic network of the Galactic Republic, it is naturally completely blocked. Most of the Bergamores may not even know the candidate for the Speaker of the Senate. Of course, the employees are not very interested in this kind of brainwashing room. They really want to browse outside information, either secretly watch some video articles copied from outside the manor in a place that cannot be monitored, or simply take advantage of 1 or 2 days of holidays every week. Sneak out of the manor to hang out in the lower city. There will occasionally be businessmen from the outside world bringing fresh and hot stories. So when Sean arrived, the internet room was empty. This made the Gungans who were ordered to follow them look very embarrassed. They stood at the door for a long time before gritted their teeth and drilled in. Sean didn't care about the stalker at all. He clicked on a news channel that praised the praises, and what caught his eyes was the glorious bronze statue of President Jamie Brasson. In front of the bronze statue, the president's personal biography was recited endlessly. Sean listened attentively, and after a while he closed his eyes and nodded secretly, as if he had devoted himself wholeheartedly to the president's passionate struggle story, cultivated his sentiments from it, and strengthened his moral quality. This scene can only be seen by Gungan people. Both floppy ears are going to stand up in horror. What a psychopath this human being is, coming to praise the president in the middle of the night. But in fact, Sean was chatting with Master. This eulogizing news channel was temporarily added on the planet's internet by Mostema with the help of several large Bergamore companies. The journalists are temporary workers, and the manuscripts are written according to the script. In Bergamore, which is under strict news control, only a few companies persuaded by the Jedi Masters are capable of doing such a thing. The trick is, there are 5 temporarily added news channels, and the programs are directed to the manor through the repeater inside the planet. As long as Sean chooses one of the channels to watch for more than 10 minutes through the manor's internal network, Mostema can immediately receive a clear message. The 5 channels represent 5 different messages. The mission has failed completely, and the person is in critical condition and urgently needs rescue. The development of the task has been severely frustrated, and the manor needs to be evacuated as soon as possible. The development of the task is not smooth, and more follow-up support is needed. The development of the task is basically smooth, and detailed help is needed. The development of the task is completely as expected. Master, please rest assured. The news channel currently selected by Sean expresses the penultimate message. The mission is progressing smoothly, but the details need to be adjusted. About 10 minutes later, the reporter in the news program suddenly got stuck while reading the manuscript, and after a pause, he continued to follow the script. This strange freeze made Sean cheer up immediately, opened his eyes, and stared at the picture on the screen more intently. Master has received the news and started to pay attention to the situation on this side. Next, Zion had to find a way to feed back the difficulties he encountered to Master through limited channels. And this is not difficult for the Jedi Masters and apprentices who have made detailed plans in advance. Sean counted the time silently in his heart, and then began to switch news channels seemingly without any rules. After a while, he even turned on a communication terminal next to him, browsed two news channels at the same time, and enjoyed double brainwashing. This kind of weird behavior is really amazing in the middle of the night. The Gungan who is in charge of tracking only feels two wars and his whole body is numb. He only regrets why he took such a thankless job. However, the Gungans didn't know it. Right under his nose, Sean had fed back important information. Through constant channel switching, Sean actually sent a set of special and simple codes. After conversion, it roughly corresponds to the corresponding situation on the plan list. Master, I have encountered some new situations here specifically. And my plan is, looking forward to your guidance. After the code was sent, Sean silently waited for the feedback. His focused eyes fell on the screen and he seemed to meet the eyes of President Jamie Brasson. Finally, the Gungans couldn't bear this beautiful scene and walked away in embarrassment. There is only one piece of information fed back to the above. This is a complete psychopath. No, it is a complete patriot. The patriot Sean got the information he wanted at this time. The temporary reporter on the screen was still reading from the script, but the biography of the president read aloud was slightly different from the standard version sold on the market, and some paragraphs and words were clearly missing. Extracting these paragraphs and words and slightly adjusting them is the feedback message sent by Mostama to Sean. It's not a big problem and your entry point has been chosen very well. The specific operation suggestions are as follows. Zion read and memorized, and after a while he was once again convinced by Master's meticulousness and thoughtfulness. Although he himself had a good idea when he asked the question, compared with the advice provided by Master, it still seemed crude and even clumsy. The journey of apprenticeship is still endless. However, after receiving Master's guidance, Zion only felt that there was a smooth road in front of him. Next, just wait patiently for the day of the banquet. The president's banquet time is at night, but the manor has been busy since the early morning, especially in the back kitchen. Many ingredients have to be pre-processed more than 12 hours in advance. Most employees are walking on eggshells. After all, if they make a mistake, they may be thrown to feed fish, dogs, and mushrooms. Who dares to be careless? Only Sean was full of enthusiasm and full of expectations. Because the security system of the manor that the president is proud of will soon be dismantled by him. In front of the dessert table, Sean turned his attention to the divan while he was handling 15 kashik cakes and related ingredients for appetizers and desserts. I saw him fasten his apron and put a huge metal kettle on the desk. It was a special drink for the Devalonians, and a little tranquilizer was added in it to prevent him from committing any taboos in the kitchen. Seeing the kettle that he had tampered with, Sean knew that today's affairs were half settled. This red-skinned, brawny man who committed more than 10 murders in the lower city but was sheltered by the president because he was only good at meat dishes, has become his secret weapon to break through. In the evening, the whole manor felt like an enemy. The 14 underworld tycoons hosted by the president have landed from the private spaceport to Bergamore and boarded their respective airships, heading towards Luluokyu Manor. All the staff in the manor were highly nervous, and the kitchen was already in full swing. It was less than an hour before the official start of the dinner, and many foods that required a long time to process had already started to be officially cooked. Standing in front of the oven, the Dewalonian watched the color of the cattle steak, but he wasn't really paying attention. The heart of this Dewalonian has long been filled with anger, and he can't suppress it no matter what. He had already drank half a pot of calming water, which is usually very effective, but it still couldn't relieve his anxiety, so much so that his vision became a little hazy and blood red. But at this moment, he suddenly found a curious gaze not far away, casting it without any concealment. The Duolan turned his head and saw the young man with black hair and black eyes, so his anger surpassed the boiling point at this moment. He strode close to him and roared like a beast in his throat. "What are you looking at?" Sean smiled and said, "I was just thinking, Mr. Veron, is your steak a bit overcooked?" Veron was startled when he heard this, and quickly turned his head to look at the oven, only to find that the color of the steak was about to exceed the standard. He didn't care about cooking Sean any longer, and hurriedly adjusted the temperature of the oven to ensure that the carefully prepared steak would not be ruined. It was only a short time before the case of steaks would be irretrievable, and what would happen to him would be unimaginable. Even the Dewalonians, who had a lot of lives in their hands, did not dare to disobey the will of the president in the manner. But after adjusting the temperature, the Dewalonians were rejoicing, but felt doubly ashamed. The pastry chef dared to point out his omissions in full view, making everyone laugh at him. Although no one dared to laugh out loud, the Dewalonians clearly heard the laughter in everyone's heart. Tonight, he will be cut into pieces. With strong anger, the Dewalonian finally waited until the meat in the oven came out of the oven. At this time, the dinner party has officially started. The appetizers, and thick soup have all been successfully passed, and it will be his turn to serve the main course next. Debut. And the Dewalonians took the slow-roasted steak to perfection just right out of the oven, quickly cut it into 15 portions with a kitchen knife, and then evenly sprinkled the well-prepared seasoning powder on the steak, and then presented it to the person in charge. The waiter robot who delivers food is sent to the restaurant by the ladder on a flexible wheel. However, just as the waiter robot came to the door of the kitchen, the silent FX6 suddenly sounded a beeping alarm and stretched out a mechanical arm to stop the waiter robot. The waiter robot was stunned for a moment, then read the intention of the other party from the electronic sound of FX6 and said in surprise, "There are serious allergens in the steak." These words directly froze the entire kitchen, and everyone's movement stopped at this moment, and their eyes gradually moved from the door to the Dewalons. The Dewalonian was surprised at first, then out of fear and finally flew into a rage and strode towards the door, clenching his fists like heavy war hammers. Seeing that the situation was not good, some people had already avoided it early, but Chef Marino screamed sharply, "What do you want to do, Veron?" The Dewalon himself didn't know what he wanted to do, he just felt his mind was burning, and he wanted to tear everyone into pieces. And the robot who dared to say that there was something wrong with his steak. Then the clenched fist swung out violently, and at the same time, FX6 silently stretched out the electric shock device used for self-defense. At the very moment, an agile figure interspersed between the two in time, pulling the Dewalon's arm with one hand and blocking the FX6's electric shock device with the other hand. The unbelievable force that came made the Dewalons stop in their tracks. "Mr. Veron, please calm down, maybe it was just a misjudgment." The next moment, Dewalon saw clearly that the person in front of him was actually Sean, and his anger was ignited again by that young human face. He shook off Sean's hand and clenched his fist. However, this time he had already lost the chance to wreak havoc. Before he had time to punch, two powerful anesthetic needles were shot from not far away, instantly paralyzing the Dewalonian to the ground. Several security personnel who rushed over upon hearing the alarm cautiously approached from the side door. The leader, a mental Mandalorian wearing a helmet with T-shaped goggles, glared at Marino angrily. "What's going on?" Marino was tongue-tied. All this was changing so fast that he couldn't react in time. Dewalonian has a short temper, but he rarely has an outburst in the kitchen, and he hasn't made a mistake with the food in the past 3 years. Who would have thought it would all come together today? It was Sean who reacted the fastest and said seriously, "Mr. Veron's main course was identified as an allergen by FX6, so there was a dispute, that's all. But the most important thing now is to serve the banquet hall as soon as possible, otherwise all of us here cannot escape the guilt." The strength of the two exclamation marks made everyone react. Marino was the first to panic. How to serve? Only Veron is cooking the main course. Are there really allergens? FX6 responded with a burst of merciless beeps. Marino wanted to argue, but saw that several security guards in full body armor had slightly raised their guns. The president is almost morbidly cautious on issues related to his own life and safety. Anyone who dares to show neglect of the president's safety on any issue is a death sentence. Sean suggested, "Chef, please change the order of serving the dishes. Serve an appetizer and dessert first. I can prepare it in 5 minutes. This can buy at least half an hour. During this time, I will trouble others to come up with a dessert. A main dish that can handle it. Switch the order, appetizers and desserts." Marino was at a loss. Sean has already taken action. He used the leftovers from making the kashik cake to quickly knead the exquisitely shaped dessert. "This is the only way to do it now. Be sober, Master Chef." 2 consecutive exclamation points finally calmed Marino down. Indeed, now we can only deal with the present. It is better to have something to eat than to make the president wait stupidly. And looking at Sean's delicate and nimble hands and the quick-formed simple desserts one by one, the panic in Marino's heart gradually dissipated. Although he didn't want to admit it, it was really thanks to having this newcomer that he would not be caught by Dwalin. People are bleeding. On the other side, Sean let out a sigh of relief. The first step of the plan was successfully completed. The Dwalonian did not realize that someone had added ingredients to his kettle at all. The stimulant extracted from a mixture of special cooking wine, tobacco, and coffee on the one hand would make the already irritable Veron even more agitated and irritable. Even if the two sets of livers of the Dwaloons have provided extremely powerful metabolic capabilities, but they cannot be immune to this refined stimulant. On the other hand, it will cause him to secrete a small amount of special sweat in his palm during heavy physical labor. This kind of sweat is colorless, odorless, and non-toxic, but if it is mixed with meat steaks, seasonings, and other substances in a high-temperature environment, it may cause severe allergic reactions in a few people. The mix doesn't work instantly. It takes at least a few minutes from the time the Dwalins start to sprinkle the seasoning powder until the actual allergen appears. Theoretically, those steaks were still safe when FX6 was testing, but the beeping alarm sounded, which fully demonstrated how powerful this magically modified medical robot is. However, no matter how powerful the function is, the FX6 must be able to operate normally, and the current FX6 has completely changed into the shape of Sean. Sean decorated the delicate little cake with cream and delicate patterns and glanced at the door from the corner of his eye. He saw the cylindrical robot standing silently at the door, and the indicator light above his head was blinking like breathing. Everyone around didn't notice the abnormality, but in fact, if there were engineers familiar with this machine, they would be able to find that it was FX6 groaning as it was forced to delete its own database. Without the additional database, FX6 will not be able to judge various subtle allergens, and the dessert that will be sent to the restaurant next is the main course of tonight. From the very beginning, Sean never expected that he could hide from FX6's eyes. No matter how deep his knowledge of biochemistry was, the allergens he could produce were very limited based on the ingredients he could obtain in the kitchen. Professional medical robots that are connected in real time to an updated database on the holographic web may be fooled. So he had adjusted his plans when he noticed the existence of FX6. Drain from the bottom of the pot, directly look for opportunities to invade its system, delete its database and update the system, naturally once and for all. The only problem is that it is impossible for FX6 to allow outsiders to invade without responding. The moment the system encounters an external force, it will sound an alarm and alert the guards of the manor. At that time, even if Sean can get out in time, people will find that FX6 has been tampered with. That's why Sean worked tirelessly and arranged for the Dwalonians to serve as cover. Now it seems that the cover operation was quite successful. The alarm issued by FX6 was completely concealed under the threat of the Dwalins. The security team who heard the news only saw the Dwalins' violence in the kitchen, but did not noticing that Sean, who was going to persuade the fight, had already inserted a pre-customized chip into the function slot while his palm was in contact with the FX6 robotic arm. This chip directly suppressed all the thinking circuits of FX6, making it look like scrap iron. Okay, you're done, now hurry up and send these desserts to the banquet hall, try to delay a little time. Sean didn't even say hello to Marino, he directly reached out to greet the waiter robot, and the robot didn't wait for Marino's instructions. It quickly picked up 15 exquisite dessert plates and slid towards the banquet hall. When passing by the door, FX6 cast a strict scrutiny as always, and the light green scanning beam did not let go of any porcelain plate. Then, the medical robot lights up a green indicator light and emits a pleasant electronic sound. Sean smiled slightly, not overjoyed at the success of this step, but raised his arms and said, "Next, please try your best to make a main course that can satisfy the banquet hall within 30 minutes. I will cheer for the dessert session at the end, let's tide over the difficulties together." There was a sparse echo in the kitchen. Sean didn't care because the performance of this link was over. Although he was still working seriously, his mind gradually drifted to the next link. The next step is the key point. The appetizing desserts and the appetizers that stimulate the taste buds are over, and it is time for the main course to appear. 10 minutes later, when the whole kitchen was busy processing the main dishes off the menu, Sean let out a long sigh. "I've already finished it here ahead of time, and I'll just serve it up later, I'll go take a breath first." No one responded to him, even Marino, who was waving his 4 arms at this time, was busy like an animal being whipped by a whip. He barely found time to raise his head and stare at Sean, then quickly lowered his head and continued to work, ingredients in hand. In less than a minute after Sean left the kitchen, there was a sound of broken plates and heavy objects falling from the dining room, and then the alarm sounded throughout the manor. The mental Mandalorians rushed into the kitchen again with a group of fully armed soldiers, but this time they were no longer holding tranquilizer guns, but silver blaster guns with killing intent nakedly revealed from the gun muzzles, making people feel ashamed. Everyone in the kitchen is creepy. "Where's the dessert, chef?" The voice under the helmet was dull but powerful. He said to ventilate, "It's at the back door." The waiter robot responded more calmly than any organic life form, so the gatekeeper of the manor left behind 3 soldiers with guns, and he personally led the large army to catch the poisoned assassin. The janitor used heavy footsteps to conceal the panic in his heart. He has worked in the manor for 5 years and has never made any major omissions. Occasionally, he will be excused because of his status as a Mandalorian. After all, it is one of the strongest fighting nations in the galaxy, and the existence itself will make people feel at ease. But now, right under the noses of the Mandalorian, President Jaime Brasson, the employer, has been poisoned. Although he did not die on the spot, the severe allergic reaction made him lose face in front of all the guests. Once he is held accountable afterwards, he, the gatekeeper who personally put the murder in the manor, cannot escape the blame. Let alone a Mandalorian, even if he is a Jedi Knight, he may not be able to escape the president's wrath. So before the president wakes up, he has to catch the young human. However, all his actions have fallen into Zion's eyes. Sean stood by the garbage path in the back kitchen and threw the wreckage of the camera he destroyed into the garbage path. At the same time, he unfolded an exquisite small projection table in front of his eyes. The images in the kitchen were being presented to the audience through the eyes of FX6, in front of Sean. "The chip I got from Master is so powerful, it can not only turn treasure into waste, but also turn waste into treasure." Sean sighed for a moment, then calmed down and began to deploy the next stage of action. The next thing to do is more difficult than any previous step. He wants to arrange an ambush in this small space where employees usually smoke and take a nap, and change his identity from an assassin who fled after being poisoned to a guardian who can walk in the manor openly. It's very difficult without using the Force to ambush fully armed elite soldiers with bare hands and to disguise them perfectly so that no one will find out. This is also the most difficult part of the whole plan. Sean took a deep breath and said to himself in his heart, "May the Force be with you." Master said that during this mission, the Force should not be used indiscriminately. This is partly because, based on the evidence obtained from the Force, there will be doubts in reliability, especially for people in remote areas. The Jedi and the Force are like witchcraft, omnipotent and powerful at the same time. Alienation and distrust. But the more important reason is that this is a trial that belongs to Sean, and it is an important summary of what Jedi apprentices have learned in the past years other than those Force skills. What else do I have? Sean neither intends to put his personal trials above the well-being of 3 billion people, nor does he want to give up his own trials. So in the future, he can only go all out and use his efforts to make up for the shortcomings. For a long time, Jedi apprentices have come here like this. They are not superstitious about hard work, but they will believe in hard work. Less than 10 seconds later, the guards were no longer visible in FX6's field of vision, and Sean heard heavy and messy footsteps more clearly. Finally come. The young man glanced at the scene again, confirming that all the details had been implemented correctly. There were blood-stained fragments of Chef's clothes on the gate of the garbage lane, as if scratched by a sharp edge when passing hurriedly. A line of shallow shoe prints extended all the way to in front of the narrow airway. The passageway is narrow, but it can barely accommodate a thin human male to pass through, and the iron net at the entrance of the passageway has been removed in addition. The door of the weak electricity room is also strangely open. It was pitch black inside. There are already enough confusing items, and with the intelligence level of the manor guards, it should be enough to keep them here for a while. 5 seconds later, the janitor rushed into the room with 5 soldiers and immediately fell into a daze. "Boss, he's gone," a tall soldier said. "Nonsense." The gatekeeper snorted coldly and tried to locate the escaped boy through the infrared tracking on the eyepiece, but as expected, he found nothing. Only 3 rows of remaining footprints could be seen in the eyepiece, leading to different locations. The gatekeeper didn't believe that human being would really disappear. He would definitely run away, and when he ran away, he would leave traces and deception items to cover up the traces. But after thinking about it carefully, it is not difficult to find that two deception items are really not good enough. Both the weak electricity room and the vent are impossible. One is a dead end, and the other is also a dead end. To a certain extent, the ventilation duct will be closed, and it is too narrow for humans to pass through. Only the garbage chute is wide enough and leads directly to the outside of the manor. But there is a crushing and recycling device in the garbage chute. Jumping directly is tantamount to suicide unless. Boss, just now the central control room sent a message that the crushing and recycling device seems to have been destroyed by some heavy object. It seems right. Contact the third team immediately. Go to the exit to track down clues others. Before he finished speaking, a subordinate's voice suddenly came from the weak electric room. Boss, something is wrong here. Do you want to come and see for yourself? The janitor frowned but still decided to take a look. His subordinates should not bother him with boring things. At least there are clues worth looking at in the weak electricity room. However, just to be cautious, let's first. Boss, it's not good. The voice in the weak electricity room stopped abruptly, full of fear, and immediately made the two soldiers closest to me tremble. The gatekeeper cursed secretly and walked into the door first. And the moment he stepped into the weak electricity room, the gate of the weak electricity room suddenly fell down, and the gatekeeper couldn't help turning his head back. After that, he felt an incredible impact from the back of his neck, and the world in front of him suddenly became dark. Sean deftly supported the unconscious janitor and immediately began to take off the janitor's armor. His movements were extremely swift, and he stripped the janitor from the heavy armor almost in an instant. At the same time, he did not forget to keep his voice calm, and covered his head with a metal bucket in a weak electric room to make a dull voice. No problem, a small trap, I've taken care of it. After that, Sean resisted the smell in the armor and put all the parts on his upper body one by one, while his hands and feet were tied with extended simple mechanical arms to make up for the gap in size between him and the janitor. After a brief tidying up, Sean looked no different from the original owner of the armor. It was also thanks to the fact that the janitor was a mental Mandalorian with nothing but airtight wrapping all over his body, which allowed Sean's disguise plan to go smoothly. Next, as long as the janitor who was stripped into a pig was dealt with, this is the most difficult and dangerous hurdle. Looking at the dark-skinned, comatose, bald, middle-aged man on the ground, Sean also felt emotional. This man is tall, with thick armor and obvious signs of exercise. It's a pity that he is only a spiritual Mandalorian after all, and his vigilance is still insufficient. He was ambushed and attacked by himself and fell down in an instant. If it was on the battlefield of life and death, he would already be a corpse at this time. The gatekeeper should really be thankful that this is not a battlefield, so even if he is an accomplice to the evil, it is the law of Bergamore that can determine his life and death, not Zio-N's personal will. While thinking about it, Sean opened the cabinet of the weak electricity room. He had already cleared out a space here. He tied up the middle-aged man and placed him in the cabinet, and then locked the door. After that, he picked up a tattered sounder that he had hidden in the weak electric room earlier and opened the gate. A boring trap. Saying that, Sean threw the sound generator in front of the crowd, and the machine was emitting a distorted human voice. Boss, it's not good. I'm just wondering, didn't you all realize just now that the voice at the door was purely extraneous? This accusation made all the minions lower their heads. Even if they had some doubts in their hearts, they did not dare to open their mouths. Just now, their reaction was indeed a bit stupid. Everyone was within sight of each other. What could the voice in the weak electric room be other than a trap? In the end, the boss had to take risks himself. Zio-N restrained his subordinates, then pinched the gatekeeper's communicator and asked, Team 3, did you find anyone? A feedback came quickly from the communicator. Boss, there are no clues at all, not even footprints. Sean imitated the tone of the janitor and scolded, Waste the poisoner is so cunning, how could he leave footprints on the most critical escape route for you to follow the clues? Now go find the lost small aircraft in the manor. He is likely when leaving the garbage passage take an aircraft to escape. In addition, contact the monitoring room and try to collect all suspicious information near the garbage passage. I don't believe he can really fly in the manor. After this series of orders, no matter how suspicious his subordinates were, they no longer doubted the authenticity of their boss. In fact, no one doubted it from the very beginning. The boss was transferred within 20 seconds after entering the door bag. Most people's thoughts are actually, when encountering such a big security incident, who will be responsible in the end and who will be in charge? And looking at the calm appearance of their boss, most people also feel that even if he is demoted by the president in the future, he will be promoted back to his original position sooner or later. After all, a Mandalorian who is willing to be a watchdog is as rare as a Jedi Knight in this marginal galaxy. After Sean issued the order, he paced around in place and said, "Go to the central control room." Some of the subordinates suddenly wondered. Central control room. Why? Sean said loudly without hesitation. It's very simple. I suspect that more than one person poisoned this time. Even the dessert chef is just a bait. Think about it, what kind of situation is it with FX6 guarding the door? Can poison be carried from the kitchen to the banquet hall? Here, boss, what do you mean? And the president just had an allergic reaction and his life was not in danger. If it was really an assassination operation, it couldn't be so simple. After finishing speaking, Sean didn't care whether his subordinates understood or not. In fact, it's better if they didn't understand, and he was about to walk towards the central control room in big strides. However, just as he took a step, a weak but unquestionable voice came from the communicator. "That's right, this operation is not that simple now, come to me. I have sent someone to check in the central control room." Sean's footsteps stopped suddenly. That was the voice of the president, and the plan changed again. In the original plan, Sean should immediately go to the central control room, hack into the system, and collect criminal evidence from the surveillance data in every corner of the manor. It seems that it is not going to work. Sean expected that the president would regain consciousness around this time. After all, it was just a simple allergic reaction, and the medical staff in the manor were enough to rescue him immediately. It is also expected that after the president wakes up, he may cut into the communication channel of the security team to get first-hand information. But he really didn't expect that after the president woke up, the first thing he would do was recall the janitor. Over the past few days, Zion has gained a clearer and more complete understanding of the president through the gossip news of the low-level employees. He is very clear that he is a person with extremely suspicious personality. He would never trust the janitor who single-handedly put the pastry chef into the manor again. At this time, even if he wanted to use the fighting power of the Mandalorian, he would only send him to track down the murderer instead of calling him back. Sean walked back to the banquet hall quickly, thinking about the reason in his mind. As a person with mediocre qualifications, he will not be arrogant to think that everything can be controlled and unexpected changes are normal. But the more the plan changes, the more details must not be missed, especially the abnormalities. And now the president's recall order is the biggest anomaly. Why is the president recalling the janitor? Has he seen through his disguise? The possibility of this is extremely low. The cameras near the weak electricity room and the garbage dump have been destroyed in advance. Even the subordinates who are close at hand can't see anything wrong with the process of changing the package. Jamie Brasson is just a cunning and insidious politician with perfect conscience are not prophets and great sages who see everything. He fell into great panic and lost his former composure. At this moment, he only wanted the most powerful combat power of the manor to stay by his side. No, from the voice from the communicator just now, although the president was weak, he was very calm, as if he expected that his life would not be in danger at all. So, what is the purpose of letting the gatekeeper return to the banquet hall at this time? Seeing that the gate of the banquet hall was approaching, Sean knew that his time was running out. At this moment, the sound of commotion in the banquet hall was heard clearly through the thick Mandalorian helmet. This gave Sean a sudden flash of inspiration. I see. This banquet is the most ambitious event for Jamie Brasson in recent years. He invited the 14 most influential underworld tycoons from the planet Bergamore and the surrounding star fields to discuss plans. With his approval, Jamie Brasson's influence can completely break through Bergamore and radiate to multiple surrounding star regions. But in full view, he was provoked by a simple dessert and dumped in the banquet hall like boiled Bergamore prawns. This is undoubtedly a great blow to his personal prestige. After waking up, Jamie Brasson saw and heard doubts and even contempt from the underworld giants, and the harmonious and orderly banquet hall was in chaos. At this time, he urgently needed to quickly establish his majesty. And there is nothing more simple and effective than killing someone to stand up. Jamie Brasson has always left people with the impression that he is a cunning politician, but in terms of cruelty, he lacks the performance that can be recognized by the mafia giants. Now it seems that he is going to use the Mandalorian to stand up. He even dared to kill a Mandalorian. What else would he not dare to do? Just after waking up from poisoning, he was able to shoot and kill the Mandalorian who made a mistake with his own hands at the first time. This ruthlessness is enough to make up for any gaffes. It took Sean 2 steps to figure out all the links, and at this time he had already arrived at the gate, and the exquisite gate of the banquet hall opened inward. The next moment, Sean directly raised the muzzle of the gun in his hand, and while everyone was dumbfounded, he shot and exploded the medical robot beside the president. The FX-6, which was urgently transported to the banquet hall by the doctor, didn't even have time to sound the alarm, but the energy beam from the blaster pierced through the central processing chip, leaving a melted hole on the top. At this moment, Jamie Brasson, who was close at hand, had a blank mind. His right hand hidden under the dining table went limp, and a small blaster fell to the ground with a clang. Sean took this opportunity to stride forward and said loudly as he stepped forward, "Don't be alarmed. The spies who sneaked into the banquet hall have been dealt with." The security soldiers in the banquet hall were a little at a loss, and they didn't know where to point their guns. Sean waved his hand indifferently. "Don't let the guests watch the joke anymore, it's just a trivial spying act." While speaking, he had already come to the president's side. Looking at the politician who recovered his composure in just a few seconds, he couldn't help but say something terrible in his heart. If it were an ordinary person, the energy beam of the blaster gun would pass by his ears at close range, and his pants might be wet. But this person was just so shocked that he dropped the gun in his hand, and his body didn't even tremble violently. Sure enough, he is a person who is used to killing. Sean quickly corrected the character model of Jamie Brasson in his mind, and then he punched out, and the metal glove instantly sank into the molten hole of FX-6. And then he spread his hand, holding a twisted and deformed the chip burst out a serpentine arc. With the help of a pair of dexterous hands and a mechanical ring, Sean completed a flawless performance. Holding the chip that was created out of nothing, he explained to the president solemnly, "The embedded recording chip is the key to this espionage operation." "Sorry, my lord, I didn't figure it out until just now." Jamie Brasson frowned. "Recording chip." Sean beckoned to a security guard, threw the chip to him, and signaled to the engineer in the manner to deal with it, and then he said, "Besides, this robot should have been hacked and rewritten the database." Before it was responsible for the security inspection of kitchen dishes, but did not check for allergens, which is very strange in itself. I also realized halfway through the process that I should pay more attention to FX-6 than to track down the dessert chef who is obviously a bait. The president nodded slowly. "It does make sense. You can poison me to death, but it only causes an allergic reaction. And the manner who is best at dealing with allergic reactions is precisely the FX who missed the allergen 6. While speaking, the manor doctor standing behind the president was already trembling and fell to his knees with a bang. The president didn't care about this person and continued to reason. "Put this remodeled FX-6 next to me as a matter of course. And I will indeed lose my composure after waking up, say something that shouldn't be accepted, do something that shouldn't be done to record these things as evidence in a sense. It is indeed more useful than killing me, heh, it looks like some people's handwriting, isn't it?" Facing the president's leisurely gaze, Sean said without timidity, "That Quarren man is vulnerable. Yes, on this land, any external force is vulnerable." The president retracted his gaze and let out a sigh of relief. Sean also let out a sigh of relief. This Jamie Brasson is really cunning, and he has already begun to suspect that he is a fake. However, it is strange not to doubt, after all, according to the original gatekeeper's personality, it is difficult to make a one-shot FX-6 of this aggressive behavior. Not to mention a person who puts himself in a shell all day long, it is easy to doubt his identity. In fact, even for the identity of the gatekeeper, the Mandalorian, the president probably never believed it. Therefore, if I hadn't said the keyword Quarren people just now, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, thanks to Mr. Squawk, who left some loopholes in the Bergamore investigation report, Sean concluded that his identity has probably been exposed to Jamie Brasson. So at this time, the Quarren people, the key when the words were thrown out, the president's heart was just right. Jamie Brasson withdrew his attention from the janitor for a moment and turned his mind to other problems. Even though there are still doubts at this moment, it is more important to deal with the immediate crisis than the doubts in my heart. Jamie Brasson simply had no choice. It's a pity to let all my friends see the ugly scene. I think everyone will doubt at this time, is Jamie Brasson still trustworthy? So next, I will use practical actions to restore my credibility. If you are interested, please take a look. After finishing speaking, the president stretched out his hand and pressed twice on the dining table. Soon, a blue three-dimensional projection was displayed in the middle of the dining table. What appeared in the projection was a figure wrapped in black cloth. The man spoke a blunt accent and greeted the president in Hut. "Respect, Mr. B, what are your orders?" As he said that, the man in black looked around in surprise. "Unexpectedly, there will be other guests this time, Mr. B, you have never." Stop talking nonsense, I'll give you a simple task. The president said in a calm voice, know the Yinfin merchant group, let their board of directors collectively suffer from food poisoning and don't leave anyone alive. The evidence will lead to Ziguang Pharmaceutical. After saying this, the guests in the reception room couldn't help talking in low voices. Sean was also amazed. The president's action was even more violent than expected, but the matter has developed to this point and it has deviated far from the plan. It is normal to be unexpected. Whether it is the Yinfin Merchant Group or Ziguang Pharmaceutical, they are one of the few large-scale enterprises on the planet Bergamore, with great influence, and they are all opponents of President Jamie Brasson. After hearing the task, the man in black was silent for a long time and said, Mr. B, this is not an easy job. Can it be done? Asked the president. Of course, in Bergamore, no one can disobey your will. Within 3 days, you will see the results. After speaking, the projection went off. The president let out a light breath, then smiled weakly but confidently and asked, everyone, are you satisfied with my arrangement? Many guests in the reception room were silent for a while. Until a short and fat black knife giant took the lid and couldn't help sighing. Your Excellency, your decisive style of painting is really unforgettable. If possible, I also hope to spend this dinner with you in a more gentle way, but unfortunately the galaxy is always full of various accidents. Manda, did you catch that dessert, chef? At the end of the president's speech, he changed the subject and his tone became harsh again. According to the character model constructed for him in advance, Sean realized that the president had successfully restored his image in front of the guests. So the next thing he had to do was to kill people to silence him. The faint blue projection just now is obviously not something that can be seen casually by outsiders. For a dictator who is cautious, suspicious, cruel, and has special hobbies, killing people to silence is a matter of course, and silence naturally takes the highest risk the person who started. Sean asked himself, among the outsiders present, of course he, the Mandalorian, was the most risky and the most valuable to silence, but murder to silence was exactly what he wanted. Sorry, my lord, I haven't found it yet. The president waved his hand. It's okay, I found it for you. The third team has already found his whereabouts at the exit of the garbage road. As you guessed before, he took a small aircraft, but he didn't run far. Go and catch him. Come back as soon as possible. Sean pretended to be suspicious. The third team, but they reported directly to me. Do you have any questions? The president said. Sean shook his head. I will catch him back. After that, he took a step, and the heavy nails collided with each other, making an unusually eye-catching sound in the restaurant. When he walked out of the banquet hall, Sean unexpectedly found that the eyes of the people behind him were a little strange. They seemed to have heard some bizarre stories. Tucking off his sleeves motioned for him to stop. Sean smiled secretly, turning a blind eye to these small movements. After all, theoretically speaking, the gatekeepers walking all the way wearing a helmet cannot detect the small movements of their subordinates, and it is even more impossible to perceive from them that they have received the order from the president to find the right opportunity to kill and silence. But obviously the prestige of the Mandalorians kept them from acting rashly, and this was enough for Sean. While walking, the Jedi apprentice organized his thoughts. On the whole, this mission is close to completion. In order to restore credibility in front of the guests, Jamie Brasson personally issued an assassination order, and the crime of murder is absolutely inextricable. In addition, the appearances of the 14 underworld tycoons were also recorded by Sean. Jamie and these people had a private meeting in the manor, which was also an indistinct stain. In the end, Sean was lurking in the manor these days and got a lot of side evidence from various employees. These contents are also enough to be a legal hammer to break the golden statue of Jamie Saint. For Sean, the task of collecting evidence basically came to an end, and all he had to do was to escape the scene safely with the evidence. For well-prepared Jedi apprentices, this can be described as easy as pie. The easiest way is to directly grab a flying boat and break out of the encirclement. With the skill of a Jedi apprentice or the level of the mob in the manor, Zio-N's journey is simply unstoppable. But that was a bad strategy for Zio-N because it was difficult for him to ensure that he could control the situation and avoid casualties during the breakout process. If it is not necessary, do not cause harm. This is the concept that Sean has been instilled since he was a child, and it is also the creed he has always adhered to. So he would rather go to great lengths to pretend to be a Mandalorian and then walk out of the manor in a big way. Next, as long as he finds a way to get rid of these wandering minions behind him, Sean can take a flying boat at will and fly all the way to complete the mission according to the agreement. Master should already be waiting at the spaceport. The two would then board the spaceship, fire up the hyperdrives, and bid the president of Bergamore say goodbye to his dictatorial career. And just when Zio N walked out of the gate of the manor building and was about to turn to the exit of the garbage road, he found that things turned out to be even better than he expected. In the courtyard in front of the main entrance, there happened to be a drop-shaped airship specially made by Nagrachi Flying Technology Co., Limited, the president's favorite. As the driver, the Ardenian was carefully leading two mechanic robots to do simple maintenance. Slender but proud. Sean made a decision with just one glance. That's it. He reached out and pressed the helmet's eyepiece. As if he had discovered something, he turned sharply and strode towards the flying boat. At this time, he was fully armored with a burly figure, and when he walked forward, he was so vigorous that everyone was stunned. The last two security guards even raised their blasters nervously. Sean didn't care about these details at all and asked loudly as he walked, "Are you looking after the airship of the president?" The Ardenian was dumbfounded by the question and nodded subconsciously. "It's me, what's the matter? Have you stayed by the side all the time? Didn't you leave halfway? Leaving is leaving, why?" Before the Ardenian could continue talking, Sean had already opened the cockpit door of the flying boat and stretched his hand under the seat. A ticking time bomb. Sean looked at the expressions of the people around him, and he knew that this performance was another success. He suppressed the funny and said coldly, "You should be glad that I passed by." Then he casually threw the alarm clock disguised as a time bomb to the subordinates behind him. Let the engineering team deal with it. The heart of the men who picked up the bomb with bare hands almost jumped out. For him, at this time, don't say anything about taking orders to kill in silence. The first priority is to tighten his bladder first. And taking advantage of this moment, Sean got into the flying boat directly, reached out to the co-pilot's position, as if he discovered a new problem. At this time, even the driver couldn't stand up anymore, subconsciously backed up again and again, feeling in his heart that this Mandalorian usually looks a bit misnamed. But at the critical moment, he is so resolute and vigorous. While everyone was expressing their emotions, they saw the open hatch of the flying boat close. A second later, the two engines burst out with colorful rainbow lights, pushing the flying boat away at an astonishing speed. What the hell? In the manor square, everyone was dumbfounded. After a while, the Ardenian jumped up first, waving his four arms wildly. "How did he do it? That's my exclusive driving platform." Then a security guard suddenly became alarmed, hurriedly raised his blaster, and fired continuously at the back of the flying boat, which was only a small spot in the distance. Taking things for granted doesn't help. And of course, the hysterical roar from the president in the communicator almost shattered the eardrum. On the other side, Sean was sitting in the flying boat, and he could only feel that the blood in his body was boiling, and the passage of time became slow and even frozen. In his opinion, the complex bridge designed for pilots with four arms, it's so easy to be a loved one. The Jedi apprentice, who had been keeping calm all this time, finally couldn't help but get excited. On the one hand, this mission has come to an end, and there will be no more risky links in the future. His hard work in the past few days has finally come to an end. On the other hand, this flying boat is really cool. Even for those who have been exposed to the forefront of the Republic's technology since childhood, President Bergamore's exclusive car is a first-class luxury. A light and tough new alloy shell, a powerful engine that is more than twice as powerful as the same kind. And this custom-made console for Ardenian drivers all make a mechanical enthusiast feel intoxicated. If the previous infiltration operations were a test of what Sean had learned over the years, then driving this airship was more like a process of experience and learning. Sean undoubtedly enjoyed the learning process more than tests and tests. After initially launching the airship, he took off the metal gloves that got in the way and felt the coolness on the bridge with the delicate skin of his fingers. Advanced control system and the violent power to drive the flying boat forward at high speed. The Jedi apprentice let out a satisfied sigh, except that the space in the driver's seat seemed a little narrow for him, and the bridge specially built for four-armed pilots was a bit awkward to adapt to, so that when the airship was just started, it staggered like a drunk. Everything else is flawless. Sean's hands were like flying butterflies, dragging afterimages one after another on the bridge. This flying boat, which requires precise driving, was gradually taken over by him steadily. More abundant energy emerges from the engine. Every inch of space in the hull is adapting to the oncoming turbulent flow. The internal energy system is also sorted out. Excess energy consumption is completely shielded, and all energy is released, gathered together, and accelerate the drop-shaped flying boat to the extreme. At this moment, the space seemed to be distorted, and the surrounding scenery was stretched and compressed in a strange way, presenting grotesque colors. The long journey seemed to come to an end in just an instant. When Zio-En came to his senses, the evacuation location agreed with Master was only a few kilometers away. With a bit of reluctance, Sean waved his hands again, and with a phantom-like operation, he smoothly slowed down the speed of the flying boat. Ahead is a plain between the valleys. The snow-white port forms an extremely sharp visual contrast with the surrounding dark green rocks. This is President Jamie Brasson's own private spaceport, an escape passage reserved for himself, and one of the few space passages on this planet that can directly go outside. On this remote planet, all takeoffs and landings of spaceships have to go through a barrier located outside the planet's atmosphere. This barrier is composed of tens of thousands of satellites and more than 30 space stations, which envelop the entire planet. Rise up and place yourself in the hands of the President. When necessary, this barrier can instantly seal off the whole world with high-energy weapons and firmly suppress all spaceships on the surface of the planet. It took the President 10 years and an astronomical amount of money to build this barrier. In name, it was to protect the people and facilitate management, but the local people naturally knew the truth. The President has used his autocratic prerogatives to this extent, but it is still not enough. Suspicious by nature, he was afraid that one day this impenetrable barrier would turn his head against him, so he deliberately left a loophole when building it. As long as you aim at a specific location when you take off on the surface of the planet, and shuttle past at a very high speed, you can avoid the inspection and escape directly. But on the entire planet, there are very few ports that can help the spacecraft lock this position and accelerate its departure. Among them, this private port located in the forest around Luluo Hill has a unique privacy. In this way, if a coup d'etat or a natural disaster occurs in Bergamore, he can escape from the planet immediately and take refuge in the villa in the core area. It's just that, although this hidden escape route has been hidden from Agent Squawk, it has not been hidden from Jedi Master Mostama. Before Sean began his infiltration mission, Mostama marked the spaceport as the last stop of the mission. At this time, on the snow-white platform, a pitch-black shuttle has completed warm-up and is quietly preparing to take off on the acceleration track. And through the observer on the bridge, Sean could even see Master's familiar face. However, just as he was about to greet his master, suddenly several scarlet energy beams passed by. At the same time, a sharp siren sounded from the bridge, and the screen on the right showed the scene behind. 3 military airships were approaching at an alarming speed, and the heavily armed Bergamore soldiers were armed with various explosive weapons. Gun murderous. The chaser finally came. Sean chuckled lightly, not paying attention at all. Because this was all expected, after retreating from the manor, the flying boats left in the manor would definitely not be able to catch up with him. The most the President can do is to lock Sean's location and mobilize military forces along the way to intercept him. He is the biggest dictator on the planet, and the army is like a private soldier. But what kind of soldiers can a dictator who exploits the entire planet raise? Military expenditures have been embezzled in various ways, a large part of which is used to repair the President's garden. A full half a standard hour passed after Sean fled, and the surrounding military regions only mobilized 3 flying boats, carrying a group of rabble like a joke. Sean saw the blaster guns spraying water all around him, and felt that even if he didn't rely on the foresight of the original force, he would not be hit. And it doesn't matter even if it gets hit. The shield on the airship is so thick that it fully implements the dictator's cautious, suspicious, life-oriented spirit. And the shield of the shuttle that Master is riding on is thicker, so there is no need to worry. While thinking about it, Sean had already driven the flying boat to the tail of the shuttle and was about to board the ship. However, at this moment, he suddenly found 2 middle-aged men with numb faces walking away from the tower not far away. When they came out, they were stooped and thin, but they were wearing gorgeous dresses, pushing a gold and silver extravagant stepping platform. Sean was taken aback for a moment, and then he became angry and amused. Really worthy of being a great dictator, he never forgets pomp. This spaceport is obviously used for him to escape an embarrassment, but he even specially arranged a performance session where he pushes the luxury pedal stage. What kind of inner spiritual needs is this? But the next moment, Sean couldn't laugh anymore. All around, the energy beams splashed by the pursuers were still like a torrential rain, and most of them fell to unknown places. Only a few were lucky enough to hit the pitch-black shuttle, stirring up futile ripples. However, there were also quite a few energy beams pointing crookedly at the downstairs of the tower. It was falling beside the 2 middle-aged men. The two middle-aged people suddenly didn't realize that their walking pace was still unhurried, even meticulous, as if the only meaning of their life was to push the pedals and serve the master to board the shuttle with dignity. Questions have no value in a numb life. But in Sean's view, any life has its value. What's more, these pursuers were attracted by him after all, so he absolutely cannot allow innocent people to die tragically before his eyes. The next moment the Jedi apprentice bowed his knees, his body was like a tight bowstring, and with the explosion of his legs he rushed away like an arrow. At the same time, a beam of energy casually slanted towards the heart of a middle-aged man. If there is no accident, that person will undoubtedly die. However, a blue ray of light, like lightning piercing the night, suddenly burst into dazzling light. Where the light passed, the scarlet energy beam let out a piercing groan, and then turned around helplessly and went straight into the sky, no longer threatening anyone's life. Sean kept the high-raised lightsaber flat in silence, and the azure blue light pointed at the flying boat that was approaching at high speed. A few seconds later, the menacing flying boat seemed to be struck by an invisible lightning and rolled nervously in midair, then turned tremblingly and fled in embarrassment. Sean sighed inwardly. Even if they are a mob, even if they live on a planet with closed information, they still understand the meaning of the lightsaber. Know the lore of the Jedi. The lightsaber is the symbol of the Jedi, and it has an excellent deterrent effect in most of the jurisdictions of the Republic. You can light up the lightsaber in advance to scare away those mobs. This will not violate our agreement. Pull the power. The switch does not require the use of force. In the shuttle, Jedi Master Mostama patiently reviewed the details of the entire mission for his apprentice. After you evacuated the manor, you didn't maintain your previous calmness and meticulousness, but instead indulged too much in the flying boat piloting skills. So you flew straight to the evacuation point without hiding your whereabouts at all, and then the pursuers followed you everywhere. Of course, you must have considered that the pursuers cannot pose a real threat to you, but if you only consider the actual threat, it must mean that you have ignored the hidden dangers in the details. The chasing soldiers do not threaten you, but they can threaten innocent people. This is the hidden danger. If you can act more cautiously from the beginning and set up misleading traps along the way, you will not be chased by the soldiers in the final stage forced to be in a hurry. If the requirements are stricter, when we finalize the plan and design the evacuation point, you should consider the misleading trap during evacuation. In fact, before sneaking into the manor, you have enough time to rush to arrange it in advance, but you didn't think about it. I deliberately left this blank as an additional question when I perfected the plan for you. It's a pity that you didn't read out. As for the process of infiltrating the manor, there are also many details that can be optimized, but you have grasped a few key points very well. First of all, there is no murder or even almost no injury, which will win the initiative for the entire evidence collection process. Recording the president's criminal facts under the watchful eyes of the public will inevitably make him hesitate even if he wants to blame his subordinates. Here you have fully considered Brasson's character and the safety of the manor's employees. Beyond that, a lot of improvisation is also commendable, so all in all, I can say you're just right. Sean sat in the co-pilot's seat. He was convinced, a little ashamed and a little moved. The shortcomings that Master picked out may seem a bit critical, but they are all things that he could do but failed to do. At the same time, besides the criticism, Master still gave him positive comments on the whole, especially his on-the-spot response ability. Moreover, the content of the criticism was limited to the details, and there was no serious criticism. This is the way Jedi Master Mostama taught both harshly and gently. No, Mostama, your replay is a bit outrageous. At the same time, a helpless voice came from the bridge of the black shuttle. A faint blue three-dimensional projection in between, showing a face that is nearly middle-aged but still full of vigor. He has gentle and neat long black hair, is wearing a dark brown wide robe, and has a Jedi symbol on his waist sexual lightsaber. Jedi Master Oslode in the Coruscant Temple of the Knights is responsible for the teaching of young children. Sean has been taken care of by him many times during his young days. Unlike Master Mostama, who is always calm, Oslode's emotional expression is much richer and stronger, just like an innocent child. He was once hailed by many as the most childlike Jedi Master, and he always got along well with the young disciples. But at this moment, he had helplessness written all over his face. Just qualified, Mostama, you are too strict with your apprentice. Sean, he sneaked into Jamie Brasson's manor by himself and collected extremely valuable evidence, which is very remarkable the result. There is no need to pick on those little problems. There would be no real progress that way, Mostama said. You can't rush. Osload stopped talking halfway and shook his head helplessly. He and Mostema had had more than one argument about how to teach Sean. In Osload's view, Sean is a very special Jedi apprentice. From the very beginning of his training, he has shown a very special talent. Not a talent in the Force, but a talent in character. Compared with the achievements he has already made, Sean always focuses his eyes on those achievements that have not yet been achieved. Compared with the praise, he pays more attention to criticism, as if he is not willing to be satisfied with the achievements he has made for a moment. For a person who is not very talented, this kind of positive attitude is of course very good. In fact, Mostema's training policy seems to be a perfect fit for Sean's personality. But Osload still felt that this was not appropriate. But unfortunately, he never persuaded Mostema to change the educational policy. And looking at Sean's current growth, it is also difficult for Osload to accuse Mostema of doing something wrong, and ask himself, if it were him who taught Sean, it might not be possible to teach that little clumsy child in the temple. Disciple cultivated all the way to what he is today. In the silence, Mostema suddenly said, Asirad, the results of this mission and the review of the whole process are over. But the committee specially asked you to contact me, there should be other things bar. Osload touched his hair. Don't say that the results of your mission are irrelevant, as if you can send someone to receive the results, but you have helped the Republic deal with a very difficult problem. With the information you collected incriminating evidence, Jamie Brasson's reign at Bergamore has completely entered the countdown. According to the procedure, I should first convey the committee's thanks to you. But as you said, there are indeed other things, and it is very likely that you will not be able to return to Coruscant. Mostema asked, urgent mission? Yes, quite urgent. Do you know dry galaxies? Located in the Opulevis star area, a galaxy ruled by the local enterprise Kyankun group. I remember that the population is 174, 2 billion, and the main race is humans, accounting for 99.9% of the total population. The proportion is unbelievably high. In addition, the dry galaxy last year, its industrial production capacity even exceeds that of the famous industrial world Metalorn, and as a remote galaxy, it is quite prosperous and rich. However, the Kyankun group and the Republic have always been close and independent, and only one member of the board of directors has made good friends with the Republic. I remember that the pronunciation of the name is a bit weird, Heli South. If you use the local customary way, it is South Crane Ritual. So, is there something wrong with him? Osload was already used to the ability of Mostema with its own encyclopedia, but at this moment he still couldn't help asking, you know such a remote star area like the back of your hand? Mostema said, last year when Sean and I conducted a survey of the outer star regions of the Milky Way, we consulted a large amount of data, which happened to include the Opulevis star region, especially the dry galaxies in this star region. You learned Kyankun language, which is notoriously difficult to learn. Maybe this is why the committee sent you to contact us. Osload sighed and said, 2 days ago Nan Heli was assassinated in his manor, and the explanation given by Kyankun group was that the employees of the manor stole and killed people. Mostema asked, I see. The committee considers his death to have serious consequences. Osload said, Nan Heli is a politician who has been with the Republic for many years and has made outstanding contributions to the Republic. His significance to the Republic is extraordinary, and he is even more valuable in the Kyankun group, the senior board of directors. Now that he died unexpectedly, the cause of death is doubtful, but the official hastily made a conclusion which is abnormal in itself. It is likely to become the fuse of a bigger political disturbance. So in any case, the Republic cannot accept such unknown, not in vain results. I understand. No wonder the Jedi Knights are needed to deal with it. However, our knowledge of the dry galaxy is limited to data files. Without the help of the locals, the progress of the investigation will be very slow. We have found local contacts. In fact, many people are extremely dissatisfied with the murder of Nan Heli, especially the perfunctory explanation given by the Kyankun group afterwards. It is these people's help that we have won. So it's a purely political issue, Mostema said. The life and death of politicians is of course a political issue, and for us, it is more sensitive to get too deeply involved in political issues. So try to avoid getting into unnecessary trouble as much as possible, Osload said. As much as possible is a bit vague. Is the committee allowing me to make my own decisions? Osload said, yes, the committee has granted you improvisational authority. You can perfectly solve the problem of Bergamore, and I believe that the problem of dry galaxies will not trouble you. Mostema corrected, this cannot be compared together. Jaime Brasson's rule in Bergamore was only a few decades, while the Kyan Kun group is a behemoth that has legally ruled the galaxy for thousands of years. Investigation: we had investigative reports written by elite Republic agents when Jaime Brasson was there, but we didn't even know the local liaisons with the dry galaxy. Oslode interrupted helplessly. Okay, I'm just a messenger. If you really have doubts, you can directly ask the committee. It's not necessary. Since the committee has assigned me a task, I will do my best to complete it. Sean, you are the same. Zio-En responded honestly. Yes, master, I will definitely do my best. Looking at the pair of masters and apprentices who were always too serious, Oslode sighed. Okay, I will reply to the committee now. I hope your trip to the galaxy will go well. May the Force be with you. May the Force be with you. After cutting off communication with Jedi Master Oswald, Mastema fell into deep thought. Sean sat beside Master, also lost in thought. Judging from the mission information just now, it is indeed the most appropriate to send Master Mostema to carry out this mission. She is not the type who is particularly good at fighting among Jedi Masters, but she has profound knowledge and a humble and gentle personality. However, her meticulous and comprehensive thinking mode makes her extremely good at dealing with various difficult and miscellaneous diseases, which is why the nickname of the Omnipotent Jedi comes from this. Moreover, perhaps because of the guidance of the original Force, their master and apprentice just studied the Oplovis star area last year and also learned Kyan Kun language. After a while, Mostema said, just now Master Oslode sent a more detailed information about the Kyan galaxy. Let's study it carefully. During this period of time, we need to review Kyan Kun language. This language is too much minority. It must be a little rusty if you don't use it for a year. Okay. Zio-En nodded, called up Master Oslode's information and began to study it carefully. Regarding this galaxy, most of the things on the surface have been summarized very accurately. It is remote but prosperous, has its own independent culture, and is at odds with the Republic. The information sent by Master Oslode just provided more detailed evidence. However, from the vast amount of information, Zio-En faintly tasted a hint of undercurrents. For example, the language issue. In the Kyan galaxy, the basic language of the Republic can only be regarded as a foreign language, and the locals use a rare small language named Kyan Kun language by the Republic. The grammatical rules of this language are very different from the basic language, and it is very difficult to learn and understand. The process of learning this language together with Master last year was also extremely difficult. Even in the Republic, except for the etiquette robot equipped with a complete language module, few people are proficient in Kyan Kun language. A language barrier leads to a cultural barrier, and a cultural barrier results in a cultural barrier. As a nominal member of the Republic, the Kyan galaxy has always maintained a very high degree of independence. Judging from the internal information provided by Oslode, the term independence seems to be an understatement. The people in the dry galaxy are highly xenophobic, which can also be seen from the abnormal distribution of races. In addition, within the dry galaxy, the voice of secession from the Republic has always been high. In such an environment, it is really not easy for the Jedi Master and Apprentice, as outsiders, to carry out the investigation smoothly. Zio-En couldn't help thinking, so how does Master plan to investigate? Rely on the supporters left by Nan Heli in Kyan Galaxy. With the help of local guides, the investigation work can indeed get twice the result with half the effort. For example, the successful completion of Bergamore's investigation mission largely relied on the brave trial and error of Mr. Squawk, an elite agent of the Republic. However, the situation in the dry galaxy and Bergamore is not the same, and it may not be a good idea to rely too much on the locals. Just as Zio-En was thinking, Master Mostema suddenly broke the silence. We will take a cruise ship and review Kyan Kun language with the passengers of the Kyan galaxy along the way. By the way, we will find out the bottom, so that we will not be too passive when we get to the place. Then I'll prepare to book a ticket, Sean said, turned on the holographic tablet and began to contact the shipping company that sails to the dry galaxy. The master and apprentice chose the boarding place on a tourist trade planet outside the Kyan galaxy. As a transit point between a wealthy frontier galaxy and the Republic, this planet has a very charming and unique humanistic style. But it is a pity that Sean has no time to stay. In order to grab discount tickets, the boarding time he chose was a bit rushed. After the two masters and apprentices dealt with the shuttle seized from President Bergamore, they immediately boarded this large cargo spaceship with a length of more than 1 kilometer, and lived in a simple but spacious cabin. After boarding the ship, Sean enthusiastically began to look at various details on the ship and soon felt emotional. The technical level of Kyan Group is higher than what the information shows. The structural design of this passenger ship is already very modern. As Sean said, he couldn't help but took out two slender miniature drill bits, preparing to drill samples on the bulkhead of the ship and investigate the alloy type. Mostama quickly stopped Zion's spirit of research and said, compared to the records on the surface data, the design level of this ship is indeed more than one generation advanced. Sean turned his attention to a holographic painting in the cabin. Although it was only a cheap artwork, the black and white freehand style caught his attention instantly. Interesting, is this the traditional culture of the Dry Galaxy? Mostama said, it's just one of the countless traditional cultural symbols in the Dry Galaxy. This style originated thousands of years ago and has no real impact on the current Dry Galaxy people. But understanding it helps to understand during the trip. You can take the time to study the overall culture of the Dry Galaxy. But remember to focus on the language. We basically haven't used Kyan language this year and it's already quite rusty. Sean was quite impressed. There is no limit to learning, and if you sail against the current, you will retreat if you do not advance. When he was studying Kyan language last year, he tried his best to memorize texts and practice oral English. However, in retrospect this year, those efforts have become blurred and chaotic. Let's go out for a walk. Familiarity with the language can't be done behind closed doors. Mostama said and left the cabin first. There was a lot of noise outside. Hundreds of passengers were bustling in the cabin corridor, the restaurant under the patio, the theater on the top floor, and the dance hall next door. Among them were the Jivan, who were like scholars, the Aesop who accompanied the Jivan, and the Nemoidians who had already started looking for business opportunities on the spaceship. But most of the passengers are human, and they have extremely distinct and unified features. Black hair and black eyes like Sean, they speak authentic Kyan language. In fact, this cheap flight was originally set up by the Kyan Group for the locals of the Kyan Galaxy. Sean also took this into consideration when purchasing the ticket before placing the order. Otherwise, he could actually find a flight with a more substantial discount. With the language environment provided by the authentic locals, Sean only felt that the mess called Kyan language in his mind became much clearer, as if a pair of skilled hands were sorting out all the chaos at an extremely fast speed. When Sean came to the restaurant on the ground floor with Mostama, he had already recalled the homework he had done last year, and he could barely order food with the waiter in jerky and old-fashioned Kyan dialect. Good food is hard to come by during space travel, especially on cheap flights, even in fancy restaurants where most of the food served is canned food with one extra step. Hastily reheated and served on large dinner plates here, it was immediately sold at a high price. But in any case, even tin cans have the local characteristics of the Dry Galaxy. Sean felt an inexplicable sense of intimacy while tasting it, as if the slightly greasy dishes awakened the long-term memories hidden in the taste buds. Mostama was not in a hurry to eat but looked at Sean's reaction with interest. She didn't say until Sean was halfway through eating, "You are very skilled in using tableware." It was only then that Sean discovered that he was surprisingly proficient in using the chopsticks, the default Dry Galaxy tableware on the dining table. This tableware consisting of two thin sticks is simple and practical, but it is slightly more difficult to learn. Sean glanced around from the corner of his eye. Many foreign tourists were holding their chopsticks and looked miserable. They had to ask the waiter robot to replace the knife and fork. A Twi'lek even accidentally knocked over the plate with his chopsticks. Sean, however, has skillfully picked up half a plate of special fried rice with chopsticks. Sean pinched his chopsticks and pondered, "Master, should I change to a more refined swordsmanship?" Mostama smiled. "It can be considered, but let's talk about your basic skills first." Zion nodded, while continuing to experience the intimacy flowing from the tip of his tongue and fingertips. While listening to the gossip of the people around him, he only felt that his comprehension of Kyan language had improved. Not long after the dishes were all cleaned up, Mostama stood up and said, "Let's go and look elsewhere." Sean followed the master and walked around the ship for a long time. Library, theater, dance hall. Although this cheap flight is cheap, it has all the internal organs. During the entire voyage, the master and the apprentice came into contact with many people from the Gan Galaxy. They have different appearances and temperaments, and even when they speak Kyan language, there are certain differences in their accents. But they all abide by a unified code, which can be said to be the cultural soul of the Gan Galaxy, which is indescribable but exists. Mostama said, people in the Gan Galaxy have relatively unified cultural beliefs. Whether you browse the records or actually contact them, you should be able to feel that they attach great importance to their families and ancestors. The several giant companies under the Kainkun Group are all firmly controlled by a huge family, and the chairman's position has been passed down from generation to generation. In other words, the ruling class of this galaxy is almost monopolized by several family oligarchy. But in addition, people in the Gan galaxy also believe that the princes and generals have a kindness, and believe that personal struggle can change his class and destiny. It is very contradictory but interesting. Zio-En pondered for a long time, then nodded. These were not shown in the information, and he felt ambiguous when he understood it himself. After the teacher said it in such a way, he finally gradually felt a sense of enlightenment. However, these are just generalities. The theory of family and ancestors is the bone of culture rooted deep in people's hearts, rather than specific appearances. The conclusions must not be applied blindly. For example, you can see that there are counterexamples on board. While explaining, Mostama pointed to a family of 3 not far away. A fat young man was berating his elderly parents in public because the 2 old people tried to hide the gorgeous tableware in the restaurant and take them back to the cabin, and refused to accept the persuasion of others. Out of emotion and reason, the young man's scolding was taken for granted, and the surrounding audience also nodded. But Sean also heard clearly, and there was no shortage of objections from the crowd. After all, they are real parents, 1 or 2 dishes as for being so serious. I think he still feels that he has lost his face, so he ignores the face of his parents. The kindness of giving birth is really feeding the dog. These conversations made Sean think deeply. But before he had time to think about it, his master patted him on the shoulder and woke him up from his contemplation. Don't think too much. Only after seeing a lot can you be qualified to meditate. After Mastama finished speaking, he took his apprentice back to the cabin. The topic in the cabin changed again. Now do you have any new ideas about the murder of the galaxy? Zio-En replied, just now I saw no less than 1,000 tourists during this journey, but I didn't hear any of them mention Nan Heli's death. This is the accidental death of a high-level board member. So, I think there are 3 possibilities. One is that the existence of the Kainkun Group is too far away for most people in the Kiang galaxy to pay attention to it. The second is that this director may have played an extremely low-key role all the time, so that he was not known until his death. The third is that the Kainkun Group has a strong ability to control the public opinion of the galaxy. If you let people think about it, they will think about it. And if you let them think about it, they will not have any thoughts. Mostama said, that's right, there is a high probability that there are all 3, but the specific situation can only be known after contacting the contact person. Sean asked, how do we reach out to contacts? We are already in contact with each other. Mostama smiled, after arriving in the dry galaxy, find a convenient place to talk and wait for them to come to us. Sean froze for a moment, then suddenly realized. When he bought cheap boat tickets, he used his real identity and that of his master, and he had just met at least 1,000 people on board. If the other party wants to avenge Nan Heli, he should already know that the envoy of the Republic has set off by now. If you can't even do this, it means that this group of Avengers is useless at all. After arriving in the galaxy, he and his master might as well conduct an investigation alone. The destination of the flight is Kun, the capital planet of the Kaian galaxy. According to the data, this planet is the birthplace of civilization in the dry galaxy, with about 1/3 of the population of the entire galaxy. The headquarters of the Kainkun Group is located in the Skydome space station outside the planet's atmosphere, overlooking all living beings from a high position. The passenger ship jumped out of hyperspace, and Sean saw through the porthole the huge dome that looked magnificent even from space. It is shaped like a disc, but the thinnest part is hundreds of meters thick. The huge disc hides countless unknown secrets of the Kainkun Group, and looking from directly above, you can see a scorching sun with an astonishingly large area drawn in the middle of the circular dome. Zio-En was about to open his mouth to discuss the technical and aesthetic issues of Kainkun Group with his master, when he suddenly felt a blur in front of his eyes. In my mind, a round of blazing sun was burning. As if it was going to burn up everything in the world, the universe and stars seemed to disappear under the crowding of this light and heat. The hallucination only appeared for a moment. Zio-En swayed and found that the sun in his mind had disappeared, leaving only a scorching sun pattern with a round outline. This pattern seemed familiar, but before Zio-En could think about it, Master asked, "What's wrong?" "You don't look very good. I just had a hallucination for a moment." Zio-En didn't hide anything from Master. He explained in detail what he had seen for a while, and then drew the pattern of the scorching sun that remained in his mind in detail. It seems to be inextricably linked with the pattern on the space station on the dome of the sky. Mostama was silent and said after a while, "This is the revelation of the Force to you. You must keep it in your heart, but don't be obsessed with it." Yes, Sean immediately put aside all the speculations that had been sketched in his mind. Revelation of the Force is not uncommon for the Jedi. Those masters who are integrated with the Force can rely on the ubiquitous Force to sense the dangers happening in the distance, gain enlightenment from clues, and even see the future to a limited extent. But for apprentices who are still far from mature, the revelation of the Force is often vague, and if they make judgments based on subjective assumptions, it may be counterproductive. "Master, did we come directly to Kun this time, because you suspect that the murderer is at the top of the board of directors?" Mostama said, "Obviously, according to common sense, the senior members of the board of directors of Tangtang Kyankun Group will not easily die at the hands of outsiders." Sean put down his communication ring, installed the charging adapter provided by the passenger ship, connected to the internet Zaya net of the dry galaxy, and browsed all the recent news. However, from special topics to newsletters, there was no news that mentioned Nan Healy's death. However, the lack of news itself is also a kind of intelligence, which is enough to verify the guess of the Jedi Master. The dominance of the Kyankun group is stronger than what is shown in the data. Mostama stood behind Sean, browsing the same information with him, and concluded, at least they can completely purify the galaxy internet. Sean smiled, "Jamie Brasson can do it too." Mostama said, "The only thing he can block is a dry planetary intranet." Hearing the word dry, Sean couldn't help but nodded. Bergamore's network is extremely monotonous and boring. Except for the president's old face that has been infinitely beautified, the same speeches, and the flattery of the crowd around him, there is almost nothing else to see. But the internal network of the dry galaxy is quite different. Although politically sensitive content will still be filtered, there are various program channels other than that, ranging from the local culture of the dry galaxy to various cutting-edge science and technology. Even all kinds of gossip about the Galactic Republic can be described as everything. Not to mention the population size and wealth of the dry galaxy are far from comparable to those of Bergamore. If you want to block the network here, you need an absolutely powerful ruling ability. So in such a developed and orderly galaxy, where the ruling group pays close attention to everything, it is hard to explain why Nan Helly died of a mere burglary. Sean asked, "Since this is the case, we should have alerted the real mastermind by entering the Kyan galaxy so undisguisedly." "Of course, but this is beneficial to our investigation. It is often not a bad thing to scare the snake out of the grass." Mostama further explained, "It has been a few days since Nan Helly's death, and in a place like the Gan Galaxy, if the mastermind comes from the top of the Kyankun group, a few days is enough for them to cover up all traces. And we are likely to couldn't find any valuable clues." Zio-En thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement with Master's point of view. The dry galaxy is no better than Bergamore, and it is impossible to tear the Iron Curtain apart with the strength of a few people. If it was that simple, the Republic wouldn't have sent the Jedi here. So letting them know of our arrival may trigger a chain reaction. Of course there are risks, and we need to take this risk. Sean wanted to nod in response, but for some reason he couldn't help frowning. "I have a bad feeling." Mostama said, "Me too, this time the task will be very difficult, but we should not be afraid of difficulties." The spacecraft landed at Xiajing, the capital of the capital planet Kun, at 7:00 p.m. local time. This large passenger ship, which is more than a kilometer long and can accommodate tens of thousands of people, immediately appears insignificant when it settles on the endless port. Seen from above, it looks like a humble ant. However, from among the ants there are tens of thousands of passengers who gathered along different passages to form dozens of turbulent streams of people rushing out. "Welcome to Xiajing, I wish you a pleasant trip." A smiling protocol robot stamped Sean's immigration paperwork with a bright red stamp while delivering a stylized but still sincere welcome. Sean put away his passport, but what he thought in his mind was that the robot technology of Kyankun Group was more advanced than the information provided by Oslode, at least one generation advanced. Not long after, both the master and the apprentice have passed the border inspection and customs. Since the Gan Galaxy has special treatment within the Republic, and the currency is its own system, Sean also specially exchanged a sum of Kyankun coins at the exchange window. After that, the two came to the square outside the terminal building. Sean was about to hail a rental airship, but there was a loud noise in his ears. His ears trembled, and he couldn't help but think of it. "Master, there seems to be a speech in the square over there. Do you want to listen to it?" As Sean said, he was already taking steps, trotting towards the square in front of the terminal building. Mostama frowned and followed closely behind. Her hearing was sharper than Sean's, and she had already heard the speech in the distance. The Kyankan language with correct characters and round accents, the tone is upright and impassioned. As we all know, the basis of politics is mutual benefit, but what benefits have we gained from joining the Galactic Republic over the years? What have we got in exchange for the taxes we pay every year? When we need the Republic, they stand tall in the core area and refuse to set foot in the mortal world, but when we don't need them, the tax collectors are always with us. Are we members of the Republic or are we its servants? And when we are self-reliant and have made breakthroughs in some technological fields, they even wantonly suppress it, which is shameless. Mostama frowned slightly. Not far away, Zio-En also stopped in his tracks and turned around in surprise. "Master, this is completely different from what is said in the information. Whether it is the holographic network of the Republic or the Zaya network of the Dry Galaxy, the records on the relationship between the galaxy and the Galactic Republic are consistent. Although this galaxy is somewhat distant from the Republic, it is still considered peaceful and healthy on the whole. There is no conflict between the two sides. There have always been independent voices inside, but it is not enough to become the mainstream." However, when Sean personally set foot on the mainland of the Kyan Galaxy, he heard such a rebellious speech in front of the spaceport of the capital planet. Mostama said softly, "Maybe it's just the voice of a minority and it happened to be amplified at this time, or maybe we should realize that the clue to Nan Heli's death is right in front of us." Sean nodded, and he thought the same. Regardless of whether the speech was purely a coincidence, no matter how lackluster the speech itself, this kind of roadside political speech similar to performance art contains a lot of information. First of all, the capital planet of the Dry Galaxy allows political speeches, which means that the speech environment in the galaxy is relatively free. Of course, this may just be that the topic content of the speaker meets the needs of the ruler. Secondly, judging from the audience's reaction, opposition to the rule of the Republic is not too new here. Most of the audience seem to have little interest, but it is not that they dislike its content, but it is too commonplace. Finally, and most importantly, the speaker counted countless crimes committed by the Republic, most of which were pure nonsense, but always avoided the existence of Nan Heli. As the largest supporter of the Republic in the GAN galaxy, Nan Heli can be described as the best target for the opposition. Denouncing the Republic, how can you avoid Nan Heli? Wouldn't it be good to portray him as a scum in the world and discredit the Republic by the way? Zio-En couldn't help but fell into deep thought, but before he had time to think about it, he heard his master calling him. "Sean, let's go." Not far away, Mostama had already called for a rental flying boat, and saw a boxy yellow and blue flying boat, which was safely parked in front of the woman, and a chubby R2X7 robot was stuck on the driver's seat, greeted with a series of high-pitched electronic tones. For most people, the language used for communication between robots is basically equivalent to noise. So when the beep sounded, a display screen above R2X7's head also appeared side by side Kyankan language and basic language welcome. "Welcome to Zyajing. I wish you all a wonderful day. Where would you like to go, distinguished guest?" Sean took the initiative to open the car door for Master, while pressing the feature-rich communication ring on his hand, and responded with a pleasant electronic voice. "I also wish you a beautiful day. We are new tourists and we want to find a hotel with enough taste. The bar, preferably in the core business district, can enjoy the prosperity of the place after a drink. Do you have any recommendations?" A series of lights flashed above R2X7's head, and the rhythm of the electronic sound was also a little faster. Obviously, for this conscientious taxi driver, an organic life-form guest who can understand electronic language is too rare and too surprising. And this also made it use all its computing power to find the most suitable occasion for this guest from the map stored in the memory chip. When Sean sat in the co-pilot position, R2X7 had already calculated the result and made recommendations for Sean with a series of joyful electronic sounds. "Thank you, it's just as you said." While speaking, Sean generously flicked a Kyankan coin onto the bridge of the R2X7. Half an hour later, the boxy rental flying boat drove into the most prosperous area of the star along the dense traffic flow. Looking down from the car, what I saw was the night lights that were brighter than the Milky Way. Thousands of flying boats advance in an orderly manner along the air trajectory, sending the dense crowd to their respective destinations. This is the real prosperous civilization. Sean sat in the car full of emotion. Compared with the green light seen not long ago, this city undoubtedly lacks a lot of glitz. There are neither towering tall buildings nor neon lights covering the entire city, but the prosperity under the feet is more real than reality. It is not a superficial project accumulated by a certain person in power who gathers the wealth of the entire planet on a whim, but is built on the basis of real manpower and wealth. And there are more than 10 cities similar to Xiajing on Kun. There are several satellite cities around each big city, and they are connected with each other by an extremely developed logistics network, and the whole planet is like one. Also located in a remote area on the edge of the Milky Way, the dry galaxy and Bergamore are really different, and this also makes Sean feel good about this place. Sean said, although there are many references to the prosperity of this place in the materials, it is more touching to see it with your own eyes. Mostama said, so you have to read a lot of books, but you can't just believe in the books, you have to practice more. Yes, Sean replied seriously. During the conversation between the master and the apprentice, the R2X7 on the driver's seat issued a series of electronic sounds. Sean was a little surprised and said, have you reached the place yet? Oh, over there, master, look. Following the direction of Zion's finger, Mostama saw a piece of green mountains and green waters in the bustling steel forest, which was particularly eye-catching. It was a sky garden built on the top of a high-rise building, but it was very large in scale. The lush green plants stretched all the way beyond the edge of the building, and gorgeous flowers were dotted among the branches and leaves of the trees. There was even a trickling stream among the green trees, turning into the waterfall flows down. This is the tasteful bar you recommended? Thank you. Sean gave the robot a thumbs up, and the latter responded with a cheerful electronic voice, saying that the fare can be discounted this time. After a while, the flying boat docked outside a wooden platform at the edge of the forest. Sean paid the discounted fare and walked to the platform with Master. After the flying boat whizzed away, two young men and women dressed in black and white waiter costumes came over, greeting the visitors respectfully in Kyan-kun dialect. Mostama walked in front and asked for a private room in fluent Kyan-kun language. At the same time, Sean stepped forward half a step and quietly sent a few valuable Kyan-kun coins into the hands of the waiter. Making the two young men and women smile, it became a little more sincere. Under the effect of Kyan-kun coins, the master and apprentice quickly got the private room they wanted without making an appointment. Zion randomly ordered 3 or 4 kinds of Xiajing's special drinks and snacks that came with the private room. After the waiter left, he put a plate for the master before eating and drinking on his own. Mostama was not in a hurry to enjoy it and remained silent for a while, as if lost in meditation. A moment later, Sean was about to order 2 suppers when he heard a knock on the door. Sean immediately calmed down and his eyes became sharper. The main show should be about to be staged. Mostama was calm and said with a smile, "Come in." The one who came in was an unattractive Togruta waiter, holding a silk note in his hand, and said apologetically, "Sorry to bother you, this is what the gentleman in the private room next door asked me to give to you." Mostama nodded, took the note and slipped a coin in, but the waiter pushed it back with a smile. "It's not allowed here, sorry." Mostama was taken aback for a moment, but he didn't insist. He took back the coins, picked up the note, and fell into deep thought. Zion looked at the coins that the master took back with great interest, and then walked behind the master and saw neatly written on the snow-white silk cloth, "Envoys of the Republic, please come to Golden Scale to talk." Zion couldn't help frowning. "It's weird how you look at it. Is this really a contact person?" Mostama said. "It may also be the Kyan-kun group, but in any case it is always necessary to meet each other. Since we have come here openly, there is no need to deliberately avoid anything." After finishing speaking, the Jedi Master got up and walked. Her pace was very fast, and she came to the Golden Scales room in 2 or 3 steps. Pushing open the door, I saw a tall man in black sitting on the sofa with a face of suppressed panic. After seeing Mostama, he became obviously more nervous, and his voice became sharper. "It's an honor to meet you, envoys from the Republic. I didn't expect the 2 of you to come so soon." Mostama said, "Because the later you come, the farther you are from the truth, Mr. Nankayaniu." At the same time, Sean also locked the person's information in his mind. The vice president of Nanaming Capital, a subsidiary of Kyan-kun Group, Nan Heli's younger brother, Nan Kayaniu. As a child of the wealthy Nan family in the galaxy, Nan Kayaniu's biggest characteristic is mediocrity. Talent, character, and perseverance are all mediocre. Compared with his 2 radiant older brothers, Nan Heli and Nan Yujin, he has been transparent since he was a child. Nanaming capital is not responsible for the substance and only enjoys dividends. There is very little information about him, both in the Republic and in the Dry Galaxy. Unexpectedly at this time, he, as the representative of the Avengers, met with the Jedi Master and Apprentice. Is there no one in the Nan family? Zio-En had doubts in his heart, but at this time the person in charge of the conversation was Master, so it was inconvenient to say more. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Nan Kainiu couldn't wait to get to the topic. This time my brother was killed. I believe you have seen the reason announced by the group, but I still don't think it was a so-called accident. He must have been murdered. Mostama was not in a hurry to express his opinion, but stared at a gorgeous pattern on Nan Kainiu's chest, and then remained silent. Nan Kainiu was stunned for a while, then reached out and took off the decoration with some embarrassment and put it on the table. Sorry, as you can see, this is a simple recording device. Something happened recently which made me a little nervous. I usually carry it with me and it is always on. I will close it now. Seeing Nan Kainiu's calm attitude, Mostama didn't feel disobedient. It's okay, just treat it as a memorandum witnessed by both parties. First of all, I want to confirm that the person who asked the Republic for help is indeed Mr. Nan Kainiu. You are not wrong. Nan Kainiu said, "It can be said that after the death of the eldest brother, I will be the representative of the Nan family." Mostama asked, "Where is Mr. Nan Yujin?" Second brother has always been indifferent to family affairs, probably because the eldest brother was destined to inherit the family business since he was a child. Nan Kainiu was obviously not interested in this topic, so he quickly skipped it. In short, now I can talk to the envoy of the Republic on behalf of the Nan family. In turn, I want to confirm that the two are indeed Jedi Knights, right? Sean was the first to approach, and while looking at the pectoral, he raised his hand and said, "I'm just an apprentice." Mostama raised his hand and pulled a bouquet of blooming flowers in a vase in the corner of the private room to him, flicked his fingers, and the petals scattered in all directions. This seemingly simple method actually contains an extremely fine use of the Force. Although for most Jedi, this kind of showmanship is like juggling, but for many people who do not understand the Jedi and the Force, this simple and intuitive ability is the most efficient identification. Sure enough, Nan Kainiu's breathing became heavy when he saw the power of Mostama flicking his fingers. The legend is indeed true. The original Force is omnipotent. Mostama frowned upon hearing this. "Do you understand the Force?" Nan Kainiu said, "No, it's not me. I know almost nothing about the Force. In my impression, the so-called Force is probably the omnipotent lightsaber swordsmanship. There are also folk stories about your Jedi using the Force, tales of destroying galaxies or something. The Jedi have long been accustomed to these out-and-out misunderstandings. Many people in a closed environment have their own unrealistic legends and fantasies about the Force, and this Nan Kainiu is obviously no exception. But now is not a good time to correct him." Mostama just nodded, signaling Nan Kainiu to continue. "The person who studies the Force is my brother. He has been very knowledgeable since he was a child, and he is full of curiosity about everything, especially the affairs of the Republic. So he will continue to communicate with you, borrow a lot of materials from the Republic, and be fascinated by the study of the Force. However, he himself obviously doesn't have any qualifications. In his words, he doesn't even count as those who are sensitive to the Force. This kind of person ignores everyone's business and wants to study the illusory Force. It really makes people want to know way." Nan Kainiu's words seemed fragmented, but the Jedi Master and Apprentice listened very carefully and thought about it. "Of course, my eldest brother is very talented. While distracting his attention, he can also make the family capital flourish. People like me who wait for dividends have nothing to complain about." Nan Kainiu laughed at himself, but then his face became serious up, "But now he is dead." Mostama asked, "Do you think his death is related to Force research?" Nan Kainiu said, "It's not what I think, but the eldest brother himself thinks so. He had already started to behave abnormally before he died. The company's affairs were left alone, and the internal regular meeting was absent 5 times in a row. God is so bad that he even shut himself up in a remote manner, as if he was hiding from someone." Mostama said, "What does this have to do with the Force? Brother has the habit of keeping a diary. After he died, I read his belongings and there was a very puzzling sentence in it." Nan Kainiu said, "I have known for a long time that getting involved in this kind of taboo research will kill me one day. I really hope that I can turn back, but this is undoubtedly a luxury. 2 days after this passage, my elder brother was found dead in his manor. The manor is located in the asteroid belt, and the location is hidden. There are satellite defense positions on the periphery, and there are professional security forces guarding the manor around the clock. Eldest brother, obviously, I already had a premonition that someone was going to kill him, but unfortunately he died in the end. Mostama stared at Nankainu seriously and asked, "So you're actually suspicious of the Jedi?" Facing Mostama's gaze, Nankainu suddenly felt his throat dry, and he didn't even dare to look at him again. He took a breath and poured himself a glass of wine from the wine bottle in front of the table. It was only the size of a finger, and drank it in one gulp. The strong alcohol immediately gave him the courage to speak. "I do doubt you. I think this is a reasonable judgment based on reality. I don't know anything about the Force, and my knowledge of the Jedi is limited to legends, but my brother did die because of the study of the Force. This point, you can't get rid of the relationship. What's more, the elder brother has such a good relationship with the Republic, but he hid alone when he sensed the crisis, and didn't ask the Republic for help, which makes no sense." Mastama said, "But you have appealed to the Jedi on behalf of the family." Nankainu said, "After all, in the entire galaxy, you are the ones who know the most about the Force. Whether you are the murderer or not, I want to see with my own eyes what the person who controls the Force looks like." Mostama asked, "Now that you've seen it, do you still think we're murderers?" Nankainu was silent for a long time before he said, "I don't know, I'm not a big brother, I don't know anything about the Force and the Jedi. Even if I talk to you face to face, I don't know what you're thinking. In fact, I was surprised to come to Zia Jing so openly, I thought you would not come." Mostama pondered for a moment and said, "Mr. Nanheli has always been an important member of the Republic. His accidental death is full of strangeness, so we came here to investigate the truth in person. Mr. Nankainu, I understand your heart very well. There was a lot of panic, but now you need to calm down and think about it rationally." Following Mostama's words, Nankainu's tense nerves gradually eased. He poured himself another glass of wine and breathed a sigh of relief. "Yes, I should calm down." Mostama smiled and said, "I heard that there are two very distinctive regional cultures in the Gan galaxy. One is the vigilance of outsiders. In the past countless years, you have always had a strong distrust of outsiders. It is also one of the important reasons why you are so far away from the Republic. The second, all barriers can be broken at the wine table. As long as you drink to your heart's content, anyone can become friends." As he spoke, Mostama picked up the wine bottle and poured himself a full glass, but it was a standard white water glass. Zia Jing's specialty spirits, a wine cup the size of a fingertip, is enough to be intoxicating. Mostama's glass of spirits can be said to be full of sincerity in the culture of the dry galaxy. However, at the moment when the Jedi Master was about to drink the wine in the glass, something happened. Vomit. Nankainu suddenly made a strange sound of dyspnea and nausea. His face turned livid in an instant, and his eyeballs were bloodshot. In just a moment, he seemed inhuman. Mostama's eyes became sharp all of a sudden. She put down her wine glass and came to Nankainu. Sean took the wine glass at the right time, and a small mechanical arm stretched out from the mechanical ring on his wrist. A probe was inserted into the wine, and an alarm sounded instantly. Nankainu's face inflated rapidly like a balloon, and weird tumors continued to grow and spread on his face. He struggled and said, "Sure enough, you want to kill people to silence them." Mostama ignored his misunderstanding, but seriously considered how to rescue him. She has quite profound medical attainments, but even so, this Jedi Master couldn't judge what kind of poison Nankainu had been poisoned for a while and how to treat it properly. She tried to borrow the Force, but was interrupted by a shrill siren. Mostama was taken aback for a moment and looked at Sean. Sean also immediately put down his wine glass, no longer trying to analyze the toxins in the wine, but took out the communication ring and the adapter purchased on the passenger ship and connected to the Galaxy intranet. Seeing the emergency news, Zio N's expression changed. "Master, the situation is not right. The incident of Nankainu's poisoning has already been on the news, and the police came so fast." Mostama said, "Sean, prepare to implement the plan." "Yes, Master." The Jedi Masters and apprentices have never taken this task lightly, and they have deduced enough plans long before they arrived in Zia Jing. And almost at the same time, a group of armed policemen in black police armor approached with small steps. Several blasters painted black pointed at the Jedi Master and apprentice. "Don't move. Hands up and behind your head. Squat in the corner. We are the Zia Jing police." Shouting all the way, the team of police officers with guns rushed in all the way. Sean looked at these policemen and his heart was cold. These policemen, whether they were armed or moved, all showed the character of elite, but they were all just discarded pieces on the chessboard. The person who set up the trap should be very clear that the opponent is a Jedi. So it is impossible not to know that a mere team of policemen with guns cannot do anything to the opponent. Even in this small private room of the bar, even if Mostema himself didn't make a move, Sean alone could knock down all the policemen present with his lightsaber. But that's what the people behind the scenes wanted. A dignified Jedi warrior poisoned Nan Kaianiu, the interim patriarch of the Nan family, in Zyajing, the capital of the Kyan galaxy, and openly slaughtered the Zyajing police after the incident. At that time, the Jedi Master and Apprentice will not be able to argue with each other and will be accused by thousands of people. The Republic no longer has to count on Gan Galaxy to be its own family. It's a pity that these policemen underestimated the ability of the Jedi. Facing the policemen with guns, Mostema said softly, "Put down the guns and call your people in charge." The next moment, the 7 policemen in this team showed confusion on their faces, put down their blaster guns at the same time, and murmured, "Yes, Director Zia should indeed be invited here." Hearing Director Zia's words, Mostema frowned slightly, and from the corner of his vision he also began to frown when he saw Zio and Director Zia, judging from Zia Jing's public information. It is likely to be Zia Yan, the director of the Security Bureau of the Kyan Group. As a senior executive of the group, he is only one step away from the board of directors. The Security Bureau under him is in charge of the safety of hundreds of billions of people in the Kyan galaxy. It is needless to describe his distinguished status. Such a big man directly commanding the frontline police. Sean's heart moved, and he had some thoughts, so he took half a step forward, preparing to induce the policeman to say more. Although his application of the Force is not as good as his master's, and he can't make many people lose their minds with a snap of his fingers, he is still able to control one person with ease. Unfortunately, just before Sean had time to act, there was another rush of footsteps in the corridor. Compared with the policeman who broke through the door, the man's footsteps were heavier and more steady. Just based on the sound, a resolute and upright figure appeared in Zio N's mind. The Lord has come. So Zio N didn't try to embarrass a low-level policeman again, and when Zia Yan came, he just asked questions from his mouth. This is not a manner lurking, and they must be conclusive and innocent in terms of legal principles. So they don't need to be so restrained, it is best to ask the truth directly from the other party. However, at the next moment, Zia Yan was wearing light armor and striding in with a sneer, and the moment he walked in, Mostema reached out to stop Zio N. Of course, Sean himself knew that the original plan would be scrapped. When Zia Yan, the head of the group's security bureau who is in charge of the safety of hundreds of billions of people, walked in, 3 red dots lit up on the back of his head. And the first thing he said was, "If I have any signs of being hypnotized, the sniper will immediately blow my head off and then you will be murderers." Zio N was taken aback when he heard the words. This posture is really unique and catches people's attention first. This made it clear that the Jedi had been regarded as an imaginary enemy for a long time, and the Master and Apprentice's plan might be invalidated. Glancing over from the corner of the eye, I saw that the Master was also silent, thinking of a workaround, and Zio N casually bought time for her. If you really want to be a deterrent, you should install miniature bombs on your body and find someone to remotely control the switch. It is safer than a sniper rifle. But seeing that Zia Yan didn't say a word, he just ignored the technical problem raised by Zio and glanced around the room and said in a cold voice, "I knew that the Republic and the Jedi were uneasy and kind to the Kyan group. But I didn't expect that they would be so arrogant that they would dare to kill people in the capital. To such an extent, you are worthy of being the executioner of the Republic." Zio N heard the words and asked the Master again, "Is this memorizing manuscripts?" Mostema watched Director Zia coldly and responded, "Obviously. But being able to write these words into a manuscript shows that the other party has planned for a long time. Maybe it was from the moment we boarded the ship, or maybe it was in Nanning. The moment He Li died, and maybe even Nan Heli's vision before his death, it was to guard against him and the people behind him." Before Master Jedi finished speaking, Zia Yan's face finally changed slightly. He waved his hand, and the surrounding policemen were a little surprised, but they all retreated. In the small private room of this bar, there are only 3 living people and 1 dead person left. The Jedi Master and Apprentice were not in a hurry to take action, because the light spot on the back of Zia Yan's head was still there, but there was no one around, so he could speak freely. Zia Yan said, "Master Mostema, since the Republic knows that Nan Heli's death is of great importance, why is it so anxious to get involved? The Kyan group has lived peacefully with the Republic for many years. Is it necessary to make a life of twists and turns for a mere one person? Mostama said, the death of one person is not of great importance. Your words are contradictory. What's more, there are more than one dead now. Sean said, I suggest you read it from the script. An angry flush appeared on Zia Yan's face, but he suppressed his anger and said, leave now, we can pretend nothing happened. If not, are you going to pour dirty water on the Jedi Order? Mastema asked. Zia Yan said bluntly, if not, all the crimes committed by the Republic and the Kyan group will be made public, and the hundreds of billions of people in the Kiang galaxy will see it clearly. Mostama said, I'm afraid that if we really leave like this, the evidence of conspiracy to kill will be confirmed. Zia Yan said with a straight face, the evidence has long been conclusive, the only difference is whether it is published or not. While talking, he walked to the wine table, picked up the ornament with recording function on the table and said, this chest ornament records the conversation with Nan Kyanyu after you entered the golden scale room. In the recording, Nan Kyanyu will suspect that Nan Heli's death is related to the Jedi and state a lot of relevant evidence, and then he will die of poison, and before he dies, he will insist that the Jedi Master and Apprentice are the murderers. Sean recalled the previous conversation and suddenly asked, a record of the conversation taken out of context. However, if any third party listens to it, the two of you can't argue with it. Especially since this thing belongs to the deceased Nan Kyanyu himself, no one will believe that Tangtang Nan's family will use their own lives to frame you. Therefore, your criminal evidence has been there is no doubt about it. Zia Yan held the pectoral in his hand, with an expression as if he was holding a winning ticket, but Zio En couldn't help laughing out. Then please broadcast the undeniable evidence of the crime, sir. Zia Yan was taken aback when he heard the words but felt a little unbelievable. He crushed the decoration, took out a chip from it, and put it in a groove of the arm armor. The next moment, a melodious music sounded from the arm armor. As for the dialogue that should have appeared, there was no one sentence. Sean couldn't help touching his wrist. Previously, when Mostama performed the supernatural power of flicking fingers, he actually performed a unique skill taking Nan Kyanyu's attention away. He destroyed the voice record in the chip with the help of micromachines. This is purely a matter of preparedness and behavior. Regarding this, Zia Yan was silent for a long time and gritted his teeth. The evidence of the crime was destroyed without knowing it. The Jedi's methods are indeed brilliant, but with such arrogance and perverting the law, do you really think that the Kyan group is afraid of the Jedi Order? Sean asked sincerely, are you really not even afraid of the Jedi? Zia Yan's face was gloomy and cold, and he didn't say a word. Mostama couldn't help laughing at the side. Sean really asked a good question. Is the Kyan group afraid of the Jedi Order? Of course I was afraid. If you're not afraid, why did the security chief of Tangtang group come here with 3 sniper rifles to negotiate with their master and apprentice? Why treat Nan Kyanyu, the director of Nanaming Capital, as an abandoned son to frame and stigmatize the Jedi? It is precisely because he is still afraid of the prestige of the Jedi deep in his heart that he will use these tricks, snipe on the head, and pretend to be tough. But the Jedi Master quickly restrained his smile because the status quo was still not optimistic. Although the link of the pectoral was cleverly deciphered, it had no real impact on the overall situation. Judging from the current situation, the opponent of the Jedi Master and Apprentice is likely to be the behemoth Kyan group, and the scale of the group's layout far exceeds expectations, and the method of planting and framing must be more than one pectoral. They could use transcripts of conversations taken out of context as incriminating evidence, so it wouldn't be surprising if a recording was fabricated out of thin air. The Kyan group does not need to convince everyone, it only needs to convince the locals of the Kyan galaxy. The biggest difference between this galaxy and Bergamore is that the Kyan group has indeed controlled hundreds of billions of people. After thousands of years of rule, the foundation of the group in this galaxy is unbreakable. As for the situation in the Republic, the situation is even more delicate. The indifference for so many years does not mean that the Parliament is really alienated from the Kyan group. On the contrary, the more indifferent it is, the easier it is for the Parliament to tolerate it. What I have seen along the way. Whether it is the extraordinary design structure on the passenger ship, or the robot at the customs gate whose technology is far beyond the local level, all prove that the Kyan group has received special treatment. On the other hand, the dictator of Bergamore wants to eat to order Coruscant delicacies. You must rely on opera trade. The only thing that can balance the situation is that the Kyan group is still afraid of the prestige of the Jedi after all. So Mastema asked, Are you really ready to frame a Jedi Master? Facing the indifferent question of a Jedi Master, Zia Yan suddenly felt an unspeakable heavy pressure in his heart. He was silent for a long time and said in a gentle tone, "As far as I know, the Jedi has never been an upright law enforcement officer. You often play the role of diplomats and travel to various places, and you are best at weighing the pros and cons and making overall considerations." Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Mostama. "Don't misinterpret the meaning of the Jedi. Whether you weigh the pros and cons or consider the whole thing, it will not become a reason to distort the truth and encourage evil." Zia Yan said, "The two of you should have a preliminary understanding of the results of the Kyan group's dominance in the Kyan galaxy. There may be flaws of one kind or another, but this prosperity is real. Counting, there are not many galaxies that are more powerful than Kyan. Without the Kyan group, there would be no peaceful life for these hundreds of billions of people. If the Kyan group is shaken, the peace of these hundreds of billions of people will be broken immediately. If the two of you want to shake the rule of the Kyan group for the sake of the death of two people, it is to put your personal morality above the well-being of the hundreds of billions of people. Superior." Mostama said, "If the Kyan group really intends to negotiate seriously with us, then when we set foot on the land of Zyajing, what we saw should not be a despicable poisoning and framing. This kind of ruler, you are not qualified to kidnap the well-being of hundreds of billions of people in the galaxy. If you are replaced, these hundreds of billions of people may be able to live better." Having said that, Zia Yan no longer tried to persuade. "All right, let's follow the procedure. The two of you are suspected of murdering Nan Kaianiu, and the Zia Jing police will arrest you according to law. Of course, you are Jedi Knights, so you can rely on resisting arrest by force, killing 7 in and 7 out of the crowd." Zia Yan continued, "There are only dozens of heavily armed police officers and a dozen combat drones here. If the rumors about the Jedi are true, then after a bloody battle, most of these heroic police officers will be wiped out. And under the fierce battle, hundreds of innocent people in the bar will also suffer heavy casualties. At that time, these blood debts will naturally fall on your heads." Sean couldn't help being shocked when he heard this. Hundreds of innocent people. This person is so cruel that he used hundreds of human lives as bargaining chips just to frame them, the Jedi Master and Apprentice. Mostama said, "I believe you can do this kind of thing. But I have a question. Since you are so serious about human life, why didn't you just bomb us while we were on the air taxi or even before that? Wouldn't it be more convenient to kill us and announce to the Republic that this was an accident?" Zia Yan sneered and remained silent. If the problem could be solved that easily, he would have arranged for someone to plant the bomb long ago. However, the other party is a Jedi Knight after all, and one of them is also a Jedi Master. Let the well-known Jedi Master die in the capital of the Kyan galaxy for no reason, and then wait for the peacekeeping fleet of the Ministry of Justice of the Republic to overwhelm the border, waiting for the Jedi Order to send more elite forces to thoroughly investigate the truth. In fact, for Zia Yan, this whole conspiracy has a very absurd aspect. Kyan group does everything possible to frame and target this pair of Jedi Masters and Apprentices, but Kyan group does not want this pair of Jedi Masters and Apprentices to die more than anyone else. At the same time, Mostama also smiled. "Yeah, you don't want us to die." Zia Yan couldn't help frowning when he heard the words. A trace of inexplicable anxiety arose in his heart. Everything is progressing smoothly according to the plan. The pair of Jedi Masters and Apprentices have been driven into a desperate situation, and there is no way out. The dry galaxy left in disgrace. And the truth will always be covered up under the falsified history. Of course, if they were really stupid enough to resist with force. No, it should be said, if they were really the kind and righteous Jedi Knights rumored to be, they would be so stupid that they would not resist with force anyway. This is also the fundamental reason why Zia Yan dared to threaten with a sniper rifle on his head. He has played the trick of bullying goodness too many times, and he has never missed it. However, the smile on Jedi Master's face and the words in his mouth made Zia Yan still feel uneasy. He tried to calm down and said in an oppressive tone, "Your life and death depend on you if you are willing to be obedient." Before he finished speaking, the woman suddenly lifted the brown cloak and pressed her palm to her chest. "Yes, my life depends only on myself, and I think it's time to return to the embrace of the Force." Zio En was shocked when he saw this. "Master." The woman's palm was spotless, and her slender fingers seemed unable to contain any strength. However, under her guidance, the powerful force is already surging like raging waves. One burst, and the Jedi Master's heart would be crushed to pieces on the spot. The Jedi apprentice was confused. and subconsciously wanted to pull the Master's arm to stop her actions. However, in front of the Jedi Master's vast ocean-like force, Sean was completely unable to move. And looking at the Master's eyes that became deeper and deeper, he finally understood the Master's intention. The Master wants to sacrifice himself to break this deadlock, in order to protect the innocent people who are unknowingly taken hostage, and to protect the still immature Jedi apprentices. In an instant, Sean's body couldn't help trembling slightly, and his vision became blurred. Although the practice of the Jedi rejects all pleasures in the world, there is probably no one in this world who loves life more than the Jedi Knights. So Zio-En simply couldn't understand what kind of mind and consciousness Master used to ignore her own life like this. Mostama glanced at his apprentice and said, "Sean, death is not the end, don't be sad about it." Sean bowed his head speechlessly, but hearing the conversation between Master and apprentice, Zia-Yan's eyes gradually widened, only feeling that his heart was gradually freezing. Even if he knew nothing about the Force, he understood what Mastama wanted to do. A burst of unimaginable coolness came to his heart, causing the Chief of Security to take a few steps back, and the three light spots that were originally locked behind his head also became messy. Zia-Yan couldn't understand the other party's choice at all. Impossible, how could? Why? Is this necessary? For a high-ranking figure like the Jedi Master, everything that happened in the Dry Galaxy is nothing more than an insignificant political conspiracy in the fringes. Your life is 100 times more precious than these. Wasn't your performance just now very shrewd and sharp? In the end, can't you even do such a simple trade-off? Zia-Yan wanted to yell out 1,000 words, but facing the Jedi Master's eyes that seemed to see everything, the security chief couldn't say a word for a while. After a while, I heard Sean say in a hoarse voice, "If the Master really dies here, no matter how elaborate your reasoning is, it will never stand. The Republic and the Jedi Order will not stand idly by. Among the Knights, there are countless people who are better than our masters and apprentices. I hope you can use tricks to fool them all." The young apprentice's anger engulfed Zia-Yan like its essence, completely breaking down the security chief's psychological defense. Zia-Yan lowered his head, his body was trembling with extreme anger and humiliation. He squeezed out a sneer amid the clenched teeth and the sound of clenched teeth. "I've heard that the Jedi Knights are a bunch of idiots, but I didn't expect you to be even more stupid than the rumors say." Then he tightened his voice and asked, "Tell me, what conditions do you want? This is the end of today's news, see you tomorrow." The young host of Kyankun TV showed a sweet smile, then the lights dimmed and the camera zoomed out. In the huge projection device, the advertising screen of the new famous wine was soon projected. Seeing this, Sean couldn't help but sigh. It's been 3 days, and Nan Kainyu's death has not been mentioned in the news at all. Is this still a radio station under Nanaming Capital? Master's voice came from behind. Nanaming Capital is a subsidiary of Kyankun Group, and now it has lost 2 family members one after another. Without a leader, it no longer has the ability to be independent. In fact, after Nan Heli's death, Nanaming Capital has been clearly taken over otherwise. Although Nan Kainyu is mediocre, he will not be pushed out to be an outcast, and he will not know anything until he dies. While listening to Master's analysis of the situation, Zio-En lay on his back on the soft sofa, looked up at the snow-white ceiling and the bright lights, and couldn't help but be lost in thought. It has been 3 days since the first confrontation with Kyankun Group. During these 3 days, the Master and the apprentice spent time in a gorgeous manner. The food and living are all exquisite and luxurious. Whether it is the top local brands in the galaxy or the luxury goods in the core area of the Republic, there is everything here. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the living room, you can also see a lush forest and hear the tinkling springs in the forest. The light from the stars dotted it all, and with the passage of time, it presented countless beautiful scenery of sunrise and sunset. All of this makes a lot of sense considering the estate is built on an otherwise bare asteroid. As expected, it was Nan Heli's favorite place during his lifetime. The only problem is that this manor is now a prison for the Jedi Master and apprentice under house arrest. The confrontation at Zyajing Bar 3 days ago finally came to an end without any casualties. Facing the Jedi Master's turnaround killer move at the expense of self-sacrifice, Kyankun Group finally chose to compromise. However, compromise also has its limits. They can never just watch the Jedi Master and apprentice retreat, so after simple negotiations, the 2 sides reached a delicate agreement. The Jedi Master put forward 3 conditions that cannot be rejected. First, no framing. Second, no violation of personal safety. Third, no harm to innocent people. As a price, the Jedi Masters and apprentices lost their freedom of movement. They were invited by Xia Yan to the manor where Nan Heli was brutally murdered. They were strictly guarded by hundreds of heavily armed security soldiers, and even external communications were strictly restricted. I can only watch holographic programs every day to relieve boredom. For those who came all the way to investigate the truth, this seemed to be a huge setback, but neither Mostama nor Sean felt discouraged, but rather encouraged. Because there are no more important findings than being in the bureau. Before coming here, the master and apprentice had only guesses about Nan Heli's death, but now they have direct suspects Kyankun Group Xia Yan. In addition, Kyankun Group did such a decisive game, although it was unexpected and put the master and apprentice in danger. But this unexpected game itself also revealed a lot of information. In the end, there was something strange about this manor, and they were in the manor just in time to investigate. Speaking of which, Master, I still think that Xia Yan set up the place of house arrest in this manner for other reasons. Under the circumstances at that time, even if he threw us into a real prison, we could only accept the conditions. After all, there is only one whole card in my hand. With the favorable living conditions now, no matter how you think about it, it is strange. Mostama said, there are two possibilities. First, it is easier to deal with the aftermath if we are placed under house arrest for a long time. For example, if we arrange for our strange death a month later, we can echo Nan Heli's death at a distance and then push it to the unwarranted first, 3 parties. Sean had a flash of inspiration, a certain illegal group. Like the Void One who once invaded the Republic. Mostama smiled and said, yes, this is also a method of explanation. At that time, Nan Heli was killed by a mysterious organization because he was implicated by the Jedi, and we became the culprits of the murder. But the committee will definitely send more people to investigate the truth. The longer the time drags on, the farther away from the truth. What's more, they dare to target the Jedi once, and they dare to target the second and third times. People who take risks cannot see failure. Mostama said, the first time the 2 possibilities are up to you. Facing Master's temporary assessment, Xiao replied smoothly, there is something hidden in this manor and we need to use our power to find it. Why such a guess? Because according to what Nan Kyainu said, Nan Heli obviously had a premonition before he was killed, but he didn't ask anyone for help. Instead, he hid in this manor to meet his death and left a note in his diary about taboo research and self-acceptance, the story of death. Mostama nodded, signaling Sean to continue. In retrospect, the diary should be true. Otherwise, if the Kyankun Group is just for the purpose of framing, it can be written more clearly in the diary, such as directly accusing the murderer of the Republic. Then the next question is, the so-called taboo research, what exactly do you mean? Why would you kill yourself? Xiao paused and said, according to this line of thinking, I think Nan Heli's death is more like being murdered and silenced. And a person who has a premonition of all this should leave a legacy before he dies. Considering Xia Yan specially invited us here, I think the possibility of the legacy falling here is very high. Mostama said, the direction is right, but the details are not enough, which makes your conclusion too subjective. Sean was all ears. Mostama said, you should have noticed in the past 3 days that the staff of this manor are all old employees who have followed Nan Heli for many years. After Nan Heli died, the manor still maintained the original operation mode, as if someone is deliberately protecting the scene, waiting for someone to dig clues later. Sean nodded. It wasn't Nan Kyainiu's idea. In fact, he once advocated firing all employees. After all Nan Heli's death, the official conclusion was that an insider committed the crime. Nan Kyainiu changed his mind only after persuasion. The person who persuaded him should be Xia Yan's accomplice. Later, Nan Kyainiu met us on behalf of the Nanaming group, which was also the result of their manipulation. So in summary, the murderer deliberately protected the murder scene and brought the Jedi to come on the scene. The intention is almost self-evident. After a pause, Mostama added, of course, the most important evidence is the guidance of the original force. I have already seen a vague outline which is hidden in the manor, but the exact location is still unclear. Xiao couldn't help being dumbfounded when he heard the words, and once again realized the difference between an apprentice and a master. While he was still lingering in the fog of logical reasoning, the master had already seen the answer directly by flipping cards with the Force. And just when he was about to continue to discuss the details, a soft female voice came from the living room door. You 2 distinguished guests, dinner is ready, please come to the restaurant for dinner. It was a young woman dressed in red. Her meticulous posture and tone revealed her well-trained, and her gorgeous long dress proved her status in the manor. She was the only housekeeper in the manor. However, in the woman's micro-expression, it is obvious that she rejects and even resents the Jedi Master and Apprentice. Information about her could not help appearing in Sean's mind. Li Qiang, 22 years old, has worked in this manner for 10 years. She used to be the personal maid of Nan Heli's only daughter, Nan Waiyu, to the bone. If Xia Yan hadn't invited the Master and Apprentice to the manor, and in the name of Nanaming Capital and Kyankun Group required all the staff to treat them as honored guests, she would have quit long ago. But in the past 3 days, this upright housekeeper has also used her position to trouble the Jedi Masters and Apprentices. Hearing her call for dinner at this time, Sean felt a slight numbness on the tip of his tongue. The salty and bitter Canyuan egg fried rice that I tasted when I arrived at the manor on the first day was really fresh in my memory. And Li Qiang said with a stern face that the chefs in the manor had limited skills, and the gloating eyes when he looked at Heihan were also fresh in his memory. When I walked to the restaurant with my master, a full set of feasts had already been set up on the huge long table. I saw steamed buns and rice piled up like a mountain, but there was nothing else, showing minimalist luxury. Sean looked at it and asked, "Is there any salt?" "No." Li Qiang still tightened his face, meticulous. Zhao En was deeply impressed by the unique gourmet culture of the dry galaxy. Then he picked up the steamed bun and began to chew. Halfway through, he took out a small salt shaker from his pocket and sprinkled it on Master's rice. Li Qiang stared wide-eyed. "Where did you get the salt?" Sean also answered truthfully, "The salt grains pulled out of the fried rice on the first day." Li Qiang snorted angrily, as if he had been greatly humiliated. After dinner, the Master and Apprentice enjoyed the special Kyankun bath that was sometimes freezing to the bone and sometimes boiling hot, and the manor engineering exhibition where the power was cut off halfway through the TV. Even in the middle of the night, the sound of turbo drills sounded outside the manor. For these acrobatic performances, the Master and the Apprentice have become accustomed to them. During the 3 days of living in the manor, the rhythm was the same every day. To the Jedi, these disturbances can only be regarded as simple daily practice, but Li Qiang's obsession is deep. Can't help but admire. Sean was lying on the bed, listening to the deafening sound of construction electric drills outside the window, and thought about the hard work of the night shift and began his daily routine meditation. As long as you feel the flow of the original force seriously, the interference from the outside world will naturally disappear. This kind of daily practice continued until the 7th day before it came to an end. It was not because Li Qiang's obsession dissipated, but because the employees of the manor were practicing day and night under the order of the housekeeper, and they were brainwashed by electric drills late at night. It was really unsustainable. On the 7th day, they fell ill one after another. In addition, the security personnel sent by Xia Yan were also overwhelmed and complained again and again. As for Li Qiang himself, he also had dark circles under his eyes and looked sluggish. And that night, when she was about to personally operate the electric drill and work overnight, she was even more exhausted and fainted at the construction site, which completely interrupted the fine tradition of night shift construction in the manor. For this shameful failure, Li Qiang herself was not discouraged at all. She continued to remotely command her subordinates to set up various practice subjects for the Jedi Masters and Apprentices on the hospital bed. However, after 2 days in bed, what she saw was eye-popping. A cracking scene. So is this Miss Nan Waiyu's room? Sure enough, it has the demeanor of a lady. Standing in front of the door of a spacious and bright bedroom, the Jedi Master and Apprentice praised the layout of the room, and several maids surrounded them, mainly Mostama, talking and laughing. Of course, the eldest lady is a lady of everyone. It's been very unusual since I was a child. I have been helping the Master with official duties since I was 12 years old. The attitude towards us servants is also very friendly. Mostama asked again, does she still live here? The surroundings lamented again, it's been a long time since I've been here. The eldest lady has been officially working in the management of the group since she was 15 years old. Sometimes she is busier than the Master. The last time I came here was a year ago to accompany the Master on a short-term vacation here. I didn't expect that the Master would. The young lady thinks about others when she sees things, and she definitely doesn't want to come again. Hey, without Missy, we really want to apply for job transfer. Amidst the laments, Li Qiang came forward with a pale complexion. If you want to be transferred, I can help you transfer to the mining group. The laughter disappeared immediately, and the maids hid behind the Jedi Master and Apprentice as if encountering a natural enemy beast. Li Qiang was even more furious. What are you doing? Mostama said, I asked them to introduce the owner of the manor to us. Li Qiang sneered, "You didn't do any research before doing it, so you still need us to introduce it." Mostama said, "We are not the murderer, we are also here to investigate the truth. Go and explain to the judge." Li Qiang ignored it at all and turned her eyes, "Go back to work. Do you think you are too free?" A group of maids scattered like birds and beasts. The Jedi Master and apprentice looked at each other with a little regret. It was rare that while Li Qiang was lying in bed, the two of them could finally get closer to the truth in the manor. Unfortunately, this young butler really had amazing fighting spirit. However, the target can basically be locked. Sean couldn't help but glance at the group photo in front of the desk in the bedroom. A 12-year-old girl stood in front of a refined middle-aged man, her faint smile full of heroism. Nan Wyu, Nan Heli's only daughter, is also the secret of this manor. In the past few days, with the guidance of the original Force, the Master finally figured out the secret thread of the manor, and determined that a key thing was in this bedroom. It's a pity that Li Qiang came too fast, otherwise they would have had a chance to get the treasure with their own hands by taking advantage of the opportunity of entering to watch it. But then again, it's not a bad thing. The manor, as Xia Yan's chosen place of house arrest, must have been raided by the Kainkun group. Among the maids who just surrounded the master and apprentice, there might be an internal response from the Kainkun group. If there is no internal response, Nan Heli will also not to die in his own manor. The Kainkun group must have searched the manor early but failed to find the key point, so they moved the Jedi Masters and apprentices here, and allowed them to live leisurely in the manor with almost no restrictions. As long as the Jedi Master and apprentice clearly got the secret, the Kainkun group might turn their backs and deny anyone immediately. So it's fine now, being able to confirm that there is a secret in Nan Wyu's room is already a major progress, and then find time to sneak in and investigate carefully. Although the manor is full of organs and eyeliners, it is actually not an obstacle to the Jedi Masters and apprentices. When the two were invited to the manor, all their equipment was still there. With the support of equipment, this manor is no more difficult to break through than the Bergamore Manor, so it was just right to be interrupted by Li Qiang at this point. The master and apprentice agreed to suspend their actions in secret words, and under Li Qiang's glaring gaze, they returned to the living room as if nothing had happened and continued to watch the TV show. While watching, they used their own system of sign language to agree on the follow-up action plan. This was learned by the master and apprentice as a relaxation exercise when they were learning Kainkun language by themselves, and it has played a wonderful role at this time. Just the best of these 2 days. On the one hand, they have lived in the manor for a long time and they have long nights and dreams. On the other hand, Li Qiang has always been an obstacle. In fact, if it is said that the manor should respond, this person is the most suspect. It was rare for her to show a weak state at this time. Whether it was true or not, the vigilance in the manor was relaxed, and it would be too wasteful not to seize the opportunity. On the eve of the operation, recharging energy was the priority. At nightfall, Xiao En sat on the bed, closed his eyes and meditated, but felt a little restless. After an unknown amount of time, Xiao En opened his eyes, only to see Master standing in front of the bedroom door looking at him quietly and making a concise gesture. Ready for action, Sean immediately woke up, all the muscles in his body tensed up. He looked up at the surveillance camera in front of the bedroom door and saw that the gentle dormancy light had already flickered. He immediately realized that Master had successfully invaded the central control room of the manor. Get rid of the ubiquitous surveillance in the manor. So he quietly jumped out of bed, followed Master silently and walked in the manor and made simple exchanges in sign language. Master, have you got the secret? Not yet. I found an underground darkroom. Judging from the outline, it should be a small research institute. Xiao En shivered, realizing that this was a more important discovery than the secrets in the bedroom, and couldn't help asking, is this where the so-called taboo research falls? I'm not sure yet, so I have to go and see for myself. Mostama gestured briefly and then warned, there are great risks in the action, so be careful. Sean felt ashamed. Perhaps it was because of the imminent danger that the Master took him on purpose to act together. She was worried that Sean would be alone. Don't think too much, this is a necessary decision. Mostama explained, you should have noticed that in the evening all the spaceships in the manor left. What does this mean? Sean thought for a while, then stretched out his hand and gestured. The worst possible thing is that the whole manor is destroyed. It's not very likely, it should be just to prevent us from escaping. But it is necessary to guard against extreme situations, and the underground darkroom has a solid structure and can be used as the last refuge. Sean was silent, thinking of those innocent staff in the manor, However, at this moment, a violent explosion sounded from afar. At this moment, even the Jedi Master froze in place, feeling astonished. Has the action been spotted, or is it purely coincidental? But then explosions sounded one after another from all directions, and the shrill sirens echoed in the manor, and the corridor was reflected by the flickering red light, making it eerie. Mostema immediately made a decision. No matter what the cause of the change was, there was only one thing to do at this time. Sean, come with me. As he said that, a green light bloomed and the Jedi Master activated the lightsaber. Drew across lightly on the wall, and then stretched out his hand to push it forward, only to see that the solid and thick masonry wall seemed to be a sandcastle washed by the tide, and fell apart in an instant, revealing a huge cavity with a diameter of more than 2 meters. And at the moment the outer wall was broken, the automatic defense system in the manor was activated in response, and a small fort rose from the artificial lawn, aiming at the breach and firing bursts. Holding the lightsaber in his hand, Mostema blocked all the oncoming energy beams, and the heavy rain from the counterattack suddenly pierced the fort, causing him to hang his head moaning. However, through the breach in the wall, the master and apprentice could clearly see that the outside of the manor was already full of guns and bullets, and the fierce battle was in full swing. In the courtyard in the forest, and even in the satellite positions in the distance, hundreds of automatic turrets continuously spit out light. In the manor, hundreds of heavily armed security personnel, armed with various firearms, pointed at the air and fired continuously. And above the manor, dozens of lightning-fast fighter jets continuously shuttled and swooped across the battlefield, aiming at the unprepared defensive positions and raining destructive energy. At every moment, automatic turrets were destroyed and detonated, and security personnel were massacred every second. In the face of flexible air power, the security system of the manor is extremely fragile. Is this an invasion by foreign enemies? Sean looked at this scene in disbelief. Pirates? Mostema had already recognized the identities of the fighter jets from their mottled paint job. The dry galaxy is generally civilized and orderly, but there is still darkness inevitably wandering on the edge of civilization, and pirates are the representatives of it. The news programs during this period also occasionally mentioned the glorious achievements of Kyan Group's security forces in destroying pirate dens in a certain place. However, theoretically, there should not be such a large number of pirates around the asteroid belt where the manor is located. Sean asked, "Is this murder?" Immediately shook his head, no need. If the Kyan Group wants to kill people, they can directly find Ni Ying to detonate the reactor that powers the manor or launch a few proton torpedoes at the manor, and there will be fireworks immediately. The more chaotic the situation, the easier it is for a Jedi with extraordinary personal strength to fish in troubled waters. And soon Zion noticed that after several fighter planes swept out a safe zone outside the courtyard, they dropped a group of shouting pirate infantry. The master and apprentice looked at each other and they both saw a word: God-sent opportunity. No matter what the purpose of these pirates airdropping and landing is, as long as a few of them can be overthrown and mixed into the team, the master and apprentice can fly away. But before the master and apprentice could take a few steps, they saw a fighter jet slanting towards them, throwing a series of energy beams on the roof of the manor. After a burst of explosions, countless screams and wailing came from the manor. Sean's heart sank. He never thought that these pirates would be so unscrupulous. Mostema also stopped in his tracks, seeing that the fighter planes suddenly turned around after blasting through the roof, aiming at the exposed wounded, intending to kill them all. The Jedi Master let out a low groan and stretched out his left hand into the air. The force of the Force was like a sweeping storm, wrapping the fighter plane in the air and freezing it in place. Then he slammed it aside like a meteor hammer. Amidst the loud bang, the two fighter planes collided head-on, turning into two balls of fire, falling obliquely along with molten metal night droplets and flying debris. Mostema let out a long breath and patted Sean on the shoulder. "You go first." Sean froze for a moment. "Master, what about you?" "I can't go," Mostema said. "Someone must protect those ordinary people. The pirates are obviously here to kill people, not to kill us, but to kill those ordinary people. And if they die, even if we run away, we will still be stigmatized, so this is not a temporary woman's benevolence. The current situation is very similar to Ziyajing Bar. The only difference is that you and I can act separately." Sean was silent for a while, feeling that there were thousands of words in his heart, but finally nodded. "I see, Master, may the Force be with you." After finishing speaking, Sean touched the lightsaber at his waist and spotted the pirates who landed not far away. Their figures shuttled through the rain of bullets in the courtyard several times like lightning and disappeared. Mostema looked deeply at the back of the apprentice, and the flow of the Force made her foresee that this parting was an important trial for Zion, and it was also an important node to bring everything in the galaxy back to balance. Then she turned and went back inside the building. She didn't rush to rescue the wounded at the wreckage, but followed the original plan all the way down to find the underground darkroom. If you want to protect these ordinary people, it is useless to stand in front of them with flesh and blood. Dozens of fighter planes are hovering and bombing in the sky, and more pirates are landing inside and outside the manor. This is definitely not something that one person can do. You don't need to use your own force to solve it. In the final analysis, most of these pirates came for that secret, so as long as they grasped the secret in advance, they could naturally turn their attention to themselves, and even think about it a little bit more. More importantly, the safest place in the manor has not been excavated yet. Zion hid in the forest, restrained his voice, perfectly integrated with the environment, and waited for the opportunity to make a move. It has been a while since we parted from Master, and the exchange of fire at the manor gradually came to an end. The pirates completed a comprehensive suppression and successfully invaded the manor. Through the dense branches and leaves in the forest, Sean could clearly see the silhouettes of some pirates returning with a full load after plundering. But it's clear that the pirates didn't do it all. On the one hand, judging from the trophies, most of them came from the periphery of the manor, including all kinds of precious artworks and large sums of credit coins. However, they obviously failed to enter the several rooms located in the core of the manor, such as the central control room, equipment room, security arsenal, underground power station. Sean did not see the instruments and equipment seized by the pirates in these rooms at all. On the other hand, many of the pirates who landed were seriously injured and embarrassed when they withdrew from the manor. They wanted to call their companions to turn back and fight again, but no one responded, so they had to run away cursing and following the large army. Whether it was the manor's security forces who retreated in time and guarded against danger, or Master played the mainstay role in it, in short, it seems that there is nothing to worry about on the manor side. Next is my side. Just in time, not far away, a group of pirates breached the ecological cabin in the woods, roughly dismantled all kinds of advanced instruments in it, and returned with a roar. And a roughly modified smuggling ship staggered and landed on the cold rock outside the woods, waiting for the pirates to return. Sean thought about it and quietly followed. It was an out-and-out mob, their clothes and weapons were in disarray, and there was no strict command of a large number of people. They relied entirely on the overwhelming superiority in firepower and manpower to break through the weak defense of the ecological cabin. However, this group seemed to have won a big victory. Sometimes they armed guns and fired recklessly in the direction of the manor, and sometimes simply threw incendiary bombs into the woodland, turning the carefully transplanted trees into a sea of flames. Sean quickly approached them, but he was not in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he hid in the dark and carefully observed their behavior and habits. Even if it is a mob, it takes a lot of preparations to blend in perfectly. These pirates are obviously a temporary group of more than a dozen small teams, chaotic and disorderly, but everyone has 3 or 2 familiar teammates around them, and the relationship between them is also subtle. In Zion's eyes, it was a mess. What was even more troublesome was that when these people yelled, they spoke with extremely strong accents and Sean struggled to hear them, let alone imitate them. Fortunately, after observing for a while, Sean had an idea. His eyes were fixed on the front not far away, and there were 3 pirates in tattered armor hanging at the end of the team. Among the dozens of people, these 3 were the most isolated, so Sean chose them as the starting point. The Jedi apprentice rides through the burning forest like a ghost in the night. His figure always walks just right at the intersection of fire and shadow. No matter whether you look at it with naked eyes or thermal imaging, you can't see his existence. Even though he was facing a crowd of mobs, Sean was still cautious as always, until he got closer to less than half a meter behind the 3 of them, and then shot like a thunderbolt. The flowing force locked the heads of the 2 people like iron clamps, and they moved towards the middle suddenly. At the same time, Sean's figure rose into the air, and his toes swept past the 3rd person's throat. The 3 fell to the ground almost at the same time. After Sean eliminated the 3, he immediately tore off the armor and tattered burqa of one of the pirates who were similar in stature to him, and put them on his body. He kicked the other 2 into the depths of the woods to hide. In just a dozen seconds, Sean completed the simple camouflage, picked up the fairly useful equipment on them: blaster guns, thermal grenades, and a barrel of fuel, and followed to the end of the large group. If you can't blend perfectly into a single team, just go solo. But the mob in front didn't notice the lack of people at the end of the line at all. Only a few saw Xiao hanging far behind and beckoned him to hurry up and not waste time. After hearing a few words, Sean realized that his decision was correct, and the next escape route was clear. The three-person team he chose had very little interaction with other teams. After boarding the ship, as long as they behaved cautiously and pretended to be tired and sleepy, they would not reveal too many flaws. Once in the pirate's base, the sea and the sky will be even brighter. However, just as the team walked out of the woods and was about to board the ship, they heard a commotion nearby. A group of pirates cheered in surprise, and then gunshots broke out. Surprised, Xiao hurriedly staggered behind the team, and after bypassing a few burning bushes, he saw the battlefield of the exchange of fire. A small spaceship slanted down next to a clear spring in the forest. Judging from the painting of the spaceship, it was obviously not the same as the pirates. It was the escape ship in the manor. Sean was a little surprised because he had just confirmed with his master before that there should be no spaceship in the manor. Where is this ship hidden? A dockyard port with a secret escape outside the estate, but even more surprising is yet to come. After the pirates shot down the escape ship, the hatch of the spaceship opened, and several security personnel in black armor raised their hands and staggered out, but they were sieved by the dense energy beam as soon as they went out. Afterwards, the closest pirates rushed forward and rushed into the spaceship. After a while, a woman's scream sounded. "Let me go, you maggots! Don't kill me, please don't kill me!" Crying, screaming, scolding, there were various reactions, but all of them wore servant clothes. They were dragged out of the cabin by the pirates with smiles, and they were arranged in a row in front of the wreckage of the escape ship like exhibits. 10 people. And the first one, wearing a bright red long dress, is Li Qiang, the butler of the manor. The whole process instantly appeared in Xiao's mind. When the manor alarm sounded, Li Qiang had already escaped from the secret passage of the manor with a group of servants. They ran all the way to the dock under the forest and found the only one. The escape ship, with the help of the security team, started the spaceship and took off to escape, but was unfortunately shot down. In fact, this is almost an inevitable result. The entire asteroid where the manor is located is under the firepower of pirate fighters, and the outer satellite positions have long been destroyed by the huge fleet. The ability's escape boat was forced into the air, and it was extremely lucky that it was not hit into a fireball on the spot. But this is only a matter of time. Of course, the bloodthirsty pirates would not let these servants go, and let them stand in a row like exhibits just to facilitate observation and evaluate each of them. The valuable ones will be taken away and sold at a high price, while the worthless ones will be turned into blaster targets on the spot. In fact, some older servants who were considered worthless were targeted by 7 or 8 blaster guns at the same time, and their lives were dying. Sean stood at the end with a cold heart. Although he is only an apprentice, Sean has traveled the galaxy with his master for many years. He has seen a lot of unimaginable darkness in his 17-year-old life, but the scene in front of him seems a bit natural. And clearing away these darkness is the human nature of Jedi apprentices. There were nearly 100 pirates present. Although they were a mob, most of them held blasters and had basic combat experience. Once the melee started, even if these people fired randomly, it would be enough to pose a deadly threat to a single-handed person. What's more, there are fighter planes hovering above everyone's heads, and the gunners on the smuggling ship not far away also aimed their cannons at this place. So the rational conclusion is to act as if you didn't see it, or even sneak up on the smuggling ship while the pirates are focusing on the spoils. Get rid of the driver and escape in the smuggling ship by yourself. Master did not hesitate to sacrifice himself to stay in the manor just in exchange for Xiao's freedom, but it only took Sean half a second to make his own judgment. He raised his blaster, aimed at the 2 leaders who could barely be called the commanders in this mob, and fired 2 precise and quick bursts. Knocked them down directly. When everyone was astonished, Sean threw all the thermal grenades he had seized into the crowded place at the end of the team. After a few bangs, the pirates flew around like weeds blown by the wind, howling all over the place. And Sean didn't take this opportunity to run away. Instead, in the chaos, he aimed his blaster gun at the pirates around the servants and continued to shoot precisely. The pirates fell one by one, like slaughtering livestock on an assembly line, and it was not until more than 10 pirates fell that someone finally responded effectively. Several energy beams aimed at Xiao and shot towards him. Sean had been on guard for a long time and fell to the ground and rolled sideways to avoid the firepower. Several pirates who were close roared and wanted to chase, but they were engulfed by a wall of fire that suddenly rose under their feet. Sean sprayed fire in front of him long before he made a move. Full fuel. And when the surviving people were about to go around the firewall to pursue, the counterattack from Sean made them fall on the spot. So far, Sean has successfully attracted everyone's attention. Either in fear or in anger, Sean made all the pirates temporarily forget about their trophies. And because Sean's head start was so successful that most of the pirates simply chose to flee in all directions, only a few of them were anxious and chased after Sean. But soon they discovered that chasing a man who couldn't even see his true face in a dark woodland was suicidal. Sean's figure was always in their field of vision, neither far nor near, as if they could catch up with them by running a few steps. But once they got close, there were several precise bursts of shots. The pirates wanted to fight back, but found that the figure in the field of vision disappeared again. After several rounds, the number of pursuers continued to decrease, and even the brave pirates did not dare to chase anymore, so they had to scatter in a roar. But the act of turning and fleeing made them good targets. The shots from the shadows of the jungle kept harvesting, precise and relentless. Sean kept firing the blaster until it was completely out of order before he stopped shooting. Looking at the rooted pirates in the distance and the maids of the manor who hurriedly fled to the secret passage, he let out a sigh of relief, but the seriousness in his heart no less, because the smuggling ship that was parked not far away had already flown away. The driver of the smuggling boat was more cautious or timid than Zion expected. Obviously, the gunner on the ship had already aimed the muzzle at the battle position, but when the flames of war were ignited, the first reaction of the spaceship was not to support the shooting, but to take off into the air and escape. Zion originally planned to pretend to be a defeated pirate and touch the boat, but now he was caught off guard by this sudden change. Then, in just a short time, countless pirates surrounded him from all directions. The roar of the fighter planes overhead was also several times denser. If Sean hadn't relied on the darkness of the forest to cover his figure, he would have already been bathed in a hail of bullets. The pirates were more united than Sean expected. So after a moment of thinking, Sean decided to take a risk, reached out and pressed the communicator, connecting to the channel of the pirates. The next moment, the pirates laughed and cursed in their ears. Ha ha ha, what's the matter with Retinai? You were bitten by a mad dog. Fuck you, old black skin, I was bitten by a mad dog and you want to bite. It's just funny. Before you came here, you cowardly bastards were yelling that there must be heavy soldiers in the manor. You didn't dare to approach the manor. You only dared to fight taping boxing in the woods. How did you end up worse than anyone else? Yeah, Retinai, just now I heard you bragging about the countless seizures in the ecological cabin, which is far better than our raids in the manor. Our brothers are really jealous. How can you be dead and wounded in a blink of an eye, gone? Internal strife, we've been bullied. Someone pretended to be an old knife and followed us all the way, taking advantage of our unpreparedness and shooting at us. Fuck. What nonsense, the previous agreement still counts. Of course it counts. Even if it's indiscriminate, the oaths you swear will of course count. Before this operation, everyone came from all over the world, and there may be blood feuds between each other, but during the operation, everyone was brothers and sisters, and we were all hurt. Just hurt, all of us. So brothers, aren't you here to avenge your younger brother? Go away, brother. Hearing this, Sean let out a sigh of relief, realizing that he still hadn't calculated well. In fact, he should have figured it out a long time ago. This group of mobs can mobilize dozens of fighter planes and smuggling ships to launch a thunderous raid on the manor, and there must be a comprehensive plan and constraints before the action. During the operation, these pirates did everything they could to kill and set fire, but they never shot at their own people. Even if the results of looting were obviously uneven, they never fought among themselves. So when a Jedi apprentice exposed his whereabouts in order to save people, he immediately became the target of public criticism. Instead of leaving in a hurry, those pirates who returned with a full load dispatched more troops, as if digging 3 feet into the ground to find the murderer. Sean hid on the top of a big tree, using the shadow of the canopy and the messy firelight to cover his figure, and looked into the distance through the smoke. After a rough observation, the encircled soldiers gradually increased to more than 200, and the average quality of the additional soldiers was much better than before. Although there is no tacit understanding of the big team, the quality of individual soldiers is obviously different. Sean even saw someone swaggeringly wearing the elite medal of the Manor Security Force on his chest, which is the most proud status symbol of the security forces stationed here. But at this time, it has been hung on his chest as a trophy. The only consolation is that Li Qiang and the others are still alert, and they have already disappeared without a trace. There may be some unknown secret passage. Sean only hoped that they were smart enough to rush back to the manor along the secret road as soon as possible. There are Jedi Masters guarding it, so it is really safe. After looking around, Sean closed his eyes, took a light breath, and jumped down from the treetops. During the fall, the Jedi apprentice had quickly filtered out several immature action plans in his mind, and when he landed, his gaze was as sharp as a falcon. Sean walked among the burning woods again. He picked up a blaster that had been dropped from the ground and weighed it twice in his hand to get used to the weight and feel of the gun. Then, without hesitation, he fired a shot at a distance. A few hundred meters away, a bald pirate who was laughing and cursing rolled over on his back. The companions around were only surprised for a moment, and then quickly dispersed in all directions, and then various energy beams rained down on Zio-N's direction. Sean didn't want to fight. He rushed forward more than 10 meters in the forest, changed his position, shot again, knocked down another person, and then turned around and fled immediately. In less than 3 seconds after he escaped, a light rain fell from the sky, and 3 fighter planes fired at the area from different directions, making the area a mess. Sean didn't seem to notice this. He ran with all his strength in the forest. His body, strengthened by the force, exploded at an incredible speed, deftly dodging the increasingly dense and precise firepower. The Jedi apprentices have used what they have learned in their lives to the limit. Their cognition of terrain, prediction of firepower, and control of their physical bodies all far exceed the limits of human beings. The pirates besieged aggressively, but they could only chase after Zio-N's back for a while, and he would turn around and counterattack from time to knock down several people, which can be described as embarrassing. In the communication channel of the pirates, no one laughed at the group of people who were attacked first, and the atmosphere gradually changed from laughing and cursing to annoyed. What kind of monster is that? The Bantha bastards of the yellow hands, how did you stop them? Didn't you say they were on your side? That kid almost broke through from our side just now. You are the Bantha bastards. He was indeed on our side just now, and 3 of my brothers were killed. Who knows how he ran to your side in one breath like a ghost? Where did the ghost come from? Even if it is really a ghost, I want him to pay for his life. The enemy's desperation naturally highlights the brilliance of Zio-N's record, which is beyond imagination. After all, neither the automatic defense system that the manor is proud of, nor the well-paid security forces have ever made it difficult for the pirates who raided. Sean himself was not half complacent. Because under the interception of many pursuers, his room for action became narrower and narrower after all. His physical strength also became worse and worse. His lungs felt like fire while he was breathing, and his muscles were already moaning, almost torn apart. The blaster in his hand had already been discarded by him after overheating and malfunctioning. The only weapon on Sean's body was a lightsaber, but at this time the lightsaber alone was not enough to fight the battle, at least with his ability. When he really took out the lightsaber, he was like a torch, shining dazzlingly in the night. If Master is here. The next moment, the Jedi apprentice shook his head to get rid of this distracting thought. He should not be distracted during the battle. At this time, he will have distracting thoughts. It is already due to excessive physical exertion, which affects his ability to concentrate, and this shows that the time left for him is running out. Sean gritted his teeth and forcibly concentrated, presenting the surrounding terrain and the distribution of enemy soldiers in his mind, trying to calculate the breakthrough. In just a split second, Sean quickly found a direction. 10 pirates wearing exoskeleton armor blocked in front of a sea of flames. They are all equipped with heavy firepower, and they are the strongest individual squad among the chasing troops. But at this time, probably because the formation was stretched too much, the strongest team was out of touch with the others. Disconnect is opportunity. Without hesitation, Sean squeezed out the last bit of strength from his body and charged at full speed to the locked position. The energy beams passed by continuously. Explosions sounded one after another, and flames and smoke sometimes rushed towards the face and passed through the body. Sean's charge was beyond everyone's expectations. Even the fighter planes in the air couldn't turn in time and lost their bearings. But when the fighter plane turned around, the night was dark and the fire was flickering in the forest. Where can I find the ghostly Jedi apprentice? At this moment, everyone lost Sean's position, and only Sean knew that he was speeding along a road closely connected with death. The woodland was rugged. Zio-N crossed a small mountain depression, rolled over in a pond, and his whole body was soaked. And with the fire, he rushed out of the last bush to cover him, showing his figure in front of those heavily armored pirates. It only took a split second for the experienced pirates to react. The heavy exoskeleton let out a frictional moan of rapidly twisting metal joints. More than 20 guns almost locked on Zio-En in this split second. But then the guns couldn't fire. Because Sean had already rushed into their formation, facing the captain in the center, the distance was so close once he opened fire, he would accidentally injure his own people. The tall and burly captain was stunned for a moment, but the subconscious operation in his hand did not stop. A mechanical arm was raised from the side of the armor, and the chainsaw on the arm rotated wildly, making a piercing roar. As long as the chainsaw is swung down, he can cut the approaching enemy into two ends. But soon his eyes widened in horror, because Zio-En's momentum did not diminish at all, as if he wanted to compete with the metal can with his flesh and blood. The next moment a light was lit in front of the pirate's eyes, a light as blue as the sea. Everyone saw the blue lightning, but everyone only saw the outline of the lightning. A blue light flashed in front of people's eyes, and then the heavy armor was split into two. After two heavy collisions, Sean put away his lightsaber, passed through the two wreckages, and quickly sank into a sea of flames. These heavily armored pirates turned around and shot, but saw the flames in front of them and there was no sign of anyone. Ghost, it's really a ghost. Accompanied by the sound of shivering, the strongest team did not dare to move for a while, for fear that the ghost would return to the battlefield from the fire. Sean, who turned into a ghost, felt like he was in an abyss. Everything in the vision became blurred, the five keen senses were distorted and dull. Only the pain became clearer and clearer. The pain of cracking the bones of the exoskeleton armor with the flesh and blood, the burning pain of the flames and the body, the burning pain of the lungs of inhaling the smoke, and the piercing pain of being grazed by stray bullets in the waist. The Jedi apprentice broke through the siege, but fell into a desperate situation. Because breaking out of the siege at this moment was meaningless at all, and with all the pirates united as one, he had already lost the chance to fish in troubled waters and escape on a pirate warship. The next best choice is to go back to the manor to meet the master. That undoubtedly wasted a lot of master's painstaking efforts, but it was better than dying in the forest. However, even that is just an extravagant hope now, because the direction of Zio-En's breakout is exactly opposite to the direction of the manor. After crossing the Sea of Flames, Zio-En also crossed the border of the woodland. In front of him was a dry, rocky plain. The light from the stars bypassed the cover of the satellite and no longer succumbed to the artificial night on this asteroid, and directly cast a silver cloud on the ground. Light makes everything impossible to hide. However, in this desperate situation, Sean felt his eyes light up, and an incredible scene appeared in his vision. A shiny new warship is quietly floating in midair. A mechanical boom hangs down from the belly of the ship, slowly pulling the boxed booty on the ground into the cargo hold. Zio-En immediately squeezed the potential of life and death from his exhausted body and continued to charge forward. He has no time to think about why there is a warship with a completely different style of painting here, and why there are no guards near the warship, let alone whether this is a trap. His mind was almost blank. Under the guidance of the original force, he ran with all his strength without any confusion. At the moment when the metal cargo box was pulled into the cargo hold and the hatch was about to close, he leaped upwards with all his strength. The next moment, the heavy metal doors closed behind Zio-En, almost pinching his feet. Sean took a deep breath, once again overcame the pervasive, distorted pain all over his body and maintained his sanity. It's not over yet. He glanced around and saw 13 metal boxes neatly stacked in the cargo hold, each with a square of 2 meters. The trophies of this warship are simply unbelievable. But this is undoubtedly a good thing. Zio-En randomly found the most inconspicuous metal box in the cargo hold, gritted his teeth, and used the mechanical ring on his wrist to pry open the box cover, only to see various electronic components densely packed inside. And at this moment, footsteps came from outside the door of the cargo hold. Sean didn't have time to think about it and immediately jumped into the box. Fortunately, there was still room for one person in the box, and then used force to pull the heavy box lid together. Almost at the same time, the sound of the cargo door opening also came to my ears. Sean was lying on a piece of electronic components, only feeling sharp pains all over his back, but this pain could help him maintain his final sobriety, allowing him to hold the lightsaber tightly in his hand. As long as the other party opens the lid of the box, he can make a final struggle. It is best to take hostages and then what should we do? In the darkness, Sean's consciousness ebbed rapidly. When he opened his eyes again, Sean saw a vast expanse of white light. The dreamlike light made him stunned for half a second, and the next moment he quickly gathered his mind and all the muscles in his body tensed up. Then came a sharp pain. There is pain everywhere in the body, and the intense pain that hits instantly is like a mountain roaring and tsunami, enough to shatter the mind of an ordinary human being. The Jedi apprentice couldn't help trembling and forcibly endured it with stubborn willpower. His vision quickly became clear. He saw that the white light in front of him came from a fluorescent lamp surrounded by a dazzling white ceiling. Before he could take a closer look, he heard a man's voice with great interest. "Oh, you woke up so quickly. Is this batch of Bacta liquid particularly high quality, or you have a special physique that deserves to be dissected and studied?" Hearing this voice, a row of adjectives immediately appeared in Sean's mind: young, full of energy, expressive, and condescending. In general, this is a proud yet cautious character. Sean raised a little nervousness. "Don't be so nervous, you can't do anything. The seriously injured should recuperate well. Don't think about what you have or what you don't have." As the sound approached, Sean felt an extra hand on his neck which was cold to the touch, but implied murderous intent. A Jedi apprentice would never let an enemy touch his neck easily, but at this moment he couldn't move, couldn't resist. He had already struggled subconsciously, but his whole body was caught in a tight band, completely resisting, but the movement of resistance caused the young voice to be surprised. "Oh, the power index is so high, I can't tell, is there any special bloodline?" It was only then that Zion realized that everything about him was under the control of the other party, and even the strength when he broke free was measured. So he immediately relaxed his muscles and calmed down. Years of Jedi training allowed him to control his body and mind very well, and he soon calmed down and thought seriously. His reaction was a little irritable just now. Maybe it was because the turbulent emotions before going to bed were still lingering, which made him not calm enough to deal with it. "In fact, I should also know that if I fell asleep in a strange place, it would definitely not end well when I woke up. Hey, you calmed down so quickly. It's kind of boring, you man. I'm looking forward to your yelling. If I had known this, I would have brought some stimulants when I sprayed you with Bacta spray." Sean turned a deaf ear to this and didn't even roll his eyes because he had already heard that the man was standing behind him. And from his current angle, no matter how much he turned his eyes, he couldn't see the other party. What's more, if you want to observe the other party, you don't necessarily need to roll your eyes. Although his whole body was locked up and he couldn't break free, his sense of touch was paralyzed by the rolling pain and basically failed. Even what you see and hear may not be the other party's disguise, and it is not credible. But under the guidance of the Force, the Jedi apprentices gradually realized the truth. The ubiquitous Force is like gentle tentacles, clearly sensing and transmitting everything around to Sean's mind. This is still the cargo hold of the warship, but all the lights have been turned on, and all the surrounding metal boxes have been squeezed into the corners, leaving a spacious and white space. And there is a person standing behind Zion, who is about the same height as him, a little thin, and there is a surge of life energy hidden in his body that does not match his body shape. Standing beside the man was a humanoid robot, with smooth lines and shining silver light. 5 slender fingers rested on the Jedi apprentice's neck, bringing a cold touch and a killing intent that made the hairs stand on end. There are only 2 people and a machine in Yeabai's cargo hold, while the world outside the cargo hold is dimly perceived, like a black hole. The contrast of black and white makes the cargo hold look like a cage full of loneliness. Master's figure suddenly appeared in Zion's mind, and his breathing rhythm became chaotic. "Hey, did this kid come up with some secret? His breathing is a little messy. Give him an advanced confession plan to try." Hearing this, Sean couldn't help but feel inspired, ready to deal with severe torture. As a Jedi apprentice, his self-control is far superior to that of ordinary people, but his resistance is severely reduced due to serious injuries, so he can only go all out. Haha, this kid is serious. That plan is useless. With this kid's IQ, we should be able to dig out the truth with a few words of foolishness. The supporting consumables for the plan are expensive, so save as much as you can. Zion didn't feel angry when he heard the words, because he could tell that the other party intended to be provocative at all. And he wasn't afraid that he would know, it was simply just wanting to indulge in his mouth. This kid seems to have seen through me, so let's do something to him." At this time, the soft female voice was heard from the robot. "Suzaku and the others are looking for you." The man behind him said in shock, "I told them to change their titles. A group of bald, obese middle-aged bandits call themselves Suzaku without knowing their heights, but I can't accommodate them with my aesthetics. That group of bald, obese middle-aged gangsters are looking for you. Forget it, let's call it Suzaku, I'll bear it." While speaking, the robot spread out its other hand and immediately projected a 3-dimensional image from the palm. Sean couldn't see the whole picture, but he could hear the sound. The other party had a strong local accent and his words were slurred, but his voice was surprisingly loud, which was a standard pirate style. Lee, is that person with you? The person behind him laughed. Who is that person? The one who was chased and intercepted by more than 200 of you and was bombarded indiscriminately by dozens of fighter planes, but he was safe and sound. Sure enough, it's with you. Hurry up and hand it over to me. Why, this is my trophy, okay? He killed our brother. It's not my brother, what does it have to do with me? I didn't make that vulgar and stupid blood oath with you. We just don't violate the river and it's not a particularly close ally. You didn't let us near the manor, it doesn't matter what you do. The surname is Lay, do you have to cover him? Is there a problem with protecting your trophies? Those security forces also killed your people. Aren't you very enthusiastic about handing over their guns? And you didn't see you dismantling the guns to vent your anger. Li Yu, I advise you to think carefully. That man killed our brother, and if you protect him, you are making an enemy of all of us who swore blood. The voice in the communicator was almost roaring, making one seem to see a face with shattered eyes. But Li Yu's voice suddenly became cold. Huang Shu, I should be the one who advises you to think carefully. Are you mobs really ready to be my enemy? After speaking, Li Yu directly hung up the communication. By commented, Li Yu, you've talked a lot of nonsense. I didn't say it to him at first. Isn't there a little guy who doesn't know anything about the status quo? Li Yu smiled, be gentle and considerate with the spoils of war. Well, let him go, it should be there's nothing wrong with that. This person is very dangerous, I suggest you reconsider. Li Yu said, this is our territory, I still have you by my side, so don't worry about him being seriously injured. And he is not a person who repays kindness, so don't worry about what he will do to me. Bai then withdrew his cold fingers and removed the magnetic belt that bound Xiao En's body. Once Xiao En regained his freedom, he jumped out of the metal box and turned to look at Li Yu. He was a native of the Kaiankun galaxy, about 30 years old with black hair and black eyes, a heroic figure, and a mocking smile on his face. Like a scabbard covering a sharp edge which made him look a little cynical and made it difficult for others to see his real thoughts. The robot beside Li Yu White, as its name suggests, is a pure white robot that is slender and exquisite like a work of art. Its outline is as delicate as a fully simulated robot, but there is no cloned skin on its body. The pure white painting is simple and elegant, arrogant, as if disdaining to imitate human beings. It stood quietly beside Li Yu, but in Sean's intuition, it was a more dangerous opponent than Li Yu. Don't be so nervous, relax a bit, it's rare to climb back from the gate of hell, you should face life more positively. Sean was unmoved by this kind of insincere chicken soup for the soul, but kept speculating about his situation in his heart. Judging from the conversation just now, he should have left the asteroid where the manor is located and flew into space with Li Yu's warship. This is of course a good thing. It's better than dying under the guns of pirates, but it's not perfect because I haven't won my freedom yet. Li Yu smiled and said, when you are unconscious for less than 2 standards, we are still in the asteroid belt, and we will have to wait a while before we can enter the next stage of the route. I have nothing to do during this time, so why not chat? First of all, let me introduce myself. I am Li Yu, the head of the famous Silver Knights, and this is my assistant Bai. Before Xiao En had time to reply, Bai reminded him from the side, there is no Knight Order culture in the Kaiankun galaxy, you are not asking yourself. If you don't put it bluntly, why don't you call yourself? Li Yu explained, maybe it's because we admire foreign cultures. Your arrogant words and deeds just now have fully demonstrated that you essentially do not admire any culture or any individual. Li Yu said to Xiao En with a little embarrassment, Bai prefers to argue and tear down the stage, so please ignore her. In short, we are destined to know each other like this. Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Sean. He said his name in Gan Galaxy in fluent Kaiankun language. Xiao En, thank you for saving your life, Captain Li. Xiao En is willing to accept the persona of the leader of the knights that Li Yu casually mentioned, so correspondingly, he doesn't have to declare his family name. Li Yu suddenly showed a meaningful smile. Talking to a smart person, the advantage is to save worry, and the disadvantage is to save lines. That's okay, let's get straight to the point. Although I just told Huang Shu that you are my trophy, but I've never been in the human business, so living people are not considered spoils of war. Sean nodded, so this is not considered to protect the spoils but to save lives. I remember. I remember too. Li Yu said, stretching his hand to the side, and then saw Bai's right wrist swipe and light up the faint blue bill projection, which listed a very detailed list of charges. Save your life. We spent more than 500 Kaiankun coins on the cost of materials alone. And the opportunity cost of fighting against the Yellow Hand is also 500, which adds up to 1 million. Please pay the bill. Sean didn't rush to refute, but leaned over his eyes and reviewed the bills one by one. Liu couldn't help being stunned by this action. I rely on you to really check the accounts. I also expected you to yell out a black shop murder, and then I listed the evidence to slap you in the face on the spot. Bai said, actually, you did falsely report a few items on the bill. If the other party finds out, you will be the one who got slapped in the face. Liu became angry from embarrassment. If you don't remind him, how can he see it as an outsider? Bai said again, if an outsider sees the flaw, your face will hurt even more. Who upgraded your bullshit system? Of course I am. Sean ignored the bickering between the two and focused on reviewing the long bill one by one. He is indeed an outsider, but it does not mean that he is ignorant of the dry galaxy, especially in terms of prices. He is very sensitive. Most of the items can be seen as false, and even more information can be seen through these items. There are 3 cans of Bacta liquid, and the unit price is 5180 Kyankun coins, which is indeed the local price of the dry galaxy. There are 2 magnetic belts, and the unit price is 108 Kyankun coins, which is also within a reasonable range. 10 pieces of advanced photosensitive chips. The unit price is 2,000 Kyankun coins. Seeing this, Xiao En turned his head to look at the box he was lying on just now, and he saw that the electronic components in the box were all contaminated by his own blood, and the top layer was crushed and damaged a lot. Sean took out one at random, carefully identified the structure, deduced its performance, and then calculated its market price. The unit price is 2,000, which is reasonable. Liu gasped when he saw it. This kid can't even see this, can he? Bai said, it's still too late for you to change the bill. Never change it, I don't believe he can really see it. Sean turned a deaf ear to this and continued to read. The medicines used to save lives, a box of spoils that were damaged, and all kinds of trivial things add up to only about 200,000 yuan, and the real big head is behind. Fuel, engine wear and tier costs, disposable mechanical booms, temporary shield devices, and batteries. The price is not a big problem, but the emergence of these projects means that Liu has charged himself with the expenses related to their later actions of looting the manor. In Xiao En's opinion, Liu is a reasonable person, so this part of the fee should be justified. After thinking about it, he understood the truth. Did you stop there on purpose and wait to save me? Liu was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, it's still the same sentence. The advantage of dealing with smart people is to save worry, and the disadvantage is to save lines. I thought I would have to spend more time explaining to you. That's right, I have already noticed you, since you knocked down the 3 idiots who were alone. And those idiots in the yellow hands didn't even know that there was a stranger in the communication channel. Sean was also taken aback. He didn't expect to be exposed so early, but soon realized that the entire communication system of the mob might not have been in their hands from the very beginning. This Liu just said to the pirates that the well water does not violate the river water. It is really honest and trustworthy. Liu smiled. I am the person who likes to help others the most. When those trash discuss action plans, they only know how to swear blood to strengthen morale, but they don't even have a communication system that can coordinate everyone. If you don't lack this technology, just sell it to them. This is called helping others. Sean looked at the $1 million bill in front of him and thought that helping others like this is indeed a lot of fun. Liu said again, similarly, I also like people who are happy to help others. So when I saw that you did not hesitate to expose yourself to help those girls, I decided to help you, and you did not let I was disappointed, and caught this lifeline that brought me millions. With that said, Liu started to try again, ready to wait for Sean to find fault with the bill. Sean simply closed his eyes. I see, the million fee is confirmed. Wait, you just confirmed it. What about the false report items here? Sean said, I agree too. Damn, you're really boring. Liu was disappointed, as if the extra money he earned couldn't make up for the disappointment. That's okay, $1 million, how do you plan to pay the bill? Sean said, go on credit. Liu was silent. Sean explained, I don't have any money, Kyankun coins, credit points, or any currency. In fact, you should also know that I have no money. Liu said with emotion, I just don't know that there are still people in the world who can say the word credit so confidently. Sean added, although I have no money, I am still determined to pay the bill. I think credit can also be justified. Liu was tongue-tied again and said after a while, Bai, I think this deal seems to be a bit of a loss. Bai said, if you don't listen to my advice, there will be a lot of bad deals. Liu shook his head. You can also pay on credit. I just need an opportunity to employ someone here. You are very skilled. You can be as successful as I am when you make a sudden leap. You can work as a handyman under my night order. Before finishing speaking, Sean interrupted. I have something to ask. Liu had no choice but to ask. Did you make a mistake about our relationship? I saved your life, and before I said anything, you made demands on me instead. Bai added, that's why there is an old saying that the debt is the master. So I spent 1 million to bring back an old man. Liu sighed. Zio N has little knowledge of the historical sayings of the Dry Galaxy, so he automatically filtered this conversation and explained to himself. Only by solving the problems of the employees can the employees serve the team better. Liu was stunned for a moment, then turned around and said to Bai, remember this sentence, from now on it will be included in the sensitive word list of our Silver Knights. Whoever dares to say it will be assigned to Joe Rui as a food tester. The medical costs of detoxification can be high. Just deduct it from their salary. If it's not enough, sell the organs. Liu said angrily. Sean continued to ignore the above conversation and only made his own appeal. I want to watch King News Channel. Hearing this unfamiliar term, Liu turned to look at the assistant, and Bai quickly gave a reply. The small news channel operating on the holographic network is not very popular, and there are not many staff members. The only bright spot is that there are a hostess with very big boobs. Liu immediately lit up his eyes and asked, do you have any photos? Bai Momo turned on the holographic projection on his wrist and saw a huge lizard-like head suddenly appearing, and it expanded 10 times the size of the conventional projection. The lizard's giant kiss almost stuck to Liu's face. Liu let out a groan and leaned back. The quickness of his movements caught Sean's attention. Then the night leader said angrily, did you do it on purpose? Bai said, I just presented the projection of the host with big breasts in a large enough size according to your personality traits of big. As you can see, as a plump Dawaka people, her boobs are very large. Yeah, all 4 pairs of boobs are very big. You guys definitely did it on purpose. Starting today, your battery will be changed from Aurora to Geoxia. Then the service you get in the adjutant assistant system will also be switched from platinum to bronze. How can there be an adjutant like you who threatens the boss in the world? I just think that only by solving the problems of employees can employees serve the team better. Liu lamented, if I knew it earlier, I wouldn't have installed such a high-end learning chip for you. This time the business has suffered a terrible loss. Regarding this, you, the instigator, have anything to say? After speaking, Liu turned his gaze back to Zio N. Sean said, I want to watch King News Channel, Bai said. Unfortunately, Captain, your funny performance just now was completely in vain and the other party didn't even watch your performance. Liu gasped, I hate people who don't laugh when they watch comedies. Living such a bitter life at such a young age. Bai said, according to the latest research report of the Social Science Department of Kyankun Group, among the opposite sexes most admired by women in their 20s, the type that is handsome and has profound stories ranks first. Compared with the cynical libertine, you belong to type is 17 picks higher. I've fallen to the 18th place, which bloody researcher is writing a report indiscriminately. Liu was furious. By the way, you want to say that I'm jealous of this brat who owes millions of dollars. Sean really didn't want to watch this kind of boring drama, so he interrupted immediately. If the communication conditions here are not good and you can't watch the news, forget it, I won't force it. Liu raised his eyebrows as if being provoked. Joke, on my spaceship there is no signal that cannot be received. However, on my spaceship there is no free service. Bai Rare stood by Liu's side and explained. The Kyankun Group has established an internal network Zayas network covering the entire galaxy, and there are only limited repeaters to connect with the holographic network. Although it is not impossible to see the outside news, but the cost is high and the procedures are troublesome. Sean said, it's okay, I will use serious work to pay back the internet fee. Haha, that's a good sentence. I'll take it as your agreement to work overtime for free. I'll connect you to the news channel later. After finishing speaking, Liu gestured to his assistant with his eyes and went to the console on the wall of the cargo hold to do some simple operations, only to see a flicker of light and shadow on the screen, revealing a slightly ferocious lizard head. No matter when you see it, the appearance of the host of Dawa Aka is so shocking. But it is undeniable that her serious and friendly voice and her never-miss broadcast are not ashamed of journalism hosts the profession. Although the King News Channel is just an insignificant small news channel in the holographic network, no matter the frontline reporter, the background editor, or this host who can be called a facade, they all have undoubted professional qualities. They focus on a very off-the-wall news field, but it is very practical to Sean, current affairs news in fringe galaxies. Today, the Dawaka host is serious about a feature story. Bergamore President Jamie Brasson has been formally impeached by the Senate a few days ago, and his successor will be announced within the next month. According to the frontline reporters, this president who enjoys a high political reputation in Coruscant, he has continued to conceal his many crimes over the past few decades, not only corruption, but even multiple murders. Zio En listened carefully, and he heard Li Yu beside him reminding him coldly, "Your internet fee has reached 9,000 Kyankun coins in total. Please pay attention to renewing the fee in time." Sean immediately closed the news channel and let out a sigh of relief. Seeing this is actually enough. The good news is that the news channel that focuses on fringe current affairs did not appear what he was most worried about, such as such breaking news. The Jedi Knight of the Republic was arrested for crimes in the Dry Galaxy. At that point, it really couldn't be worse. The bad news is, from the news, Zio-En can't tell that Master is all right. I don't know how she is now. Does her rescue plan go well? Am I safe? And how will she continue to deal with Kyankun Group next? Sean has practiced with Master for many years, traveled to many planets in the Milky Way, and experienced many crises and tests. However, it was the first time that he acted alone without being completely separated from his master, and he was a little dazed for a while. But Sean quickly restrained himself and forced himself to cheer up. Master gave me the precious chance of escape, not to let myself be at a loss here. Moreover, it is impossible for him to be an apprentice for a lifetime. Sooner or later, he will leave the protection of his master and perform various more dangerous tasks as a qualified Jedi Knight. After calming down, Sean began to think about what he should do now. Li Yu reminded coldly, "What you should do now is to find a way to work hard and pay off the owed internet fees first." Sean asked back, "What internet fee? Did I just give you the count for nothing? Do you know how much it costs to connect the peripheral repeater in this asteroid belt and connect to the holographic network? 9,000 Kyankun coins can't be less." Sean said, "But didn't you say that my debts should be wiped out? Under the million base, the 9,000 Kyankun coins should be wiped out, right? Don't just explain and make up the whole thing. I have the final right to explain." Bai Kuei interjected, "But if you're being serious here, you'll only let your hard-earned personal setup collapse because of mere internet fees. Which side are you helping?" Bai said seriously, "Help the person who is willing to update the power system for me. I don't remember designing you so utilitarian, so this is the result of acquired imitation learning." Li Yu took a deep breath, trying to calm down his heart that was about to explode, and decided not to argue with his adjutant for the time being. After all, this adjutant who was trained by him has indeed grown out of blue, so it's more interesting to train newcomers. Li Yu said to Zio-En, "Okay, I will temporarily waive the internet fee for you, but please pay off the debt of millions of dollars as soon as possible." Speaking of this, Li Yu seemed to be afraid that the other party's understanding would not be appropriate, and added, "I don't care who you are or what you want to do, but you can't protect yourself in a riot in a mere manner. Can you live smoothly in the Dry Galaxy?" Sean intended to refute, but soon realized that the other party was right. Back then on the asteroid where the manor was located, he had indeed created an opportunity for himself to lurk and escape. But in the end, it was he himself who could not remain indifferent to the crime that was right in front of him, and wasted that only opportunity. Sean didn't think he would get rid of his faults of being brave, which was also his creed that he couldn't change as a Jedi apprentice. And in this case, he was acting alone in a strange galaxy, which was actually not as safe as an ordinary person with nothing. At least ordinary people will only choose to call the police when they encounter the opportunity to act bravely, but they have the possibility of coming forward. Li Yu said, "You have a very good potential, but it has yet to be tapped." And do you know how a person can maximize his potential? Of course, Sean knew that he only needed to find a master like Mostama. But Li Yu said, "The answer is to let yourself bear the pressure and then turn the pressure into motivation." Bai explained, "This is the rhetoric woven by the Galaxy Wudao Real Estate Group about the rising housing prices in the galaxy and the daily distress of young people who are burdened with high mortgages. Many people call it chicken soup for the soul." Li Yu said, "Now I'm the creditor. What's the matter with quoting chicken soup? This kid looks like he might jump off the ship and flee at any time, sacrificing his life for righteousness. I don't use chicken soup to feed him. What if this million debts become bad debts?" Bai said, "If it really becomes a bad debt, I will combine it with the excess expenses caused by your random test firing of electromagnetic guns on Dewey 1842, as well as the secret purchase of phase shields on the neutral trading post Zun for use." The expenses related to the private deconstruction experiment and many other miscellaneous expenses will be dealt with together. There's no need to say so much in front of outsiders. Pachai. Sean couldn't help it for the first time and was amused by the conversation between the two. The tension that was lingering in my heart before was finally resolved without a trace without knowing it. Hearing Zio-En's smile, Li Yu immediately expressed relief. Finally, I have a bit of what I should have. How can one not laugh when listening to cross-talk? In the Night Code of the Silver Knights, the first thing is to smile. Biced received the 427th revision of the rules of the Silver Knights is currently underway. The first one is changed from Unity to Smile. The relevant notice will be sent to all members of the Knights as soon as possible. Stop it. After finally taking care of the assistant's continuous dismantling, Li Yu showed that cynical smile again. In short, welcome to the long journey of repaying debt. Sean responded, although it's embarrassing to say that, I've never had anything to do with money, and the process of repaying my debts may take a long time. Li Yu laughed loudly when he heard the words. People who are happy to help others generally have nothing to do with money, so you are welcome to come to the Silver Knights, whose mission is to help others. From today onwards, you will be an apprentice knight of the Knights. You can continue to help others and contribute to our great cause. After finishing speaking, Li Yu yelled out the door of the cargo compartment, okay, I'll pay for the bastards who bet he won't keep it. No one is allowed to run away, but there was a burst of laughter and footsteps outside the door. Sean was taken aback, so there are so many people outside the cargo hold, he just didn't notice it. Although there is a thick wall separating each other, the ability of the crew outside the cabin to restrain their voices is really extraordinary. In other words, the ship itself is very unusual. Sean remembers very clearly that when he broke out in the forest, the silver spaceship was suspended on the pure white ground, spotless and picturesque. There was no trace of firing or being shot, and it seemed out of place in the flames of war. In fact, this is one of the reasons why Sean is willing to have a serious talk with Li Yu and temporarily join the Silver Knights. They were undoubtedly intruders during the riots in the manor, but they were not murderers. They were completely different from those pirates, and they did not have the slightest malice in their bodies. Li Yu, who had no malice, suddenly smiled and said, speaking of which, I have a question. What is that stick you've been holding tightly in your hand? It was only then that Sean realized that he had been holding the Jedi's lightsaber tightly. As for this question, he took his time and smiled back at Li Yu. The heating rod is out of battery. Professional hostesses belong to the original race. The heating rod is of course a fake. It was the Jedi lightsaber that Sean made after he found a crystal that matched him in Yilin after all the hard work. Of course, it's even more false to run out of power. Although for a lightsaber powered by electricity, it's not even as good as a heating rod after the battery is exhausted. It's just that few Jedi Knights don't even check the power of their lightsabers before performing tasks. Although Sean was only an apprentice, he wouldn't make such a low-level mistake. So of course the lightsaber can be used normally. During his coma, if Li Yu was really curious about the lightsaber, he could forcibly take the lightsaber from his clenched hands, and then just press the button. Sean, the identity that was trying to hide was immediately impossible to hide. Not only the Jedi can use a lightsaber in the world, but I am afraid that only the Jedi will carry a lightsaber with them. This elegant and delicate weapon is not only a status symbol in the hands of the Jedi, but also an infinitely powerful practical weapon. Only the Jedi can maximize the performance of the lightsaber, so. Seeing the back of Li Yu turning away, Zio-En inexplicably had more trust in this person. In any case, it is a fact that he saved his own life, and it is also a fact that he accepted himself regardless of his status. When he is temporarily at a loss, it is also a good choice to follow him, repay the debt, adapt to the galaxy, and find a way to reunite with the Master at the same time. Hey, trainee knight, you're still standing there in a daze. Do you know that every minute and every second you waste, your debt interest is inflated? Hurry up and come to work. Sean didn't care about such vicious words. He pays more attention to what the other party actually wants to express than what he says. Indeed, I have no time to waste. Even if I only consider it from the perspective of repaying debts, I should integrate into this Silver Knights as soon as possible and participate in actual work. Outside the cargo hold, it was bright and spacious. The spacious corridors, high ceilings, white coating, exquisite decoration paintings, and proper structural design all make people feel comfortable from the bottom of their hearts. For many space travelers, the sense of oppression and loneliness brought about by the cramped space of a spaceship is even more lethal than space radiation. But the interior design of this spacecraft perfectly eliminates all this from the environmental level. And all this is not visible from the outside at all. It can only be said that the designer has made perfect use of the interior space, and the overall design is undoubtedly a master's handwriting. Many spacecraft pay too much attention to theoretical performance, such as stronger engine thrust, stronger firepower, and thicker shields. But few spaceships are willing to pay attention to the actual user experience. It is rare for this kind of spaceship to provide users with a good environment without compromising performance. Sean met many masters in the field of mechanical engineering through his master's relationship in Coruscant, and he also saw many exquisite designs with his own eyes. It's just that he didn't expect such an ingenious design to exist in a relatively remote place like the Gan Galaxy and in a folk team like the Silver Knights. Li Yu walked in front and said without looking back, "I designed this spaceship myself. Isn't it amazing? It's unexpected. I really want to swear allegiance to me forever." Sean smiled, not so unexpectedly. Because from Li Yu's assistant, Zio En has clearly seen how amazing the head of the Silver Knights has in mechanical engineering. At the same time, it is only reasonable for a person who is willing to upgrade his lieutenant robot to the point where he can't control it, to work hard on his own spaceship. It would be strange if this spaceship was not designed by Li Yu. With his character, he shouldn't allow other people to touch his car. Hey, the advantage of communicating with smart people is to save worry, and the disadvantage is to save lines. Can't you just exclaim, "How is that possible?" Then ask me about the design details in detail. I obviously have a lot to say here if so. The first rule of the Silver Knights is considerate. Zio En thought about it and felt that it made sense. Although he and Li Yu had known each other for less than an hour, the other party did show kindness to him, so it was reasonable to repay the kindness. Now Li Yu wants to help him satisfy his sense of accomplishment, so why not do it? Sean thought for a while and said considerately, "The overall interior space design of this ship should be based on the 7th edition of Space and Humanity, written by Mr. Carl, the chief engineer of the Star Base shipyard. But in fact, in the last revised 9th edition, Mr. Carr has made a major update to the formula concerning space utilization, so..." Li Yu jumped on the spot. "Do you have no friends? What I want is heartfelt praise, not fault-finding. Didn't I know that Master Carl's book has been updated? But the new version of the book requires money. After the formula is updated, the refurbishment of the spaceship also requires money. Do you see that? Do I seem to have spare cash? If you really think my design is unreasonable, then work quickly to pay back the money, and let my account have an extra million cash. I'll design it for you immediately." Sean only felt a whiff of resentment rushing towards his face like a tidal wave. He opened his mouth but decided not to answer the topic. Fortunately, Li Yu adjusted his mentality quickly. "However, since you also have research on spaceship design, it would be great. Go to 30,000 and report there first. Before you arrive at the base, you will have an internship with him." Sean didn't ask who this person codenamed 30,000 was, nor did he ask about his internship tasks, but nodded slightly. Not long after, Li Yu brought Sean to a cabin located in the belly of the spaceship. When the retractable hatch was retracted in all directions, a strong smell of inferior tobacco choked Sean. Squinting his eyes through the thick smoke, Sean saw a tall and strong middle-aged man, with 7 screwdrivers, wrenches, screwdrivers, welding guns, and other tools clamped between his 10 fingers, and 3 a handmade cigarette with the thickness of a thumb, breathing heavily. Zio En glanced at it and said to Li Yu, "Can I change to another dormitory?" Li Yu sighed and said, "Can you stop speaking so confidently as if I owe you $1 million?" Sean shrugged, "I just want to remind you that the health of employees has a vital impact on work efficiency. So please work harder for me before you die of illness." Li Yu cheered for his trainee knights while coughing. Soon only Sean and the burly mechanic were left in the cabin. After Li Yu left, the mechanic put down the tools in his hands, spit out all the cigarettes, and silently went to the console by the wall to turn on the strong ventilation mode. The ventilation fan located on the ceiling hummed, and soon the room that was shrouded in mist like a fairyland was refreshed. Then the middle-aged man was still not satisfied. He quickly took out a bottle of lung-moistening spray from the bedside table and took a deep breath, before leaning against the messy workbench and looking at Sean. Without waiting for Sean to ask questions, the middle-aged man explained, "The boss is a very life-saving person. He doesn't smoke or drink, and what he hates the most is smoking second-hand smoke. If he doesn't want to make rounds, he can only do it like he did just now. By the way, look at the things on the table, don't tell the boss." Sean subconsciously looked at the middle-aged man's workbench and couldn't look away after just one glance. It is a very delicate robotic arm, With a delicate yet avant-garde design, dense but not redundant functional modules, strong structural strength, and a stylish enough appearance. Through the metal composition detector in front of the workbench, Sean also saw the shadow of avant-garde alloys. This means that manufacturers need to adapt to local conditions and temporarily change the metal formula. Those who can do this are all masters in the industry. At least Sean himself is far from having such attainments. But seeing Zion's surprised face, the middle-aged man smiled happily. "Hey, you are a fellow, no wonder the boss sent you to me. Let's meet Chen Sanwen, the mechanic of No Silver." Sean, an apprentice knight of the Silver Knights. After the two shook hands, Sean continued to observe the robotic arm, showing an eager look. Chen Sanwen was also generous. "Touch it if you want, just don't activate it completely." Sean got the permission and he was not polite. He rushed directly to the workbench, put on a pair of brand new work gloves, and began to caress the surface of the mechanical arm carefully, feeling the cool touch and hardness of the metal. But at this moment, the hatch opened again with a swipe, and Chen Sanwen rushed to the door, and Zion was surprised again by the speed of his movement. However, Chen Sanwen was nervous for a moment and then relaxed. "Oh, it's you, Lao Huang, don't scare people." A hoarse man's voice came from the door. "What do you mean by scaring you? You can't just stop by. I heard that the newcomer was assigned to you. I will come and investigate on behalf of our team." "No, there's nothing to investigate. It's nothing new for bosses to pick people up." Chen Sanwen insisted on blocking the door. Lao Huang tried to sneak in with a different method. "It's relatively new to pick people up on the battlefield. Didn't they all be thrown to the Red Apricot Squad?" "How do you plan to arrange this as an apprentice for you?" Chen Sanwen said. "You can have this. I think this kid is a fellow." Before he finished speaking, Chen San just said shit. He was careless for a moment, and Lao Huang got in from under his arm. As soon as Lao Huang entered the room, he laughed loudly. "Chen Siwen, you really are building machinery privately again." Chen Siwen. Zio shook his ears and turned his head when he heard the words. Chen Sanwen was filled with righteous indignation. "Chen Sanwen," Old Huang said, "when I report you to the boss, it will be Chen Shiwen." Chen Sanwen's attitude suddenly became sluggish. "Old Huang, it's not enough to be friends, right?" Old Huang's face was as lonely as snow. "There will be rewards for reporting, and I also want to change from Huang Siwen to Huang Sanwen." Sean asked, "What kind of rule is this?" Chen Sanwen explained. "Everyone on board who owes money to the boss will have to change their name. My surname is Chen, but I am currently in debt of 30,000 yuan, so I am called Chen Sanwen." Zio let out a sigh and thought to himself that my real name is already Zio Wanwen. Huang Siwen came to the workbench and gasped at the first glance. "Old Chen, you are really not afraid of death, and you messed around with avant-garde materials. Can't you be honest for 2 days? Really want to be Chen Shiwen Ah?" Chen Sanwen smiled like a martyr. "As a mechanical engineer, designing and manufacturing is an instinct like breathing. I didn't get on the boss's boat for an honest vacation." Speaking of this, Chen Sanwen is not lacking in emotion. "It's a pity that the mechanical repair and manufacturing work on this ship is basically covered by the boss. I am a dignified senior engineer, and I am like a holographic mascot on this ship. I can only see but not move." "Are you the only one with a mascot?" Huang Siwen taunted and leaned over to touch the robotic arm. Chen Sanwen said angrily, "Don't touch it with dirty hands. Then I will report it." Chen Sanwen immediately softened. "Old Huang, you can read it as you like, and if you have any opinions and suggestions, please feel free to let me know." Huang Siwen withdrew his hand when he heard the words, leaned on the workbench and observed for a long time and asked, "Old Chen, I have nothing to criticize about your craftsmanship. You are indeed a master who can cooperate with the boss. I just have one question." Chen Sanwen was shocked. "Say it. What is the use of this mechanical arm you have carefully built?" Zio also nodded when he heard the words. He sat in front of the workbench and studied for so long, and the biggest problem in his mind was this. Although this mechanical arm is exquisite and has complicated functions, it seems that none of the functions is necessary. For example, 7 kinds of special can openers integrated between 5 fingers, 3 sets of self-washing tableware, 2 sets of dental utensils, a complete set of refillable compressed bath cosmetics, and 2 novel chips with permanent memory solidification. Chen Sanwen said straightforwardly, "I didn't become a mechanic for the sake of being useful. Isn't this mechanical arm beautiful? Isn't it artistic? Isn't it clever? In comparison, what is practicality? No wonder you are so good at craftsmanship, but you were picked up by the boss to be Chen Sanwen." Huang Siwen didn't care that he was laughing at 50 steps, and after putting down the mechanical arm, he began to look at Zio again. After a long while he said, "Sean, isn't he a local? Don't worry unless you are willing to tell, the people on the boat will not inquire about each other's backgrounds, but you can't hide the appearance of a foreigner on your face. People. So do you want to come to our side? My group are all outsiders and we may have a common language. Sean doesn't care about his belongings. Isn't it the same where he works and pays back money? Huang Siwen said, following Chen Sanwen's laser brain, I am afraid that you will grow from Zio Wanwen to Zio Wanwen, the backbone of the core engineering department of Bay Freight, with an annual salary of 2 million plus company stocks, will be reduced to number 1 in Bayin. A smoking gun, heavily in debt, you are wondering if you can stay in this place. Our side is different. I have come all the way from Huang Shiwen to today. Chen Sanwen said coldly, after 5 years of walking this way, the average annual income is 12,000 Kainkun coins. Your side is really a treasure land of geomantic omen. Huang Siwen said angrily, it's not your turn to laugh at my 50 steps with these 10,000 steps. Zio En pointed directly at the core and asked, how do I pay off the debt on the ship? Huang Siwen raised his eyebrows. The boss didn't tell you. If there are detailed standards, wait a moment and I will find them for you. After a while, Huang Siwen pulled out a salary list from the tablet computer on his waist and saw a detailed list of various jobs on the screen. Piloting a spaceship to participate in battles, collecting minerals from the asteroid belt, sorting out business documents, peeling raw potatoes in the spacecraft kitchen. The job content is everything and they all strictly correspond to the remuneration. As long as you follow the list, you will gradually reduce your debt. The only problem is, Huang Siwen sighed, the boss is a meticulous person, do you understand? Sean nodded. The remuneration figures on this list are really extremely detailed. Leaving aside the fully automated work of peeling raw potato skins, even if you become the main pilot of the spaceship to participate in the battle, if it is only a low-intensity battle, the single reward will not exceed 500 Kainkun coins. This price is about the same as the after-tax daily salary of ordinary white-collar workers in the Kainkun group, Chen Sanwen seriously explained. After all, this is not a large enterprise. We say it is a vigorous civilian mercenary group, but it is not fundamentally different from the pirates of the Suzaku. The distribution of wealth in the galaxy in the system, at most they are predators at the bottom, so it is impossible to be particularly rich. The boss himself has set an example in this regard, and all his wealth is obtained according to this list, so there is no problem of exploitation. Sean thought for a moment and expressed his understanding. Huang Siwen smiled when he heard the words, but although the list treats everyone equally, there are still rich and poor in the team. Some people can cut their debts by more than half in just a few years, and some people have a lot of skills, but still struggling on the poverty line. The repetition of this story made Chen Sanwen furious. Old Huang, you have never finished. Zio En was assigned to me by the boss. If you are not convinced, you can go to the boss to complain. What is assigned to you? It's just assigned to your room. Why do you take it upon yourself to treat him as your subordinate? After returning to the base, he will probably be reassigned. This kid. Speaking of this, Huang Siwen suddenly stopped. Chen Sanwen's eyes widened, angrily waiting for him to spit the ivory from the dog's mouth. Old Chen, tell me, does the boss want to put him in the Red Apricot Squad? Chen Sanwen's widened eyes showed a tendency to expand again. Squad Red Apricot. Huang Siwen seriously analyzed. The boss is a meticulous person, with a clear distinction between public and private and never ambiguous in business affairs, right? This is nonsense. In order to save this kid, we did waste time, wasted materials, and turned against Suzaku and the others. These are losses and costs, right? Chen Sanwen glanced at Zio En, and seeing the latter's indifferent attitude, he nodded, that's right. Our team and even this spaceship are not the boss's private property, so the losses caused by his willful actions cannot be paid by the team. But do you think he will repay the debts for the newcomers? There has never been such a precedent, right? Then Sean, how are we going to repay this million-dollar debt? I admit that he does have potential, but no matter how potential he has, following your laser brain-built robotic arm will only lead to Zio Wan's abyss step by step. It was rare for Chen Sanwen not to retort angrily but thoughtfully. According to what you said, it seems to make sense. Huang Siwen said, among all our teams, the one with the highest income and the best treatment is the Red Apricot Squad. To get Zio Wanwen out of poverty as soon as possible, of course we must send him to the place with the highest income. Squad Red Apricot. Chen Sanwen rubbed his chin. How powerful is this kid? Running to that team with millions of dollars in debt, it's a bad debt if you're not careful. Huang Siwen was a little uncertain. If you can be hunted down by hundreds of people and be safe, it shouldn't be a bad debt, right? Chen Sanwen glanced at him. You will find out when you go to fight the Honxing team once. The two chatted on their own, completely leaving the protagonist aside. Sean continued to study the functional modules in the robotic arm while listening. Regardless of whether the mechanical arm is useful or not, this Chen Sanwen's mechanical technology is really brilliant, and the structural design of stuffing the entire hammock into the mechanical arm is enough for him to study for a while. As for the Honxing team, Sean doesn't mind taking on a higher workload if he has the opportunity to pay off the debt as soon as possible, and he had a hunch that there, he would get important clues. With boundless enthusiasm for work, Sean welcomed 6 batches of spectators like Huang Siwen in just 2 hours. From the conversation between Chen Sanwen and them, it is not difficult to infer that the Silver Knights rarely accept newcomers, and there are only a handful of precedents for this kind of temporary recruiting on the battlefield. Out of trust in Li Yu, people did not question the joining of this young rookie, but curiosity was inevitable. Sean is like a rare animal, welcoming batch after batch of audiences. But while being watched, Sean is also watching the crew. First of all, most of the crew members were very kind. They didn't act arrogant and rude just because Sean was a young rookie. Instead, they kindly sent various small gifts. On the contrary, Sean was flattered and overwhelmed he had no chance to prepare to return the salute. Secondly, most of these friendly crew members are unusually powerful. Any one of them can be called elite by most of the criteria. This point has actually been confirmed long ago. When Sean and Li Yu were talking in the cargo hold, dozens of people hid outside the cabin to eavesdrop, but Sean didn't realize it at the time. In the end, these crew members had a feeling of reverence for Li Yu that was almost worshipful. Although there were a lot of jokes when they mentioned it, the Jedi apprentices could hear their sincerity. For this Knight leader, everyone has the awareness that even if they die for him, they are willing to die. This spaceship, this Knight Order, and this entire organization made Sean feel refreshed. It's hard to imagine that this is a team that mixed in with the pirates and attacked the manor. Compared with those blind people who burned, killed, and looted blindly, they were so clear to the sky. So this made Sean wonder what the hell they were doing on that asteroid. The other pirates wanted to rob everything in the manor, except for the silver spaceship, which was quietly floating in the wilderness. Unfortunately, this question was not answered until the spacecraft arrived at the temporary base. Lao Chen, who was in the same cabin, was an enthusiastic person. While discussing mechanical technology with Sean, he also introduced many things about the Silver Knights to Sean, but he kept secret about the attack on the manor. Generally speaking, when the boss picks up someone temporarily, he will personally explain the situation to the newcomer. For example, when I was dragged onto the boat, the boss told me that my patent income was not only embezzled by the original boss, but even for the sake of security. They also framed me, forcing me to have nowhere to go. And he was willing to pull me on board because he happened to be entrusted by a victim similar to me. In that case, you were valued by the boss and pulled on the boat, but the boss didn't even tell you the action plan. It should be that he has no comment, meaning the boss has already stated his position. Of course, we as subordinates can't do it for us. And the most important point is, I don't know what the purpose of this action is. The boss didn't tell us the purpose from the very beginning. It was only for us every day. Individuals lay out the steps to implement it. We are like pieces of a jigsaw puzzle, and only a few people know the whole picture. The mystery Chen Sanwen said made Xiao En more interested in this matter. But he also knew very well that he needed to be patient with secrets that should not be explored blindly. It's like studying calculus before you are proficient in the 4 arithmetic operations. It is nothing more than a waste of time. The organization itself is undoubtedly more interesting than the organization's course of action. The name of the Silver Knights was of course Li Yu's nonsense, but even nonsense is absolutely binding. From the moment he said it, the Silver Knights became the official name of the organization, until Li Yu's next nonsense. In fact, this organization does not have a strict name. At least after Li Yu took over the organization, he deliberately downplayed the sense of seriousness and ceremony of the organization. Today, the entire organization revolves around Li Yu alone, becoming an extension of his personal will. He wants the organization to be the Silver Knights, and the organization is the Silver Knights. And if he gets stuck in his head and wants to organize it into a maid cafe, the organization will become the Silver Maid Cafe. Strangely, however, this unquestioned dictatorship did not form an extreme organization. Li Yu has the supreme ruling power of the organization, but has no ownership. Everyone's wealth accumulation, including himself, must be obtained through labor through that job salary list. The excess is the public property of the organization and cannot be used for private use. Although this distribution system, including the salary list, was formulated by Li Yu alone, and the definition of public property and private use was also explained by Li Yu alone, this wealth distribution system is still functioning well today. In addition, everyone in the organization has the right to leave freely, and even has the right to challenge Li Yulai to become the next leader of the organization, as long as they can bear the weight of this power. Such a unique style of dictatorship, but freedom is entirely dependent on the strength of Li Yu alone, so it is no wonder that the crew pays homage to Li Yu. Sean has never seen such a strange person in the Milky Way for several years. So what is the purpose of this strange man running the organization? Honestly, I don't know either. Chen Sanwen said, sometimes it feels like the boss is simply a scavenger, picking up all kinds of people who can't get along in other places, such as you and me. It is typical, but sometimes the boss will not hesitate to use us as thermal grenades and throw them at the enemy. If there is a chance, I will take you to visit the cemetery of the organization. It is very spectacular. Sometimes the organization is like a chaebol who cares about everything. Everything is for the accumulation of wealth, not the boss's personal wealth but the organization's wealth. The boss is a delicate person. When he takes orders, he never regards the organization as cheap labor. We are also well known in the dry galaxy and many tasks are expensive. But on the other hand, as you can see, each of us is cheap labor, including the boss himself. So, I really want to understand this organization and use this organization, don't deny it too quickly. Most of the people picked up by the boss want something from the organization. We don't reject such newcomers, but at least you must fully understand it first. This organization. What I can introduce is relatively limited, you should go and witness it with your own eyes. After a long talk with Chen Sanwen, the Silver finally ended its short space travel and landed in a temporary base also located in the asteroid belt. This base is quite simple. Just use engineering ships to hollow out a giant meteorite and stuff the necessary lifting and maintenance facilities into it. But this base is simple but useful. As long as it is hidden in the fine asteroid belt, there will be no trace of its existence from the outside. The only regret is that in order to ensure concealment, the internal space is very limited. When Silver landed, because a spaceship was already docked in the hangar, it almost caused a collision accident. It was a gray, olive-shaped spaceship, which was a bit bigger than the Silver, with a thick belly and few weapons, which meant that it was an out-and-out cargo ship. But Sean didn't find a chance to observe more details, so he was sent to work. The Silver was only briefly docked in the base for half a day. During this period, some crew members were summoned by Li Yu to help in the base with a communicator, while the rest stayed inside the ship for maintenance operations. Sean just got his first job, to cooperate with Chen Sanwen to do machine repair and maintenance. The work is not difficult. Although the model is unfamiliar, but with a skilled worker leading the way, the whole process is more like a simple study for Sean. After a complete operation process, Sean feels that his understanding of spaceship design has deepened. The only shortcoming is that the salary is very limited, and the value of half a day's work is only 100 Kyankun coins, which happens to be able to order a glass of bad wine in the bar that confronted Xia Yan earlier. The rewards for newcomers are the same, so don't be discouraged. Chen Sanwen comforted Xiao En with a smile. My reward is only 300 Kyankun coins. Of course, 300 Kyankun coins are enough on this boat. If the team is uncomfortable, come back and find me. With your qualifications, you can replace me in a short time, but you are different from me. You are still young and an outsider. I am afraid that you will not be willing to take this poor money. Ha ha. Xiao En nodded his thanks for Chen Sanwen's comfort, but he was thinking about the gray olive-shaped cargo ship in his heart. Not surprisingly, that ship should be the employer of the Silver. The reason why Silver appeared outside Nan's villa with a group of pirates was obviously entrusted by someone. Judging from the pile of boxes in the cargo hold, they were probably looking for something of great value. In fact, the various components in the box that Sean opened are already worth a lot, but Li Yu just watched Sean sleep with those components as a mattress, not caring about the loss at all. Obviously, that box of components was just an addition to Li Yu's eyes, and it didn't matter at all. And this made Xiao En even more curious. What exactly did Li Yu get? In other words, what is the secret treasure hidden in that villa manor? Xia Yan deliberately put the master and apprentice under house arrest in that manner. Does it have anything to do with the secret treasure? Master stayed there alone. Did he find any clues? Countless chaotic thoughts churned endlessly in Sean's mind, but there was no clear clue to connect them together. Sean has been thinking about the spaceship's departure again, but still has nothing. And just when his heart is itching, the next stop that belongs to him is just around the corner. After wandering briefly in the asteroid belt Dewey for a few days, the Silver officially set off to return to the base of the Knights. What surprised Zion was that the base of the Silver Knights was actually located in the most prosperous trading hub planet Zun in the entire galaxy. Zun has a very special status in the Kyan galaxy. It is not the capital of the galaxy, but due to its unique geographical environment and historical origins, it has nearly half of the population of the entire galaxy, more than the capital Kun, and nearly 6 into wealth. When Zion first arrived at the capital planet Kun of the Kyan galaxy, he was amazed at the prosperity of the place. However, when the Silver appeared outside the atmosphere of Zun, Zion discovered that when it comes to prosperity, Kun is compared with Zun. It seems to be even worse. Looking down from space, one can only see a prosperous scene on the surface of the planet. The buildings made of metal are like a dense steel forest, firmly occupying most of the surface of the planet, and they are rendered strangely by the lights. In a daze, the Jedi apprentice seemed to have returned to Coruscant. However, after a while, as the planet rotated and the prosperity passed, Zion saw the edge of this metal forest. Not every corner has enjoyed the prosperity and glory of Sunda. Apart from the prosperity, there are large areas of desolation, abandoned metal old capitals, bare deserts, overdrilled mines, dry oceans. All of these are only a thin line away from the brilliant lights, and the destination of the Silver is in an abandoned steel town. Abandoned buildings full of rust appeared in the desert in a crisscross pattern, surrounded by severely deserted rocks. The thin vegetation was completely unable to maintain the soil, and the flying sand covered the traces of people's existence on this land into strange mottled shapes. However, amidst the desolation, vitality can be seen. In the abandoned mine pit, there are many metal buildings erected. Most of them still maintain the basic structural shape and can still be used normally. Several oases dug by man are stubbornly rooted in the desert. All kinds of dilapidated but still booming machinery keeps the water source inexhaustible. Then countless human beings live here. Even if they are poor, people are still living tenaciously. Finally home. Chen Sanwen, who shared the room with Zion, stood at the window, overlooking the desolate land under his feet. But he felt as carefree as drinking hard alcohol, twisted his body unconsciously, and tried his best to show passionate dance steps. Sean asked curiously, "Is this the base of the Silver Knights?" Chen Sanwen corrected very seriously, "No, this is the home of the Silver Knights." What is the difference between a home and a base? The answer to this question was perfectly answered when Sean stepped off the Silver. "Boss Lee, welcome back. Brother Lee, we just got a batch of good wine, remember to drink tonight." "Brother Lee, after being away for so long, do you miss us sisters?" "Don't be too fond of the new and dislike the old. Boss, I heard that you are coming back. I prepared the food and drinks early on. This time I will cook the food myself. You must do me a favor." When the Silver landed on a flat harbor covered with fine sand, there were already dense crowds gathered around. Most of them wore simple and poor clothes, and their faces were dusty due to the wind and sand, but their faces were filled with satisfied smiles of relatives returning home. And they held all kinds of local products and gifts in their hands as if they were welcoming the returning generals in triumph. Li Yu stepped down from the Silver Room first, waving his arms enthusiastically in response to people's cheers. "Haha, Lao Liu, I will thank Buman for your good wine. One batch of wine is mixed with 10 batches of water. I might as well just drink more hot water. Boss Li, don't tear me down in front of so many people." "Sister Liu, you should also be calm. You are getting old, find an honest person to take over the job and stop playing around. No matter how much makeup you use on your face, you can't pretend to be a young man. Damn it. Lee, you forgot that your old lady fed you milk back then. Mr. Jin, I've been looking forward to your special dishes for a long time, but I'd better wait until you can really distinguish between sugar and salt before hosting a banquet for outsiders. I've had a hard time going out and I don't want to wrong my taste buds. You kid grew up eating my food, so I have always had childhood shadows, haha." Li Yu and the people who surrounded him spoke freely as if they were relatives. While he was coping with the enthusiasm of the crowd, the hatch at the tail of the Silver was slowly opened, and the two mechanical arms were constantly moving the huge metal box outwards, which was full of supplies urgently needed by the residents of the desolate land. Food, drinking water, medicine, mechanical tools. And someone had already been driving a crude transport ship, commanding a dilapidated second-hand robot, sorting out the materials unloaded from the Silver, and then transporting them to the place where they were needed. Li Yu's robot assistant, Bai, stood coldly in front of the cabin door, directing the deployment of supplies on the ship. The robot always maintains that cold posture and tone, showing no color to everyone who comes close. The excavation equipment in the third area has been put in place. Please open the tunnel in the mining area as soon as possible according to the plan. The water purification chips in shelter no. 7 have also been put in place. Please solve the drinking water problem of the shelter residents within 3 days. There are 5 batches of emergency rations. Please come and collect the top 5 regional representatives in the lottery. Bai's assignments were orderly and unquestionable. Most of the people around her obeyed silently to maintain order at the scene. But after all, there are very few people who are unwilling to follow the crowd. Several heavily armed men rushed out from the crowd, stood in front of Bai, and asked sharply, "Hey, since you still have food here, why don't you share it with us?" Beidou responded without raising his head, "The remaining batch of food is for Chungquin village. There has been a famine for a long time and there are still many women and children. The priority is much higher than you newcomers." The man in the lead was a little anxious and amused. "Chungquin village, there are only a group of wastes who can neither work nor fight, right? In this deserted area, why should women and children have higher priority than us? Boss Lee also wants to go out to fight, yes. You can bring people from our fraternity. The men of the Iron Fang Brotherhood have never lost to outsiders." Bai said coldly, "There is no need for waste on the Baiyan, and there is no need for scum who regard women and children as cumbersome. Who do you call scum? It's just scrap copper and rotten iron." Before the burly man finished speaking, several murderous figures appeared behind Bai. They were all crew members on the Silver. Some wore the protective clothing of a mechanic, some wore a chef's apron, and some even wore pajamas and nightcaps, completely looking like a good family of non-combatants. But from that ferocious and hungry smile there was an undisguised killing intent. "Iron Fang Brotherhood, I haven't heard of it, are you new here? Insulting Lord Bai in front of us, you really have the guts." The boss was basically bored on the boat during the whole mission, worrying about itchy hands and having nowhere to vent. "I didn't expect that someone who didn't have a good eye would come to my door. However, Boss Lee has always warned us not to fight indiscriminately. This kind of mess deserves to be called fighting. At most, it can be regarded as beating bags. The boss didn't say that beating bags are not allowed. It makes sense, then I'll make a salute first." While speaking, the armed men from the Iron Fang Brotherhood watched helplessly as a group of wolves and tigers charged fiercely at the crew. They subconsciously wanted to raise their weapons to fight, but found that the battle was over long before they could react. Everyone was thrown to the ground in an instant, and the armed arms were bent into strange angles. The metal armor, heavy blaster guns, and other equipment they used to show off their strength could not be fully utilized in close-range hand-to-hand combat. Effect. Everyone was lying on the ground like livestock on a slaughtering assembly line, unable to move. As one of the parties involved, Bai didn't even look at this farce, as if everything was taken for granted and he was still deploying supplies in an orderly manner. Soon, the huge cargo hold of the Silver was completely emptied by her, and all kinds of supplies were flawlessly distributed to the poor people around. "Master Bai, thank you very much. Please be sure to visit our town next time. With this batch of emergency supplies, the next year will surely have a bumper harvest. Our specialty Ziying fruit is the #1 in the surrounding area. By the way, Mr. Bai, there is another problem with our generator set. Can you please help us pay attention to the spare parts when we go out next time?" Sean stood behind the crowd and watched the whole process, and finally realized why Li Yu, an exceptionally elite team, was always troubled by financial problems. Because they have a warm and poor home. Seeing the warmth and hustle and bustle of this home, Zio En suddenly felt that no matter what the reason for the Silver's attack on Nanjia Manor was, it doesn't matter anymore. Just thinking of this, Sean suddenly felt someone approaching from behind. It turned out that Li Yu had finished dealing with the enthusiastic people, returned to the boat, and came to Zio En's side. "How about it? Are you particularly moved? It feels like the Silver Knights are like the messengers of justice who are chivalrous and righteous." Just as Zio En was about to speak, Li Yu patted his shoulder hard and swallowed all the words. "If you think so, you are wrong. We are just a group of mortals struggling to survive. We have neither the interest in being a hero nor the energy for righteousness." Although the life-saving supplies on this ship can make countless people laugh, but more than 80% they were not obtained through legal channels. So don't have any moral expectations of us, you can't afford it. Zio En was silent for a while after hearing the words and asked, "Why are you telling me this?" Li Yu laughed and said, Because you look like a messenger of justice, so I must make it clear in advance, so as not to drag others down by doing stupid things in the future. Remember, the Silver Knights are never responsible for maintaining world peace, never pursues moral superiority. If you really want to do good deeds and you can't help it, I can donate 10 million Kyankun coins to the charity fund in your name, so that you can work on the Bayan Bank to pay off your debts for the rest of your life. Otherwise, just obey orders honestly, don't think about superfluous things. You are in debt now and your bounden duty is to repay the debt, understand? Sean nodded silently. Okay, I like dealing with smart people the most. Although it saves lines, it also saves worry. Since you nodded, I won't talk nonsense with you about what happens to people who break the rules. After that, I will take you to the Red Team Zing. I wish you happy paying off your debts over there. The Red Apricot Squad mentioned by Li Yu is located in the home of the Silver Knights. Zio En and Li Yu took a slightly dilapidated flying boat, galloped through the desert, and came to a huge metal mountain range not long after. The rigid structural outline, the metal veins that go deep into the ridge and the ground, and the huge gears exposed on the surface all show that this place was once an extremely prosperous large mine. However, the dilapidated and rusty metal surface, as well as the large expanse of wind and sand covering the entrance, also indicate that this place has been abandoned for a long time. The metal wires scattered among the spears and gears, the temporary guard towers and defensive walls show that this abandoned mine has been occupied by doves and magpies' nests, and is playing a new role. Li Yu accelerated the flying boat all the way to the gate of the mountain mine and stopped the flying boat laterally with a chic and thrilling flick. A tragic car accident. But he himself jumped out of the flying boat indifferently and waved his hand at Sean with ease. Come on. With the sound of Li Yu's words, the metal gate of the mine that was more than 10 meters high rumbled open, and the electromagnetic drive device burst out sparks from the door frame from time to time. Behind the door is a wide corridor like a square. The lights are turned on one by one, and then someone pokes their heads out from the passage doors on both sides. Hey, Boss Lee, are you back? So fast, didn't you say you just landed? Has the port work been done? Why didn't you see by following you? Boss Lee, you won't leave the work to her alone again and just be lazy, right? Li Yu was picked on by his family and immediately showed a gratified smile. I haven't seen you for a while and I am relieved to see that you are still so energetic. Starting tomorrow, the base will carry out intensive training for a month. Please get ready. The head poking out from behind the passage door retracted immediately and there was silence in the bright passage, as if the conversation just now had never happened at all. Li Yu breathed a sigh of relief, and while leading the way, he also instructed Zio En. You're a smart person, so you don't need to tell me too much, but I'd like to say one more thing, bye there. Don't talk nonsense about some things. The most important thing for the harmony and stability of an organization is that the leader's backyard can't catch fire, you understand? Sean responded, I don't know what you're talking about. Li Yu laughed loudly, that's the right reaction. You are indeed a smart person, and only smart people are eligible to join the Red Apricot Squad. All right, your new home is right ahead, let's say hello to your new family. While talking, the two had already crossed the bright and spacious corridor, followed a side passage, meandering down, and came to an underground base. Li Yu slapped the metal gate of the base vigorously, shaking off a fine cloud of dust. After a while, the metal door was pulled aside forcefully, revealing the figure of a sleepy man. He is about 1.8 meters tall, wearing a loose white robe, standing loosely with messy beard and hair, and two slightly squinted eyes covered with crow's feet and bags under the eyes, just like a middle-aged social animal crushed by society. However, compared with this ordinary appearance, Sean noticed more details. His life energy is extremely strong. Although his figure looks a little thin against the backdrop of his loose clothes, but through the posture of bowing his head one can find that his trapezius muscles are very developed. Enough to hold him firmly the head and neck, and the slightly protruding pectoral muscles also squeezed out a gap at the opening of the white robe, and the thigh muscles wrapped in tights were extremely full as if they had absorbed enough water. This is the stature of an undisputed fighter. What's more, when he opened the gate of the base, he used a metal prosthetic limb. The prosthetics are driven by powerful electromagnetic force, and the elbows, wrists, and fingers possess incredible strength so that they leave shallow fingerprints on the metal door. Boss Lee, you are here. The man turned sideways to get out of the way and quickly locked his eyes on Zio En, newcomer. Li Yu smiled, raised his hand, and rapped hard on the opponent's chest. That's right, didn't you complain to me about the lack of manpower in the team before? I'll pick up a newcomer for you, the kind that is especially useful. After finishing speaking, Li Yu turned his head and said to Sean, "Let me introduce you, this is Ping, the captain of the Red Apricot team, who will be your immediate boss afterward." "Anping, this is Sean." The man named Anping smiled at Sean, exuding a gentle gesture, but his gaze was as sharp as a knife, making Sean nervous involuntarily, as if he was facing an enemy. The intuition of crisis is not bad. Anping was very satisfied with Xiao En's instinctive reaction in an instant. At least it's not a black mountain weed that will die casually. "When did I recommend black mountain weed to you?" Li Yu said. "Besides, he is now in debt of 1 million, so don't let him die casually." And Ping asked, "The Red Zing squad will never let anyone die casually. Boss, you should know it best." Li Yu patted Anping's chest again. "That's why I handed him over to you. During this period of vacation, let's train this kid well. He has good potential, but he is still very tender." Well, of course newcomers have to go through a full set of procedures to join the team, and it's impossible for him to want to be tender after the process. Li Yu smiled. "Okay, then I'll slip away first. That guy Bai seems to have locked in here. When she asks you, remember to say that I went to the Heijiao Tavern." "Understood, I'll tell her you want me to say you're at the Cape Tavern." "Anping, you bastard shit, you even betrayed me. I'm sorry, but now all the members of the team think that Master Bai is more reliable than you. You will be punished." Li Yu fled after leaving some completely irresponsible remarks. Sean, on the other hand, was left in the rather empty underground base, looking at his immediate superior in a daze. Anping shrugged his shoulders and watched Li Yu leave, and then the relaxed smile on his face subsided in an instant. His whole body exuded an ice-like temperament and his eyes became sharper. "Newcomers, don't be dazed, prepare for the first round of testing." Test. Anping walked to a shelf not far away, took off 2 pairs of practice gloves, and threw a pair to Sean. Sean took the glove and realized that this was probably the Red Apricot team's entry into the team. Mercenary teams in many regions have similar rules. He does not reject this rule. He didn't reject this method because while Anping wanted to measure him, Xiao En also wanted to measure Anping. In any case, this strangely named team will be his place to live and work for some time to come. He wants to pay off his debts here, collect information here, and find a way to find Master here. So now at least know the level of the squad, and the level of the squad depends a lot on the level of the captain. Even if Anping doesn't mention it, Xiao En still wants to find a chance to fight him. After all, as Mostoma's apprentice, Sean's melee combat ability is very good. In fact, any Jedi Knight with the blessing of the Force can have physical fitness far beyond ordinary people. Their speed is faster, their strength is stronger, and their reaction is more sensitive. Even without relying on the indestructible lightsaber, they can quickly subdue the enemy. Sean has not only mastered this strengthening technique, but also mastered a variety of fighting skills. If someone wants to use fighting methods to get rid of Maui, Xiao En doesn't mind turning the other side, stepping on the head of the Red Apricot squad leader to establish prestige. Then, let's begin. Anping gave the command to start the moment Sean put on the gloves, and his figure disappeared from Sean's vision in an instant. Xiao En subconsciously praised the other party's explosive skills in his heart. Those thick thighs were indeed not for display, and the sprint speed was bizarre. Moreover, Anping also made full use of the environment as a cover when he acted. The floor of the underground base has complex and modeled color blocks. In the blind spot, it's a pity that for Xiao En, such small tricks are ineffective. He never relies solely on visual combat. When he noticed Anping's legs, he had already considered the current situation. In his mind, Anping's position is clearly discernible. Xiao En didn't dodge or dodge, he only twisted his body slightly, clasped his hands in front of his chest, and put on a posture to meet Anping's heavy punch head-on. Punches came mercilessly like cannonballs. Anping did not release any water in the entry test for Xiao En. The metal prosthetic limb released electromagnetic thrust from the elbow joint device, accelerating the forearm and fist to an incredible level in an instant. The recoil force was counteracted by the deformation of the shoulder joints, and Anping's shoulders swelled like an explosion in an instant. Such a full-strength blow is powerful enough to pierce through steel plates, and it is an undoubted killing move when aimed at flesh and blood. Xiao En was calm in his heart. As if he had rehearsed in advance, he leaned back, stretched his arms, his legs were intertwined, and his body was wrapped around the opponent's arm like soft rubber in an instant. Scoff. The hard metal directly tore through Sean's clothes, making his chest, arms, waist, thighs, and other places feel hot and painful. However, the most powerful impact was dodged after all, and Xiao En also took advantage of the situation to firmly lock Anping's arm. He hugged the mechanical prosthesis with both hands, and his legs pressed against Amping's chest and shoulders, leaning back, bending the mechanical arm outward with all the strength of the whole body. No matter how hard the machine is, there are structural weaknesses. Sean noticed its structure when he opened the door with the mechanical arm in Amping. The elbow joint is not only the essence of the prosthesis, but also the biggest weakness. With the right amount of force, just crash. The sound of metal shattering sounded as expected, and the sturdy mechanical arm disintegrated and shattered in Zio-N's arms on the spot, turning into a mass of broken parts. However, before Sean could even breathe a sigh of relief, he felt his eyes blur. Amping completely ignored the collapse of his prosthetic limb, turned his body back to his elbow calmly, and hit Sean's back of the head with a huge shock in his left hand. This is the end of the first round of testing. Looking at Zio-N, who fell unconscious on the ground, it took Amping a few seconds to stand up. His slightly squinted and lazy eyes were wide open, full of disbelief. My mechanical arm worth more than 50,000 Kyankun coins was just broken. Does this kid have Wookiee blood in his ancestry? Where did such brute force come from? In other words, his reaction was wrong from the very beginning. How could anyone dare to use flesh and blood to block an iron fist like a hammer? Amping activated the electromagnetic device at that time because he calculated that Zio-N had enough reflexes to dodge. Who would have thought that he would not dodge or dodge, but instead use joint skills? Looking at the metal fragments on the ground, Amping couldn't help but get a headache again. The Red Apricot Squad is indeed earning a lot of money, but he also has a lot of expenses as the captain, and 50,000 Kyankun coins were scrapped in a newcomer entry test. I don't know if this account can be used for public funds. In addition, the side effects of this backhand punch are also slightly serious. The left shoulder is completely dislocated, and the medical expenses are troublesome. Amping was applying cheap ointment and bandages on the medical table next to the shelf when he suddenly saw Sean's fingers trembling slightly, and then the young man opened his eyes and woke up. The middle-aged man couldn't help being surprised, isn't it? Can you wake up so quickly after being punched by me? What is your ancestry's connection to the De Walloons? But in addition to being surprised, Amping also felt a little excitement. It's really rare for a rookie to survive the first round of testing. Boss Lee really didn't lie to him this time. Although this kid is young, he does have great potential. Then the second round of testing is ready to start. On the other side, when Sean woke up again, he felt that everything in front of him was blurry, and the bright white light on the ceiling was doing a distorted dance in his sight as if it had come alive. I felt like I was on a small boat that was swaying in the rainstorm, and my internal organs were shaking from side to side. Finally woke up. Sean couldn't tell the owner of the voice for a while. Because of the concussion, the voice sounded particularly distorted, a bit like a cross between a De Wallonian and a Wookiee. Wake up and prepare for the second round of testing. My vacation time is limited. It wasn't until the second sentence that Zio-N vaguely discerned that the owner of the voice was Amping, the culprit who got him into a concussion. At this time, Sean finally realized that he had lost the first round of tests. Although he broke Amping's mechanical arm in a clever way, the opponent used a more ingenious backhand punch to turn back in an instant, winning with one blow. But Sean couldn't figure it out. With the positions and postures of the two of them at that time, how did Amping hit him with such a powerful backhand punch on the back of the head? His left arm needs to be bent back so that it is almost parallel to the spine, and that violates the basic bone structure. Could it be that his left arm is also a prosthetic? Feeling strongly puzzled, Sean stood up staggeringly, patted his cheeks to wake himself up a bit. Then he saw Amping's left shoulder was swollen and wrapped in a thick bandage. Sean immediately understood the whole process and said in disbelief, "You actually dislocated your shoulder." And Ping said, "Otherwise, how do you hit a backhand punch from that angle? Don't be too immature in your thinking." As a Jedi apprentice, Sean has traveled to quite a few places with his master and experienced many adventures. It is really rare for outsiders to comment on his immature thinking, but it is also a fact that he lost the test. He had no idea that Amping would use this kind of self-harming fighting technique. Amping said earnestly, "A dislocated shoulder can take down a difficult enemy. You should be able to make such a profit with your knees. But if you don't think about it, then on the battlefield, they only lose one joint, but you will lose your life." Sean frowned, subconsciously wanting to refute, but recalling Amping's incredible left fist in his mind, he felt that his rebuttal was really powerless. Seeing Zio-N's reaction, Amping narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "If you're not convinced, prove yourself with actual combat." Sean was also polite, and regardless of the remaining dizziness, he put on his gloves again and took a stance. His condition is certainly not good, but his opponent Amping will only get worse. The Ace's steel prosthesis was scrapped in the first round of testing, and now Amping's right shoulder is empty, and his left hand is severely contused by a backhand punch wrapped in thick bandages. Now only 2 legs are usable, greatly discounted. Okay, let's get started. The moment the voice fell, Amping started. The speed can be described as extremely fast, much faster than the first round of testing. Almost in the blink of an eye, he rushed in front of Sean, and his thick right leg kicked Sean's jaw from bottom to top like a heavy cannon that was ignited. Zio and Rao had seen Amping's explosive power before, but he was caught off guard at this moment, and he barely had time to put his elbows on his chest. The next moment, he felt that his arms were hit by a high-speed flying boat and they were lost in an instant. Lost consciousness and was raised high. Sean's chest opened wide and the opponent's kick hit his jaw almost at the same time. The second round of testing thus ends here. Amping let out a long breath, then his knees gave way and he nearly fell to the ground. This kid gave me a big surprise again. I thought it was impossible for him to react under such a full-speed explosion, but unexpectedly, his quick response far exceeded Amping's expectation. Those arms barely reached his chest, and his elbows were like hammers facing Amping's kick. Of course, Sean's reaction was a bit slow after all, so Amping's violent kick still managed to make him fall to the ground. The only problem is that the price is much heavier than expected. Looking at the soles of his feet crushed by Zio N's iron elbow, Amping felt absurdly victorious and yet defeated. If it was a battle of life and death, with Amping living and Zio N dying, there was no doubt about the outcome. But this is not a battlefield after all, but a testing ground. Amping didn't need to look to know how bleak he looked with his limping, empty right hand and high left shoulder. It was also fortunate that the team members were not on the scene at this time. Otherwise, the dignified team leader would be tested by the newcomers and become disabled in full view, and he would really lose his face. But looking at the bright side, the Honksing team has finally welcomed a newcomer who can last until the second round of testing, and Boss Lee has brought a surprise this time. However, the surprise is yet to come. Snort. With a muffled groan, Zio N, who fell to the ground, struggled to get up again. Amping's face darkened, and he began to wonder if Boss Lee deliberately asked someone to punish him. He can still wake up. Is it at a critical moment, with delicate body control ability, leaning back to further offset the impact? This kid's reaction is so fast that it doesn't look like a human being at all, which makes his attainment and talent in fighting skills ridiculously strong. Amping suddenly thought, maybe his fighting skills can finally usher in an inheritor. At the same time, Zio N groaned and woke up again, only to feel that everything in front of him was covered with a layer of blood, and all the lines in his vision were more distorted than before. The whole world is spinning, releasing malice in distorted color blocks, the ears are constantly buzzing, and there are constantly disturbing noises. And my internal organs and even my limbs are doing their own thing, refusing to coordinate to resist the erosion of the vision. No doubt the concussion worsened. With a heavy kick on the chin, Sean only felt that his gums were a little loose, and at this moment, amidst the noise, Amping's voice came again. Awake, then start the third round of testing. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Sean felt that there was some surprise and relief in the other party's tone. What a surprise and comfort. Probably the concussion was too severe. Zio N was stunned for a moment, but still struggled to stand up, posing towards Amping. The third round of testing, if you want to come, come. The middle-aged man in white robe in front of him looked very different to him. This is a powerful opponent beyond imagination. If it was an accident that he lost in the first round of tests, then there really was no excuse for his defeat in the second round of tests. Because the reason for the failure was very simple, Sean miscalculated the opponent's explosive speed, resulting in a lack of reaction. Amping's first round of sprinting left Sean so impressed that Sean forgot that during the second round of testing, Amping had already removed the metal prosthesis, and his weight was at least dozens of caddies lighter. Then the explosion speed will naturally be several % faster. This time, even Zio N felt that he was too immature, and compared to an immature Jedi apprentice, Amping's strength was naturally beyond doubt. At this moment, Sean had completely given up his thinking of turning his back on the customer and frankly admitted the strength of his opponent. Then he calmly faced the third round of tests. Amping didn't talk nonsense, seeing that Zio N had already set up his posture. He approached like a stroll in the courtyard. With each step, the footsteps seemed to resonate with Sean's heartbeat. Sean watched the other party's movements carefully, and found that Anping's leg muscles seemed to be trembling slightly. That's right, in the previous 2 rounds of sprint explosions, Anping's speed was a bit beyond imagination, and he is a flesh and blood body after all, so the explosion must come with a price. And that powerful kick also caused heavy damage to the sole of his foot. Now it seems that Anping no longer has the ability to break out a surprise attack. So what else is his weapon? As Anping approached slowly, Xiao was also carefully observing his opponent, unearthing his possible hidden weapons. Although the mechanical prosthesis on the right shoulder was destroyed, there were still sharp parts on the edge which must be taken care of, although the left shoulder was severely contused due to dislocation and wrapped in a heavy bandage. It did not mean that it was completely unusable if the leg muscles are overcongested. The strength will inevitably be greatly reduced, but once the bully comes close, the kicks, knee bumps, and other actions still have a strong lethality. However, when Xiao was fully alert, he saw Anping suddenly turned his eyes to the side with a surprised expression on his face. Boss Li. Sean was stunned for a moment and immediately realized that the other party was playing tricks. His reaction was not unpleasant, and his vigilance was not high, and he didn't even take his eyes off the other party from the beginning to the end. However, flaws were finally revealed. The eyes are there, but the attention is not necessarily there. At the moment when Sean was amazed by Anping's performance, Anping once again activated with all his strength, and his body stabbed at Sean like an arrow. And this time, because the distance between the two is closer, Anping came faster. And the result was even worse than the second round of tests. Before Sean even had time to raise his hand, he was knocked down helplessly and fell into a coma. This concludes the third round of testing. The moment Xiao fell to the ground, Anping also groaned and sat down on the ground. This round of tests, he won the easiest but also the most difficult. In terms of physical consumption, it was easy, but the mental consumption was even greater than the sum of the previous 2 times. When Anping approached Xiao step by step, he was actually in a state of full concentration like a predatory beast, frantically looking for the opponent's flaws. Under Anping's insight, most of the opponents are full of flaws. However, in Amping's view, Xiao posture of supporting himself has no obvious flaws at all. He was clearly in the bleak state of concussion, confusion of 5 senses, and muscle spasms, but his posture seemed to be impeccable. Even from Xiao's awe-inspiring eyes, Amping also noticed that the other party was trying to fight back against adversity. This guy is too aggressive. After losing 2 rounds in a row, he didn't lose his fighting spirit. Is he on spice? What an incredible newcomer. Amping even suspected that this young man had undergone more formal and strict fighting training than himself. The only pity is that, after all, it is still a little immature. So Amping finally used a simple performance to defeat Xiao. It's just that this kind of victory is really not glorious for the testers. Seeing Xiao, who fell to the ground and finally unable to get up again, Amping sighed, called the medical robot in the base to carry him away, then got up and walked towards the maintenance room of the team base. Amping simply replaced the spare prosthetic there, sprayed back to spray on his badly bruised left shoulder and legs, then took a shower and changed clothes and came to the cafeteria. The members of the team had been waiting at the dining table for a long time, and when they saw Amping coming in, they cast their eyes one after another. A short old man wearing a bloated coat was the first to ask, "Captain, where is the newcomer?" Amping lowered his eyes and said vaguely, "Uncle Su, the newcomer is still resting, come over later." Rest. Subo was taken aback for a moment. At the dining table, a tall, short-haired woman keenly caught the question and asked, "I think she is unconscious, right? You guys won't be doing some entry tests on newcomers again, right?" Amping slightly avoided the woman's gaze and said, "LV Nan, don't mess around, it's just a necessary link." Lu Nan's face darkened, "Necessary." Uncle Su also said, "Captain, that is the newcomer personally sent by Boss Li. The routes are very good, do you need to do the necessary link?" Amping didn't mind the impoliteness of the team members and explained, "First of all, Li Yu's consent was sought, and second, Baiyan is indeed Li Yu's Baiyan, but I am the captain of the Red Apricot team, and I have the right to criticize every newcomer is given a basic assessment." Lu Nan shook his head and dismissed the argument. "You obviously feel itchy to punch, so you have to find someone to try your fist. But I also heard that the rookie is very good at fighting, and he fought alone outside the manor of Dewey 9527. There are hundreds of Suzaku and the others." At the end of the dining table, a little girl wearing a thick soft hat looked up in surprise. "Hundreds of people? That's amazing." Lu Nan reached out and patted the girl's soft hat. "Xiao Zhuang, that's rhetoric. Don't take everything seriously every time and make me look like a liar." Yes, sorry. I don't want you to apologize. Lu Nan scratched her short hair, feeling helpless towards this sensitive and shy teammate. Seeing that she was about to hide her head under the dining table, she had to change the subject and asked Anping, "So, what about the test results?" Anping rubbed the newly attached metal prosthetic with lingering fear and said, "It's very powerful beyond expectations, and it lasted for 3 rounds before it completely fell down." Before the words fell, the tall woman slapped the table angrily. "Are you sick? Arrange 3 rounds of tests for newcomers. I'm afraid our red apricot team has too many people, so we want to drive every newcomer away." Being robbed so much by his subordinates, Anping, the dignified captain, was a little embarrassed. I didn't expect him to be so capable. He is not good at melee combat in Dewey 9527. I thought that the first round of tests should be it's over. Who would have thought that he would still have energy left? Afterwards, Anping briefly explained the test process, only to hear everyone at the dining table dumbfounded. Even Subo, the most mature and prudent old man in thick clothes, couldn't help but shook his head. "Captain, your test is too strict, and I'm not used to having limbs broken like you. I was beaten when I first joined the team." Unconscious, "I'm afraid this entry test will become a closed test." Lu Nan asked, "You just said that after the test, only a medical robot was arranged to take him away for treatment, so he is alone in the medical room now." Anping was stunned for a moment. "Yes, I also left a message telling him to come to the cafeteria for dinner after waking up. What's wrong? You left him alone in the unguarded medical room." The woman repeated her question. "Do you really think he would honestly come to the cafeteria and establish a relationship with us? Any normal person would. It's as far as you can run." Anping was dumbfounded. "No, no way, he still owes Li Yu 1 million. Being a mechanic on the silver to pay off debts for 100 years is better than working hard under a perverted captain like you. I bet he's probably gone out of the Oplovis sector by now." However, as soon as the woman finished speaking, the cafeteria door opened with a sound. A handsome young man walked in. "Is the dinner here?" This is the first sentence of Sean and all the members of the Red Apricot squad. When Sean walked into the restaurant, 8 rather complicated gazes met him. The 4 people in the restaurant seemed to be housewives who suddenly encountered wild monkeys and lizards breaking into the door while cooking lunch at home. They were full of curiosity in their astonishment, and in their curiosity there was a bit of sympathy and pity for civilized people when they witnessed wild animals. Sean, who was viewed as a wild animal, felt a little uncomfortable. Could it be that his performance in the entry test was so poor that he was no longer eligible to be treated as an equal? Is it going to be swept out next? After all, when most housewives encounter wild animals breaking into the door, they will call the police and expel them. Thinking of this, Sean couldn't help taking a half step back. However, as soon as he moved, he felt a blur in front of his eyes. "Young hero, please stay." The first person to act was the old man Subo in a thick coat. He was short, slightly stooped, his face was wrinkled, and his curly, wavy white hair hung down to his chest along the edge of his hood. Crossed the borderline between middle age and old age. But the quickness of his movements has faintly the demeanor of Anping, who is in his prime. The oncoming situation is actually not fast, but it is really unexpected. Sean was in a daze, and the old man had already grabbed his right hand. The old man pinched Sean's wrist with his haggard fingers, feeling the blood flow from the wrist, and at the same time he took out an electronic screen with his left hand and examined it. The data information flowing like a waterfall above. "Your metabolism is so strong, and your resilience is a dimension stronger than ordinary people. No wonder you can withstand 3 rounds of ravages by the captain. Although it is impossible from an academic perspective, let me ask, your ancestors and Deva, is there anything to do with long people?" Sean only had a headache when he heard it. Fortunately, the old man was quickly pulled back by Lu Nan forcibly. Although Subo was struggling hard during the process, the gap in strength made him seem like a wild duck preyed on by a beast, with only the strength left to croak. "LV Nan, don't drag me, I'm making a medical diagnosis for him." This is medicine, academics, do you understand? He was beaten unconscious by the captain. What if there are hidden wounds on his body? This is life and death. Lu Nan, on the other hand, showed strength no less than Captain Anping's. He lifted Uncle Su and pushed him back to his seat, and said with a sneer, "A rookie who can beat the captain to replace his prosthetic limbs shouldn't need you to worry about secret injuries." Anping, who was hurt by words, touched the new prosthetic awkwardly and coughed. "Anyway, since Sean is here, let's officially start our welcome party." While talking, Anping slapped his metal prosthetic limb and his left hand, making weird applause. However, there were very few people at the dining table, and Lu Nan and Subo were still bickering. Only the little girl Zhuang Yuanying, who was wearing a thick soft hat, responded enthusiastically and clapped her hands. I don't know if it's an illusion, or maybe the side effects of the concussion are still lingering. Sean felt that the little girl's applause seemed unusually loud. In Sean's opinion, the most disobedient person at the dinner table is the girl wearing a soft hat. Perhaps in terms of age, she was 1 or 2 years older than Sean, but compared to the people around her, she was too young, not at all like the girl who should appear in the mercenary base. From her body, Sean didn't feel the slightest hint of fierceness. She was completely a harmless commoner. But in theory, it is impossible for civilians to exist in the underground base of the Red Apricot Squad. He had heard Chen Sanwen mention the name of the Red Apricot Squad many times on the Baiyan. It was an absolute elite that was enough to make most of the Baiyan's crew dread and yearn for it. As for how elite it is, Anping had already fully demonstrated it to Sean during the initial test. Therefore, Zhuang Yuanying wearing a soft hat seemed a little out of place. Xiao En was very puzzled and then boldly guessed, "This is Anping's daughter, right? Came here to visit relatives." Anping sighed, "This expression again, do you also regard Xia Zhuang as my daughter? Come on, I really don't even have half a girlfriend." The girl named Xia Zhuang was frightened again, pulled the soft hat with both hands, and hid her whole face in the hat. Lunan let Su Bo go, laughing so hard. In the end, Anping coughed a few times and managed to maintain the order in the cafeteria. "Okay, enough nonsense, let's get straight to the point." As Anping's tone became more serious, the atmosphere in the restaurant also became solemn. "This is the Red Apricot Squad. I am Captain Anping. I am mainly responsible for team command and overall coordination. Most of the combat positions are concentrated at the forefront. I am good at fighting skills, simple firearms, and survival in the wild." Then he pointed to the tall woman. LV Nan, the current deputy captain, is also the core fireman of the team. He is good at almost all firearms, especially proficient in sniper skills. One person can become a sniper team, which is the most important part of the team. Output point. In addition, she is also good at a variety of driving techniques, providing mobility for the team at critical moments, so to speak. Lunan couldn't help turning her head away when she heard it and waved to Anping. "It's all right, don't be so nasty, let's replace it." Anping sighed helplessly and turned his fingers to Uncle Su. "This is Uncle Su. His surname is not Su, nor is he of any seniority, but he just happens to be named Uncle Su. He is currently the medical officer of the team. He is proficient in various first aid skills. The technology is also above the standard, and he is basically responsible for the team's medical robots. When necessary, he can provide a certain support capability on the battlefield, but the price is heavy, so don't let him overdraw easily." Uncle Su held his head high and held his chest high. "Captain, don't be polite to me. For the sake of the team, I can go through fire and water at any time." Lunan commented unceremoniously, "Are you taking banned drugs justifiably after you get injured?" Su Boli said bluntly, "Don't foul people's innocence at will. I, Su Boli, have lived for 37 years and I have never taken banned drugs until I was injured." Even Sean was stunned now. How many years did he just say he lived? 37 years, isn't it 73 years? Uncle Su glared at Xiao En. "What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a 37-year-old handsome man?" Xiao En frowned, thinking about this wrinkled 37-year-old man. Could it be that his ancestors have some connection with the Bis people? Lunan gloated a little and said, "A few more times of banned drugs, Uncle Su, you will be able to go to the Urban Welfare Center to receive pension assistance. As long as you shave your face, they will definitely give you a big gift package for longevity." But Su Bo waved his hand. "Pull it down. The Urban Welfare Center near the deserted area has long been abandoned by the upper echelon, and now the funds are very tight, and the longevity gift bag is full of flashy things like longevity peaches and couplets. And there is no cash at all." Lunan was dumbfounded. "You really went to get it?" "Nonsense. If you don't get paid, you don't get paid, and I don't have captain and vice captain allowances. Naturally, I need to know how to increase revenue and reduce expenditure." Anping listened to it and felt a headache, feeling deeply desperate for these bastards under his opponent. "Even if you can't help showing your true colors, at least wait for the newcomers to join the team. Aren't you afraid to scare the newcomers away by showing your ugliness so early? Although a newcomer who can survive 3 rounds of testing should theoretically be strong enough psychologically." While thinking about it, Anping saw that there was finally a comforting team member at the table. Zhuang Yuanying sat quietly at the corner of the dining table, looking at Xiao En from time to time with curious and shy eyes. And Ping thought it would be great if everyone could be as well-behaved as Zhuang Yuanying. Zhuang Yuanying, the youngest member of the team other than you, is mainly responsible for machine repair work. Although she is young, she is very skilled in machine repair. Any broken machine can be handled by her. Boss Lee sometimes likes to play in Space Sao Operation, destroying the Bayan. They all went to Xia Ozhuang to rescue them. Lu Nan interjected again. If it wasn't for Xia Ozhuang, Li Yu would have been skinned and boned by Lord Bai long ago. Uncle Su also sighed. So Xia Ozhuang is the savior of Li Yu's boss. Captain, remember to mention this matter in the next team meeting so that the boss can allocate some funds. I happen to have a new medicine. Research has hit a bottleneck. Anping said unhappily, don't try to use Xia Ozhuang to seek your own selfishness. Then if you want funds, go to a few more welfare centers to clear your face. Zhuang Yunying, who became the target of public criticism, buried her head in the hat again in shame. You guys, that's right, it's too exaggerated. The immature voice still reveals a strong taste of harmlessness to humans and animals in Sean's ears. And looking at the other people's doting attitude towards Zhuang Yunying, Xiao En couldn't help but think, maybe this red apricot squad is not as dangerous and cruel as he expected. However, just as the idea came up, Anping heard Anping say, okay, the specific members have been introduced and it's time to introduce the red apricot squad. I think you should have been thinking about this question a long time ago. What is the name of this team? So weird, Sean nodded. In the context of Kaiyankun language, the word honksing is always reminiscent of the ambiguous saying, honksing is out of the wall. And this doesn't match the elite positioning of the honksing team, no matter how you look at it. Although Li Yu, the leader of the Silver Knights, has always been particularly arbitrary in terms of naming, there is no need to give his trump card such a nondescript name. Anping said with a smile, the core meaning of the common saying, red apricot leaving the wall, is to describe someone who is unruly, and the core idea of our team is indeed unruly. After a pause, Anping continued, Boss Li Yu said that you are here to pay off your debts, so you should also know that the income of the members of the Red Apricot team is much higher than that of other team members. For example, I completed the one team mission, 3 individual missions. The cumulative income is 720,000 Kaiyankun coins, which is the number that other team members need to save for a lifetime. Anping pointed to Lu Nan and Su Bo again. The income levels of these two people are not low, let alone Xia Ozhuang, who saved Li Yu's life many times. That is a sky-high credit. With a hint of amusement, Anping asked the question, what do you think is the reason for this special treatment? Sean tried to speculate, by strength. It's really concise, but you're right, our treatment is indeed based on strength. Any member of this team has strength far above the average, but the problem comes soon now. What do you mean by strength? Sean thought for a moment and said, ability to complete tasks. That's right, the essence of strength is the ability to complete tasks. Our treatment is essentially derived from completing near-impossible tasks time and time again. Sean said, so is this a reward? Anping smiled, you are on the point again. The answer is yes and no. Special treatment does seem like a reward, but it is actually a last resort. To complete the impossible task, it takes an extremely high cost, and in this cost, subjective will is very indifferent. Mr. Lee has never lacked people who dare to work hard, and there is no shortage of people who work hard, but they cannot do things that cannot be done, because they lack enough material basis. While talking, Anping put his right prosthetic limb on the dining table and asked Xiao En, if I were to compete with you in arm wrestling now, do you think you have a chance of winning? Sean shook his head. With his strength at this time, even if he used the force to strengthen his body, it would be difficult to win against an electromagnetically driven steel arm under the rules of arm wrestling. Anping said, the difference between you and me does not lie in the will to win, nor in the perseverance in daily exercise, but in the fact that I have a mechanical prosthesis worth 50,000 Kaiyankun coins, but you only have flesh and blood. After a pause, Anping continued. Similarly, Lu Nan's sniper ability is the best in the entire galaxy because she has a tailor-made and priceless Dongfeng DF-Q91 sniper rifle. Seriously, remind you in a word, that is her most precious treasure. If you dare to leave even a little fingerprint on her gun barrel, she can beat you to the point where Uncle Su can't even cure you. So here comes the problem. When there is such a small group of people who are very good at exchanging resources for strength, the allocation of resources becomes a big problem for the entire team. For example, I just spent 50,000 Kaiyankun coins. Mechanical prosthetic limbs are used to give you an entry test. And at the same time, even the senior engineers on the Silver are only paid a few hundred a day. Do you think the latter will agree with my profligate behavior? Obviously not, but if because of the latter's disapproval, I won't get a mechanical prosthetic with a cost of 50,000 yuan, then the team shouldn't expect me to create miracles at critical moments. It's hard for a clever woman to cook without rice. The solution to this contradiction is that the Red Apricot Squad goes out independently and is responsible for its own profits and losses. Our income depends on our contributions, and our expenses will not be paid for by anyone. Compared with other people who are completely collectivist, isn't our team just a bunch of red apricots sticking out of the wall? Before he finished speaking, he heard Lu Nan say, "The word self-responsibility for profit and loss is a very good word, so don't expect the team to pay for the mechanical prosthesis you scrapped before." Amping was stunned when he heard the words and smiled wryly after a while. "Don't be so cruel." Lu Nan glanced at him. "Since you are responsible for your own profits and losses, you have to do rigorous testing for newcomers on your own initiative. Do you still expect us to help you pay for the testing?" Amping was silent for a while, then looked at Zhuang Yuanying with kind eyes. "Zai O Zhuang." Before he finished speaking, Lu Nan had already grabbed a metal water glass on the dining table and threw it over. "How dare you ask Zaya Zhuang to borrow money again?" Captain Tang Tang shameless. Amping was disheartened and swallowed his anger. In short, the name of the Red Apricot Squad is derived from the above. We are usually mainly responsible for dealing with difficult and miscellaneous diseases that others cannot handle. And the so-called difficult and miscellaneous diseases are mostly related to beatings and killings. Everyone has been on the battlefield, experienced life and death. About your scuffle outside Dewey 9527's manor, I have read the records left by Li Yu, and the performance was pretty good, and it will be your daily routine from now on. Saying that, Amping showed a very warm smile on his face. "How do you have a clearer understanding of the Red Zing Squad? It's still too late to quit now." Sean asked, "Is it really too late?" "Haha, of course it's a lie. I spent 50,000 on you, so of course you don't want to just walk away." Amping laughed at himself, but he didn't really care about the mere 50,000 Kainkun coins. "Anyway, that's the end of my introduction. It's up to you next. You don't have to say what you don't want to say, but you can't tell lies." Sean nodded and introduced himself that he had been planning for a long time. "I'm Sean. I came here by chance. My main job now is to pay off my debts. Compared with you, I don't have any outstanding specialties, but I am familiar with melee combat, the use of firearms, wild survival, mechanical maintenance, etc. Those who have been involved in hunting may be used as mobile personnel in the team to check for gaps. In addition, I am not a native of the galaxy, so I am still very unfamiliar with everything here. There may be a lot of things that are not handled properly. I hope you will be happy at that time. At the same time, as a newcomer, I also need to rely on your help. Of course, it will definitely be answered." Sean's brief self-introduction received sincere applause. Uncle Sue was even more amazed. "It's the first time I've heard such a serious self-introduction in the years since I joined the team. I like this kid so much. Zio N, you will be a medical soldier with me in the future. Very interesting. Oh, the future." Lu Nan sneered. "Your so-called future is to be overdrawn at the age of 37 and become 73 years old." After a pause, the woman said again, "I've also seen your record of that battle. Your accomplishments and talents in marksmanship are outstanding. Don't waste them in vain." After finishing speaking, Lu Nan lowered his head, picked up the steaming food in the bowl with chopsticks and ignored the new team members. But those who know her well know that this is already a very warm invitation for her. And Ping said, "I won't say anything superfluous. We have a fist-to-heart relationship. Although the 3 rounds of tests may seem short, they are enough to form a tacit understanding between real men." Zio N frowned. He couldn't think of any kind of tacit understanding between himself and this sleepy middle-aged man, but seeing in Ping's words with certainty, it seemed that he lost his memory due to a concussion. Lu Nan sneered, "Don't think too much, he just bullied you to be honest, and he just wanted to catch you as a strong man. The front line of the team's missions is always tight in recent times. I always like to do entry tests to scare newcomers away. In my opinion, let him eat his own fruit. There is no need to accommodate him." Amping smiled helplessly. "The front line collapses and you are of no use as a firepower." Subo interjected, "If you, the frontline captain, collapse, the vice-captain will be able to take over as the captain." Just as Uncle Sue finished speaking, Lu Nan's metal cup was thrown like a cannonball and the cafeteria became noisy. Sean frowned tightly and really had a thought of slipping away in his heart, but that thought was fleeting. Where can I go if I leave here? After leaving the manor, he was cut off from his master, and it was obvious that he would not be able to appear in the public view of the Gan Galaxy in an open and above-board manner. Although judging from the current news channels, the Kainkun group has not publicly issued an arrest warrant for the Jedi Masters and Apprentices. But Zio-En knew with his knees that it must be a pattern of looseness on the outside and tightness on the inside. At this time, Li Yu's home located in the deserted area is actually a good hiding place. While thinking about it, Sean finally sat down at the dining table, picked up the bowls and chopsticks, picked up a piece of soft, waxy, and translucent roasted meat from the steaming iron pot on the table, and put it in his mouth. Then his movements froze. The stimulation in his mouth that was so strong that it hit all five senses at the same time made his mind stunned for a moment. Who am I? Where am I? What is in my mouth? Su Bo's cheerful voice sounded next to his ears. How does it taste? This is a big meal that the vice captain personally cooks to welcome the newcomers. Usually even the captain doesn't have such a good fortune. Zio-En was stunned again when he heard the words, and looked up, only to see the expressions of scientists observing the experimental small animals injected with new drugs. The boy opened and closed his jaw with difficulty, chewed the piece of meat twice, resisted the numbness of his taste buds, and swallowed it. With a warm feeling down the esophagus, the Jedi apprentice actually felt a kind of relief. Finally, I swallowed it. But are you sure this is a big meal prepared to welcome newcomers? No wonder the Hong Sing team complained about the lack of people every day. Only Lu Nan was smiling, and his heroic facial features became soft and amiable because of the smile, and even the tough voice that just ridiculed and Ping was soft. Lu Nan asked expectantly, "How is it? Is it still the same taste?" Sean was silent for a while. As a Jedi apprentice, he really couldn't convince himself to talk nonsense, so he could only ask back, "Is this the endurance test for newcomers conducted by the vice captain?" Ha 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 ha. Su Bo laughed so hard that he threw the rice bowl that Lu Nan gave him to the ground. Anping also took advantage of the chaos and threw his rice bowl on the ground expressionlessly. Only Zhuang Yunying chewed the roasted pork that tasted almost anesthetic, blinked curiously, and observed the follow-up on the table. The smile on Lu Nan's face became brighter, but he was clearly smiling, but the subtle changes in his facial features made this smile reveal a thrilling murderous intent. You are a newcomer who dares to say it. It seems that my good intentions have failed to whet your appetite. However, my instructor said a word before, if you want to boost your appetite, the best way is to increase your appetite. The way is to train. When you are exhausted and your muscles dissolve, even eating dirt is delicious. While talking, Lu Nan slammed down the table, leaving a clear palm print on the metal table, and the pots and pans on the table were also overturned, and the food soup was messed up. This made Anping and Su Bo couldn't help but put their hands on their chests as if they had received amnesty. Lu Nan continued, "Just now Uncle Su said that you are young, strong, and resilient. It seems that you are right. You have the energy to picky eaters just after waking up. Then you should also have the energy to accompany me to do some warm-up training." Sean looked at the vice captain who was gearing up and knew that this challenge probably couldn't be avoided. However, it is also desirable. Zio-En has never resisted competing with the strong, even if the huge gap in strength will leave him covered in bruises and lose his face. But after summing up the experience and lessons, every failure will bring tangible gains. In the previous 3 rounds of tests with Anping, he had already deeply experienced the power of the opponent's weird close combat technique, and this also gave great inspiration to the Jedi apprentices. So what kind of surprises can Lu Nan, who is known as the strongest player in the team, bring him? With anticipation, Sean even felt that the hunger in his belly was not worth mentioning. Although it may also be because the stomach pouch has been paralyzed by that piece of roast meat. The Red Apricot squad was extremely efficient. After a few minutes, the whole team appeared in an extremely spacious underground training ground. This place is several times larger than the open space where Anping conducted the test, and the entire training ground is covered with bunkers of different heights and shapes, and there are more than a dozen floating metal platforms in the air. The walls on all sides present mirror-like reflections. On both sides of the entrance of the training room, there are 2 huge firearm racks, on which there are no less than hundreds of various firearms neatly stacked. 12 out of 10. But just 1 out of 10 is shocking, because all of them are flagship masterpieces of famous manufacturers, and a few mediocre models have obviously been deeply modified to have stronger performance. This is simply a gun show to show off wealth. Sean really understood the essence of the phrase, the Red Apricot team has high income and high expenses. So the next step is to use Lu Nan's collection for a gunfight in this complex terrain. Sean was thrilled. Although he is not a gun enthusiast, he also knows what a rare opportunity it is to touch these masterpieces of guns with his own hands. What's more, holding these firearms against a top master. It has been bad luck since entering the dry galaxy, and now it finally has some good things. Zio En looked at Lu Nan's collection with great interest, and was about to choose a firearm that he was relatively familiar with and could give full play to its performance, but soon he was attracted by a short gun with a simple shape. Although the location of the collection was very inconspicuous, but the pistol fell into the eyes of the Jedi apprentice, but it had a distinctive attraction which made him subconsciously reach out. Don't touch. Lu Nan's distraught voice came from behind, and her movements were astonishingly fast, and she came to Zio En in a flash, blocking between him and the gun rack. She was obviously taller than Anping, and she had put on a heavy protective suit at this time, but her figure was not bulky at all. This mobility was indeed worthy of the name of the vice-captain of the Red Apricot Squad. However, at the same time, a slightly frightening stupidity appeared in the woman's eyes. I saw Lu Nan lightly holding the short-barreled blaster that Zio En planned to choose, stretching out his right hand wearing a brand-new glove, caressing the bright silver barrel without saying a word. That gentle gaze made Zio En feel horrified for a moment. He looked at Captain and Ping, only to see that the latter showed a helpless look, nodded, and silently signaled with his mouth. You guessed right. Lu Nan is indeed a perverted shooter who suffers from severe fetishes and possesses an astonishingly strong desire. Sean froze for a moment, regretfully giving up his plan to touch the masterpiece with his own hands. He didn't think Lu Nan was a fetish, but he had already seen the word Hua neatly engraved on the handle of the pistol in Lu Nan's hand, and this word and Lu Nan seemed to have a very deep bond. That is not a collection that others can dye their hands on. After putting away her short gun, Lu Nan leaned over and opened the bottom drawer of the gun rack, revealing a set of simple firearms of different lengths. Training gun, use this today. Sean glanced at it, feeling kindness in his heart. This training gun is a lot like the Jedi youngster's training partner, the remote-controlled training ball. The energy beam shot from it will cause a strong sting, but it will not cause serious damage. When Jedi youngsters are training in the Force, they often wear helmets that shield the five senses, only guided by the Force, and use lightsabers to protect themselves under the shooting of flexible remote-controlled training balls. Although it is obviously impossible for Sean to take out the lightsaber openly right now, but the familiar feeling makes Sean seem to have found his childhood. Seeing Zio En's gentle smile, Lu Nan sneered and said, "You have a good attitude, I hope you can keep it up for a while." Captain Anping couldn't help but sighed when he heard the words but shook his head and refused to comment. Subo, on the other hand, had an excited expression of watching a good show, drawing on an electronic tablet with both hands, remotely controlling the robot in the medical room to dispense new medicines. Zhuang Yunying restrained her shyness and reminded, even if it's a training gun, it hurts to be hit continuously. Zio En looked back curiously and immediately asked Zhuang Yunying to bury her face in the hat again. Of course, the Jedi apprentices know that the energy beam of the training gun will cause pain, especially when hitting consecutively. The strong stimulation may even cause coma and incontinence. However, it is rare that someone is willing to remind him. This shy team mechanic is really pure and kind-hearted. It is in stark contrast with other goods. Obviously, Lu Nan wants to let the newcomers fully experience her firepower technology without killing her. Sean's response was consistent. He couldn't ask for more. In the melee between Sean and the pirates outside the manor, although he had the upper hand and almost formed a unilateral crush, the essence was that the opponent was too weak, not how superb Sean's marksmanship was. When encountering real masters, Sean still has self-knowledge. Oh, a little clever. Seeing Zio En's choice, Lu Nan couldn't help raising her eyebrows. Okay, then it's my turn to choose. As she said that, the woman directly pulled the drawer out of the shelf, and she picked up all the styles of training guns one by one and put them on her body. It was only then that Zio En really noticed that there were many belts and metal lock hooks on the outside of Lu Nan's heavy protective clothing. They were not decorations, but were used to fix firearms. Using these external devices, Lu Nan installed 12 long guns and 6 short guns on her body, and carried a sniper training gun taller than herself on her back. The whole person is like a humanoid arsenal. Okay, go to the designated location along the indicator light under your feet, and the training will officially start after the green light above your head is lit, understand? With a natural tone, Lu Nan pointed out the indicator lights under his feet and above his head for Zio En, then took a step ahead, and headed to the deep part of the training ground with the sound of metal colliding. Sean was stunned for a while, looking at the 2 pitiful pistols in his hands. He once again sighed that he was indeed too tender. Can this game still be played like this? But after thinking about it, I don't have that kind of special protective clothing, nor do I have the ability to control multiple firearms at the same time, so it may not be a good thing to get more. In fact, Sean is also very curious. Lunan armed herself like a tetric sea urchin, which looks mighty, but she doesn't have 3 heads and 6 arms. Isn't so many guns a burden? Forget it. Let's see what is unique about the top gunners of the GAN galaxy from actual combat. After making up his mind, Sean quickly came to the designated location, a low bunker shelter, and then through the fire port of the bunker, he patiently observed the surroundings and waited for the light above his head to change color. The moment the green light was on, Sean turned and flew back, leaving the spot. Almost at the same time, 2 energy beams shot out from afar, exquisitely shooting into the bunker along the narrow fire opening. If Sean hadn't reacted in advance and left his original position, he would have been knocked down in the first second of the battle. Sean became more and more excited. Lunan is indeed a top expert. At the moment of sniping just now, Zion could see very clearly through the fire port that Lunan suddenly leaned out from behind a low wall and raised his gun to shoot. The woman's movements are as fast as lightning, but the key is that she hardly has any preview. A single shot spanned a distance of 300 meters along the narrow firepower port of the bunker and shot the energy beam into the opponent's bunker. Even though this training field is the opponent's home field and every tree is clear, the shooting accuracy at this moment is still amazing. At least Sean asked himself that he absolutely couldn't do it. So it's true that you can't shoot at her from a long distance, you have to use your agility to get closer, so close that her firepower can't be used. While thinking about it, Sean outlined in his mind the general terrain of the training room that he recorded instantly, and then calculated a relatively safe trajectory. The Jedi apprentice took a deep breath, his muscles tensed up, ready for the impending explosion. The next moment he exerted force with his feet, and his figure shuttled like lightning, drawing a zigzag trajectory, quickly passing a narrow and long ramp, crossing a low wall and bypassing a towering tower. In the blink of an eye, Zion had crossed 1/3 of the training field, and the distance between him and Lunan was shortened sharply. But Lunan didn't fire a shot, as if he couldn't find a chance to aim and shoot, but it was more like waiting for the opponent to approach and reveal his flaws. The eerie calm is like a quicksand trap in the desert. For a top sniper, it is more threatening when not shooting, but Zion was not at all disturbed in his mind. Instead, he flashed his figure methodically and approached quickly, because what he faced was not an optional question at all. He had no choice but to move forward. In other people's home courts, facing a fully armed fireman and only 2 pistols in his hands, it was simply a matter of sticking to one place: suicide. Sean had to find a way to close the distance, so close that the spear on the opponent's body could not exert its advantage at all, and so close that he could knock the opponent down with just 2 pistols. However, after bypassing the high tower, there was an empty space ahead. Although there were uneven trenches and bunkers on the left and right, they looked like traps carefully prepared by the other party to Zion. If you really thought it was safe to use it as a transit, you would definitely be shot by Lunan during the transfer process or even behind the bunker. The Jedi apprentice huddled under the tower, thought for a moment, and a flash of light flashed in his mind. The high tower in this training room should be designed as a condescending firepower point in essence. Standing on the top of the high tower can easily cover every corner of the training room with firepower. But beyond that, it serves a purpose. Sean took a deep breath, leaned down, stepped on the ground firmly with both feet and pressed his hands on the outer wall of the tower. Then, as no surprise, he felt the seemingly solid outer wall shake slightly, and this part of the sway was gradually transmitted to the top of the tower, causing the top of the tower to sway violently. Sure enough, Sean couldn't help smiling. All the facilities and bunkers in this training room are built with lightweight and cheap quick-build materials, which can facilitate Lunan to change the terrain in time according to training needs. And this kind of cheap building material, although it can block the energy beam of the training gun, of course it can't stop the full-scale destruction of a Jedi apprentice. Sean used the force to strengthen his body, and then used his thick shoulders as a hammer to slam into the tower, and the white outer wall immediately collapsed like a bubble. After several collisions, the foundation of the tower disappeared, and it fell forward helplessly. Zion immediately seized the opportunity and acted before the tower fell to the ground. He lowered his body and moved forward quickly in a nearly crawling posture. The tower during the collapse properly covered all of Lunan's shooting angles. However, just when Sean was about to take advantage of the cover of the tower and come to the next bunker, whoosh, A green beam of energy shot through the cracks in the cracked tower and passed close to the top of Zio-En's head. This made the Jedi apprentice break out in a cold sweat. You can find the shooting angle like this. Even if Lu Nan occupies the main field, the shooting accuracy is really unimaginable. However, the shot failed in the end. Zio-En's consistent cautious style saved him. He kept his body low enough that even though Lu Nan managed to find a tricky angle, he still failed to snipe. The shot missed, and the situation in front of Sean was simply perfect. The terrain in front is very favorable to him, with high walls and continuous trenches. With his maneuverability, he can easily hide himself in the blind spot of shooting all the time. Lu Nan's almost berserk firepower configuration seems to be a drag at this time. With so many firearms, she is doomed to be unable to fight guerrillas with Zio-En in complex terrain. In the middle, almost naturally, can only be in a stubborn position. As the distance gets closer, the balance of victory and defeat keeps tilting towards Sean. Although Lu Nan also hid in the bunker without showing her whereabouts, for a Jedi apprentice who was good at observing, he could already lock her approximate location through Lu Nan's 2 shots. It is in an open area with high terrain and surrounded by high walls. In fact, this is also an inevitable choice. She has too many spears on her body, and the space is small, so she can't use them, and Sean's distance from that open area was quickly shortened to within reach. As long as he crossed the last trench, Sean could formally enter the opponent's hiding place, and at that distance, pistols and long guns would not. There is a fundamental difference, and even the pistol is more flexible. But Zio-En also knew that the last trap he had to face was ahead of him. Although he was able to deduce Lu Nan's position during this fast journey, why didn't Lu Nan grasp his own position? At the moment of crossing the trench, Lu Nan's shooting will definitely be accurate, but he is in midair, so there is no way to avoid it. So, Sean looked around again, and soon his eyes locked on a slowly drifting floating platform above his head. In the training room, there are a total of 23 such floating platforms, with different sizes, heights, and shapes, providing a more three-dimensional battlefield environment for the training room. It's not that Sean has never considered using these platforms for three-dimensional maneuvering, but no matter how he thinks about it, he feels that facing a top fireman, it is too unsafe for a person to be in midair. But now, this unsafe floating platform seems to be the last step for Sean to win. As long as he quickly climbed up the platform, then slowly moved on the platform to the top of Lu Nan, and then fell from the sky, it would be difficult for Lu Nan to have a chance to shoot during the whole process. And once you jump off the high platform, it means that the distance between the two sides is so close that the pistol can shoot accurately. At that time, the initiative on the battlefield will be in the hands of the more flexible Zio-En. The Jedi apprentice quickly deduced the process in his mind. After confirming that it was correct, he climbed up a broken high wall in front of him without the slightest hesitation and jumped onto the platform 5 meters away from the ground with a flash. Dazzling. And the moment Sean climbed onto the high platform, a green beam of energy brushed past Sean's feet, making the Jedi apprentice marvel at Lu Nan's shooting skills again. In his mind's deduction. Climbing the wall, there is almost no chance in the process of climbing and leaping onto a high platform, but Lu Nan seized the opportunity. Her only mistake was that she misjudged Zio-En's jumping ability. The speed of the Jedi apprentice jumping onto the high platform was a mile faster than she expected. However, this was actually a trap that Sean had designed from the very beginning. When he was sprinting between the bunkers, he didn't use his fastest speed, and always reserved it for the last moment. This is also the trick he learned from amping. In the second round of the test, the opponent relied on weight loss in exchange for a faster explosive speed, which caught Sean off guard. At this time, Zio-En followed suit, and sure enough, he also counted on Lu Nan, causing the sharpshooter to miss again. And once he reached the high stage, Sean almost held the victory in his hands. However, the closer the victory was, the more calm Sean became, because if he was negligent at the last moment, all the previous hard work would be in vain. Standing on the edge of the high platform, Sean could even clearly see Lu Nan's elongated shadow dragged by the light below. Next, just find the location of the airborne by surprise. However, just as Zio-En was about to quickly plan the landing location, he heard Lu Nan under the platform sneer. "It's finally time for you." The moment Lu Nan's voice sounded, Zio-En felt a warning signal in his heart, and that strong sense of crisis was like a mountain roaring and a tsunami. At the same time, his peripheral vision captured an unbelievable scene. On the 3 platforms floating beside him, there are actually 18 automatic gun towers with simple structures. 18 guns have locked on Sean at the same time. In an instant, Sean's sense of time seemed to be stretched infinitely, and he could even hear the buzzing of the training guns when the triggers of the automatic gun turrets were pulled. At the same time, Sean also realized that he was the one who really fell into the trap. Sean didn't complain in his heart about the existence of the gun tower outside the rules. First, there are no pre-agreed rules at all. Secondly, it was because of his poor thinking before the battle. Judging from the simple bracket structure and remote control device of the gun turret, its construction is very simple, and the relevant materials are probably hidden in Lu Nan's heavy protective clothing from the very beginning. Inside. As for the metal lock hook of the external firearm, it is simply a confusing item. What's the use of carrying so many firearms for a person who doesn't have 3 heads and 6 arms? As a top fireman, Lu Nan must have a way to make the best use of every gun, so the simple gun tower is actually a very logical judgment. After the test started, Lu Nan only fired 3 shots. Besides, could it be that she was really just squatting in place, waiting for the enemy to come to her door? So since Sean found out that Lu Nan hadn't moved his position, he should have thought that the opponent was probably consolidating his position. Among the methods of consolidating the position, the simplest method is the gun tower. It's really too careless. But on the other hand, judging from the configuration of the gun turret, Lu Nan's calculations were also terrifying. All the gun turrets in sight were aimed at the high platform above Lu Nan's head, and the angle of fire could not reach the ground. In other words, Lu Nan concentrated almost all of his firepower on this point. From the very beginning, she calculated that Sean might avoid all the sniper attacks all the way, and then occupy the only commanding heights enough to win. Sean couldn't help but be convinced by a female warrior who had the right time and place and was so shrewd and skilled in combat. However, the so-called convincing is just admiration rather than obedience. Sean admired the strength shown by the other party, but the Jedi apprentice would never admit defeat until the last moment. Even if it's an embarrassing situation where both sides suffer, they will never admit defeat. In the blink of an eye, Sean flew forward, and in midair, under the guidance of the original force, his body reacted almost unimaginably. With his exquisite twisting posture, he avoided most of the firepower. Although the body was still inevitably hit by the energy beam, causing intense pain, Zio-En successfully broke through the encirclement of firepower in an instant, jumped off the high platform, and faced Lu Nan face to face. At this time, Lu Nan was only 5 meters away from him. At this distance, even though Zio-En was shocked by the severe pain and dizziness, his vision was distorted and his consciousness was on the verge of collapsing. He will never let the gun in his hand miss the target. When waking up from the darkness, Sean only felt his eyes hurt slightly from a burst of bright white light, and the familiar smell of medicine in the infirmary of the underground base lingered in his nostrils. And the place on his body where he was hit by the training gun still stings. Zio-En couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He just joined the Red Apricot team, and he has been tested until he passed out twice. Although both times were crimes other than war, this feeling is really uncomfortable. If Master saw it, it would be really ashamed. In a daze, Zio-En suddenly saw a wrinkled face approaching in front of him. It looks a bit like Subo, but he is even older than Subo. If Subo looks like 73, this person can at least make up to 84. The old man squeezed out a smile distorted by wrinkles and asked in a hoarse voice, "It's been 5 years you finally woke up." Sean was startled at the time, almost jumping directly from the hospital bed. "What did you say?" Uncle Sue touched his old face. "I also changed from a 37-year-old handsome man to a 42-year-old handsome man." Sean thought to himself, "No one asked you to show off your mathematical talents. What does it mean that 5 years have passed?" Seeing the surprise in Zio-En's eyes, Subo showed a look of pity and explained, "That woman Lu Nan played with fire too much. The output power of the training gun has been adjusted up, exceeding the safety threshold. You were hit by the concentrated fire again. The point is that there was a gunshot to your head at the last moment. Do you still feel some pain in the top of your head now? That is the root of everything." Subo's voice could be described as heartbroken. "LV Nan is really too much. Even if it is a training gun, you can't just aim at your head." Although she explained that the shooting accuracy of the gun turret is not enough, it is nonsense. All the gun turrets are remote controlled by her so close. How could it be possible to hit the head unintentionally? But it's too late to say anything now. You've been sleeping for 5 years. Before Uncle Sue finished speaking, Sean sat up from the hospital bed and gave his own evaluation. "Exaggerated acting skills, hypocritical words, your test is the least technical." Subo was stunned at that moment. Sean didn't believe in the 5-year theory at all. Although he was startled by the other party when he first woke up, the Jedi apprentice quickly grasped his physical condition. He fell into a coma for a few hours at most, and he received quite proper medical treatment during the coma. The remaining pain in his body was more of a memory than a warning sign. As for why Uncle Sue looked much older than he was a few hours ago, maybe he took some medicine. While Uncle Sue was shutting up, Zio-En squinted his eyes and looked around. Sure enough, he saw a tall and familiar figure in the next bed. A thick bandage was wrapped around Lu Nan's shoulders, and there was a playful smile on his face. Uncle Sue, I said earlier that this kid is definitely much smarter than you, and he will only bring himself to be humiliated by showing off his tricks. Hearing this, Uncle Sue took a few steps back from Zio-En's side with a dispirited expression on his face. He is full of calculations at a young age and his thoughts are deep. This kid has never had a girlfriend. Sean felt strange. I did not submit it, but what does this have to do with calculations? Is this a unique culture of some kind of dry galaxy? But soon his attention was attracted by the injury on Lu Nan's shoulder. Judging from the heavy bandage and Lu Nan's awkward posture, her injury was quite serious, at least worse than his own, which was set on fire. The loser is even heavier. How did it happen? Sean didn't remember that he had left such a serious injury to the other party. Subo smiled, wiped his face next to him, and turned back into a 73-year-old handsome man. The dense wrinkles on his face were just simple disguise makeup, and then sighed. Zio-En, since you joined the Red Apricot team, you must remember one thing. Who is the smartest person in this team will never be determined, but the stupidest person must be the woman lying next to you. Lu Nan unceremoniously used his good arm to grab a monitoring device next to the hospital bed, trying to smash it. Wait, listen to my explanation. Subo hurriedly rushed up to hug the device. I have a reason. His voice was justified and his eyes were so upright that even Lu Nan, who was personally attacked, was taken aback. Have a reason. Subo finally rescued his precious equipment, sighed with lingering fear, and said to Sean, "This woman has tampered with your gun, and the training gun in your hand is extremely powerful, and it can basically be regarded as live ammunition. So your shooting at the last moment almost killed her. If she didn't react in time after all, I'm afraid she would be shot in the head by you on the spot." Sean opened his eyes wide in disbelief. Lu Nan tampered with his gun when? Subo explained, to be precise, all the training guns have the killing power, and only the one she uses has been temporarily reduced in power. As for the reason, Lu Nan himself gave the answer. On my own territory, suppressing a rookie with absolute firepower superiority, it is impossible for me to be hit. If I am hit, or even hit a vital point, it means that I am a waste, deserved to die there. Subo stretched out his finger and pointed to his head. Did you hear that? This man is sick. Lu Nan said, a cripple like you who takes drugs every day is also qualified to say that others are sick. Subo said confidently, I am a doctor, of course I am qualified to judge who is sick. What's more, if I am sick, I at least know how to take medicine. After you are seriously injured, let alone back to liquid, you won't even use my herbal medicine. Even bandages are extremely reluctant. Lu Nan turned her head away and said, I need to remember this pain, this is the shame I should bear. Uncle Sue said with distaste, it's a real shame to show off the sense of honor we had when we were young. We've all fallen into criminal gangs in the deserted area. Let's save the old sense of honor. Regarding this, Lu Nan was neither angry nor annoyed, just hummed lightly and skipped it. Hearing the words juvenile and past, Sean faintly felt that their topic seemed to involve the past, but the word past was a taboo for them to avoid as much as possible. So Zio-En didn't ask any further questions, but instead changed the topic and said, then what about the next test? Uncle Sue, do you need to test my first aid skills? Subo shrugged, I don't have as many affairs as the two captains. If you can see through my disguise and not be deceived, it means you have a good brain. I will consider you qualified here. As for first aid skills, we will have the opportunity to learn from each other in the future. Zio-En nodded. That is to say, there is only the last link left in my test. Senior Zhuang Yuanyingshi. Uncle Sue let out a snort and laughed so much that he sprayed his saliva on Zio-En's hospital bed. Don't say the word senior in front of her, this kind of honor can scare her heart to stop. After a pause, Uncle Sue said earnestly, okay, it's a bit exaggerated to say that, but you should know her character. It's better to kill her than ask her to be tested by others. Besides, hasn't it been clarified a long time ago, the Red Apricot Squad doesn't have any entry test procedures at all. It's all due to the short-circuiting of the chief and deputy captain's brains, which made it so troublesome now. The welcome ceremony was so good, I almost became the vice captain funeral. As Su Bo spoke, he reached out to touch the wound on Lu Nan's shoulder provocatively, causing the latter to raise his eyebrows. Su Bo waved a can of Bacta spray in his hand and persuaded, "LV Nan, you should stop. The shameful display of honor has been done, and it's time to seriously heal the wound. If you keep putting the wound like this, it may worsen." Lu Nan said, "It's a joke. Even if I am really seriously injured, I will." However, before the words fell, there was a slightly piercing bell ringing in the base. After a while, Zhuang Yunying, who was wearing a thick soft hat, trotted over and said softly, "The mission is here. The captain wants everyone to gather quickly." The next moment, Lu Nan grabbed Uncle Su by the collar. "Hurry up and heal my wounds and make sure you recover before you leave. Good news." In the meeting room of the underground base, Anping said with a gloomy face, with an expression that didn't seem like there was anything good going on, "Xu Hanming was lost." In a word, aroused a strong reaction from the team members. Uncle Su stood up straight from his seat with a serious expression on his face, that biochemical virus liquid that can pollute an entire oasis and poison 100,000 people. Amping sighed helplessly, "That's right. But please remember the second half of the statement when you present the information. Xunaming is also the core raw material of the new biological water purification equipment, and Yonghan City in the south has just updated the water purification equipment just needed for emergency." Lu Nan asked, "I remember that Tian Liao was responsible for leading the team from the Space Trade City Lai." Zhuang Yunying suddenly raised his head, "That fat uncle who raised 3 Buhar cats." Su Bo smiled sinisterly, "Soon he will become a poor uncle who can't even afford a cat. Such a big loss. Hey, don't feel bad, just think about the good. The cat he can't afford must be find someone to entrust, and this is your chance. But in that case, the cat will be separated from the owner." Su Boyu said earnestly, "For a cat, the real happiness is to be with an owner who can afford it. By the way, Zaya Ajwang, your recent savings." Lu Nan slammed on the table, interrupting Uncle Su's gossip. "Who did it?" Amping said. "I don't know, the goods were lost on Lai. It is said that Tian Liao never even touched the box from the beginning to the end." Su Bo sneered, "But the payment for the goods has already been paid, right?" Amping ignored this nonsense and continued, "Judging from the latest news, there should be an experienced team of thefts in Lai who have committed many thefts in a row. Lao Tian is also negligent." Lu Nan sneered and said, "From the moment he stepped back from the front line and used his time to practice guns to pet cats, he's not even qualified to be negligent." Anping said, "He saw his own child die in front of his own eyes, so it's only natural that he doesn't want to go back to the front line." Lu Nan disdained, "It's human nature to crush all the enemies to ashes instead of shrinking at home and raising Buharmao as a son." Obviously, this kind of dialogue will not be fruitful, so the two soon fell into silence. At this time, as a new player, Sean finally had the opportunity to ask a basic question. "Excuse me, why is this news good news?" Anping was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "Good question, because Boss Lee asked us to do it." After a pause, he added, "As I said before, the Red Apricot team is responsible for its own profits and losses. To put it another way, as long as we bring Xunaming home, all the rest of the income from this mission will belong to the team." Then, afraid that Zio and still didn't understand, Amping said, "That theft team has done many cases on Lai, and the income is quite rich." Su Bo said, "That is to say, you can eat black and eat black." Sean was silent for a while, then nodded in understanding. The benefits of cheating and cheating are insignificant to him, and the Jedi never pursues things outside of himself, although it is indeed a good thing to pay off the debt as soon as possible. For the Jedi apprentices who believe in the way of balance, the act of black eating black itself is not worth advocating, because it is essentially encouraging greed, allowing people to disrupt balance and order, and it can easily lead to chain reactions and intensify conflicts. But looking at it from another angle, the essence of this mission is to recover the extremely dangerous Xunaming virus from a group of clever thieves and use it for water purification. This is an unquestionable act of charity, so Sean has no objection. Uncle Su became interested in this reaction. "Hey, you don't seem to be interested in getting rich. Since that's the case, why don't you fund my research when you have money? If the new drug is successfully developed, it will definitely be a great achievement that will last forever." Zio didn't believe the remarks at all and asked Amping directly, "How should the mission be arranged?" Amping said, "The situation is urgent this time, so I judged it to be a team task and everyone must be dispatched. After 2 standard hours, we will take the Red Apricot to the spaceport Lai. The docking person over there is old friend Zhu Junshin. I just said hello." Zio listened and memorized, and after a while, seeing that Anping had no further words, he couldn't help asking, "And then?" Amping asked back, what then? What about after going to the spaceport? What should we do? Amping showed an inexplicable expression. Did I say nothing before? We are going to lie to retrieve the stolen Xunaming and search the criminal's lair by the way. Sean frowned when he heard it and felt that the conversation between the two was not on the same channel at all, so that he had to wonder if there were any major omissions in the Kyankan language he had learned before. Why can't we communicate normally? The Jedi apprentice had to be patient and explained. What I want to ask is how to do it specifically. How is the team's division of labor arranged? What is the task of each person? How to cooperate with each other? And is there a guiding plan for the action? Even if the second is an emergency mission and there should be a corresponding plan. If an accident occurs during the mission, is there a backup plan? If the backup plan fails, is there an emergency plan? Before he finished speaking, Zion was interrupted by Lu Nan. What the hell are you trying to say? Sean took a deep breath, preparing words in his mind so that the other party could understand his intentions. I think we lack a reliable action plan now. Lu Nan glanced at him, scheme plan. You won't be able to do things without a plan. Sean frowned even tighter, feeling that his words were simply illogical. It's not a question of whether you can do things, but only under the guidance of a reliable plan the task can be carried out smoothly. For example, there must always be a recipe when cooking. Before he finished speaking, Anping slapped his face with his hand. What a recipe, you're really in trouble, rookie. At the same time, Lu Nan raised his brows upside down and said angrily, I never use recipes for cooking. Sean suddenly realized, no wonder. Although I shrank the second half of the sentence and didn't say it, it made no difference if I said it. The air in the conference room seemed to condense instantly. Uncle Sue took a deep breath, sprayed the bandages on his right hand with Bacta with his left hand, and was fully armed as a medical soldier in an instant. Amping helplessly stretched out his mechanical arm, trying to block Zion's face, but quickly flinched under Lu Nan's cold gaze. When the situation was on the verge of breaking out, a slightly soft beep sound came from Zhuang Yuning's waist. The girl looked down and said, the red apricot is already in place in the hangar, and the robots from the maintenance team have arrived. I have to go there quickly. Is that okay? The girl's soft voice successfully broke the tension in the conference room, and Lu Nan's anger was extinguished at this time, and he nodded. Go, the round trip depends on you. The girl smiled softly, reached out and pressed the soft hat. Leave it to me. When Zion saw this, he couldn't help but feel moved. This is a good chance to escape. I'm going to help too. Lu Nan snorted coldly, wanted to speak, but heard Anping speak first. I remember that when you introduced yourself, you said that you know a little bit of machine repair technology, and you also worked as an assistant for Chen Sanwen on the Silver, so go and help. After Sean left, the atmosphere in the conference room completely eased down. Lu Nan raised her hand first. Sorry, I was too impulsive just now. Amping sighed, it doesn't matter, nothing happened anyway. That kid is smart and I won't let you get into trouble again in the future. Lu Nan snorted coldly and said, whether he is smart or not depends on his mission performance. Although he performed better than expected during the test, too many people like this have died on the battlefield. Anping couldn't help but said, I know he reminds you of that. Okay, stop talking nonsense, go make your preparations and don't let that kid really die. Lu Nan paused and added, he owes Boss Lee $1 million. Amping smiled helplessly, why can't this person be more frank? Zion followed Zhuang Yuanying to the underground hangar of the Red Xing squad, only to see a busy scene. 7 chubby mechanic robots about 1 meter in height surrounded a spaceship, each doing routine maintenance work. This worker B-type WB-35 mechanic robot produced by Kyankan Group's East Heavy Industries can be regarded as the proud industrial crystallization of this remote galaxy. Its cost is low, but its quality is high. The export model QB-35 is widely distributed in multiple surrounding star areas. Under reasonable command and deployment, these mechanic robots can perform extremely well. Judging from their methodical division of labor and highly efficient machine repair actions, it is obvious that they have an excellent commander. The only problem is that with such an outstanding mechanic team, the spacecraft that is currently being processed seems a bit shocking. The outline of the spacecraft is like a lying pointed cone, about 30 meters long, 15 meters wide, and 6 meters high. The shape looks extreme and slightly fragile. However, several key structural points showed more or less shocking deformations, as if they had suffered a strong impact and would disintegrate at any time. In addition, the surface of the spaceship is full of potholes and scorched marks, and the background color of the spaceship cannot be seen at all for a while, and the armor plate is even lost in some places, exposing important equipment and pipelines. Sean had only seen such a spaceship before in a factory responsible for scrap and recycling. Those spaceships that were unfortunately destroyed by meteorites, shot down by pirate ships, improperly modified by pilots, or imploded by buying inferior engines are mostly placed on the assembly line in such a miserable appearance, waiting to be dismantled into metal parts waste utilization. And this cone-shaped thing that needs to be disassembled urgently has the word Honksing written on the side in the standard Kainkun font. So this is the so-called red apricot. Will I take something like this to rush out of the atmosphere later? Sean took a deep breath and put his hands on his chest to calm down. The next moment, the Jedi apprentice raised his spirits, determined to show unlimited subjective initiative in this limited time, make full use of everything he had learned, and help Zhuang Yunying reinforce this space junk to be safer. However, at this time, I saw that Zhuang Yunying had already come to the spaceship with light steps, took off the multifunctional machine repair gun hanging on his waist, pointed at an exposed pipeline and poked it, immediately piercing that pipeline, and then lightning flashes. And the 7 robot assistants gathered around very tacitly doing processing around. However, instead of filling the loophole, they made the exposed gap bigger and added scorched marks on the edge with a high-temperature spray gun. Sean froze for a moment, then a flash of inspiration flashed in his mind, and he deconstructed the truth. The dilapidated appearance of this spaceship is actually intentional. Those potholes and scorched marks were all polished out bit by these skilled mechanic robots. As for the reasons for this move, it is not difficult to speculate. With the red apricot team's disposition of eating blacks and blacks, this spaceship, which seemed to be on the verge of being scrapped, was obviously used as bait, specially used to catch those kind of unsightly pirates. Thinking from this angle, Zio-En had to admit that the spaceship in front of him was indeed extremely attractive. Whether it was the high-strength alloy that made up the main body of the spaceship, or the huge engine with astonishing thrust at the tail, they were all very valuable. However, this spaceship itself seems to be completely undefended. While thinking about it, Sean's footsteps also slowed down. Because once the angle of view is changed, it is not difficult to find that this spaceship is not as bad as it looks at first glance. More than half of the seemingly distorted and fragile overall structure is visually misleading by using incomplete external armor, well-designed outline lines, and some exposed pipelines. So in fact, the spaceship is maintained at a very delicate structural balance point superior. If you look closely, the astonishing details on the red apricot become more and more abundant. The prototype of this spaceship is difficult to verify. It seems that it has undergone extremely bold magic changes, and the overall structure that can be maintained on the balance line is like a wonderful work of art. Under this framework, the components that support the various functions of the spacecraft come from different manufacturers, using completely different specifications with no compatibility at all. This kind of operation is taboo in any formal teaching material, but it is not uncommon on Hengxinghao. Looking along the way, Zio-En only felt that this spaceship was like a small exposition. However, under the coordination of skilled craftsmen, the components from all over the world are inconceivably coordinated together, perfectly supporting the entire Honksing. And this pair of wonderful hands is obviously from Zhuang Yunying. At this time, Zhuang Yunying's team has completed the camouflage enhancement on the exterior of the spacecraft and began to carry out targeted in-depth modifications for this mission. Although the time is limited, their modification plan is quite bold. In order to adapt to the environment of the spaceport Lai, they have to change the engine before the battle. Accompanied by the girl's skillful input of commands on the console, the 2 thick mechanical arms in the hangar slowly rose from the floor, making creaking and groaning sounds as they lifted heavy objects. 2 brand new cylindrical engines were carefully moved to the tail of the Honksing. At this time, Zhuang Yunying led the team to disassemble the original engines at an incredible speed, cleared the space at the tail of the spacecraft, and began to install the new engines. Prepare for docking. The process flowed like clouds in water, and from Sean's point of view, the mechanic team composed of Zhuang Yunying and her 7 robot assistants was flawless. They didn't have any superfluous operations. Every movement was refined and accurate, without the slightest hesitation, even though electric arcs and sparks exploded right beside them. Various standards and dazzling pipelines and interfaces seem to have their own life in the hands of the girl and assistants, and they are perfectly combined with the brand new engine dexterously. Sean could only watch mesmerized, and at the same time he could only watch mesmerized. He intended to help, but facing a team that cooperated so tacitly, he found that he had no room to intervene at all. Even cheering on the periphery seems superfluous. No wonder Chen Sanwen admired the Red Apricot Squad so much. In fact, objectively speaking, the mechanic on the silver also had extremely superb skills, but compared to this girl in a soft hat, she seemed to lack something. Looking at the mechanical repair team in front of him, under the command of Zhuang Yunying, the refitting operation was like exquisite art. Zhao En couldn't help but fell into deep thought. What is it that is missing? The time of contemplation always passed quickly. As if in a blink of an eye, Zhuang Yunying led the team to complete all the work. Next, as long as the two robotic arms install the new engine with the pipeline connected in place, the preparations for the spacecraft to take off are complete. The girl entered the last command in front of the console and watched the mechanical arm rise slowly, then wiped the sweat from her forehead and smiled. Then there was another sigh. A chubby worker bee robot next to it asked in a sharp voice, "Is there any problem?" Zhuang Yunying said, "It's a pity that it took a lot of effort and the new engine can only exert 95% of the power. But that's enough." Zhuang Yunying nodded slightly, the soft hat on his head trembling slightly. "Yeah, but I still want to do better. It's strange, my modification idea should be fine. Why is there still a loss of energy? This kind of problem has happened many times. How can I solve it? No, is the turbo modification plan inappropriate?" Zhuang Yuanying said while playing with the multifunctional machine gun in her hand. The half-meter-long machine gun danced flexibly in her slender hands, and the small arc at the tip drew an elegant curve. But the repeated loops and inflexible dance steps still clearly revealed the confusion in the girl's heart, and the lost 5% of the energy was like a puzzle that she couldn't let go of. At this moment, Sean finally couldn't help but speak. Because of this question, he happened to know the answer. Even though he could only understand most of Zhuang Yunying's modification steps, he was very familiar with the final pipeline connection plan. On the silver, someone just happened to teach him a more efficient plan. "Maybe you should try adding a current regulator to wire 3. Before Sean finished speaking, there was a scream. Zhuang Yuanying, who was engrossed, didn't realize that there was someone behind him. She was so frightened that she shrank on the spot, and the machine gun slipped from her fingertips and fell to the ground with a loud clang. Sean suddenly felt embarrassed and ashamed. "Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you, it's just." While speaking, Zhao En bent down and lowered his hands, ready to pick up the machine repair gun for Zhuang Yuanying. When the fingertips touched, Sean could only feel the lingering warmth of the girl's palm, and the handle of the machine repair gun felt a wonderful touch, as if it naturally fit tightly with the human hand. Obviously, the surface has been carefully polished so that the owner can use it more easily. Then, Zhao En raised his arms and stood up. Before he could open his mouth, he felt that the weight in his hands was far beyond imagination. The Jedi apprentice's exquisite self-control ability allowed him to regain his balance immediately and also calmed down the pain in his waist, but he was still lying on the ground peacefully with the machine gun tightly in his hand. Sean looked at the half-meter-long machine gun in disbelief. How heavy is this thing? With Zhao En's arm strength, even without strengthening his body with the original force, he can easily lift a weight of tens of kilograms with one hand, but this machine repair gun does not move at all. In astonishment, Zhuang Yuanying had already moved closer to him and said apologetically, "Sorry, my machine repair gun has been specially modified, and ordinary people may not be used to it." While speaking, the girl covered the handle of the gun with her slender 5 fingers, lifted it lightly, and hung it back around her waist. Sean watched Zhuang Yuanying's movements dully, and only then did he realize that Zhuang Yuanying's belt and hooks were specially strengthened for bearing weight. And now recalling how she wields the machine gun like a toy, "I just feel that every movement is so powerful. And the problem that troubled Zhao En before. What is the gap between Chen Sanwen and Zhuang Yuanying, and now the answer is also revealed." Chen Sanwen's arm strength was 10 times worse than Zhuang Yuanying's. For a skilled mechanic, most of the high-intensity operations can rely on the help of machinery, and it does not require much physical strength. But for top mechanics, some extremely delicate operations can only be performed to the extreme with their own hands. Chen Sanwen's hand obviously couldn't handle Zhuang Yuanying's machine gun. And looking at Zhuang Yuanying, who looked shy and lowered his head, Zhao En only had a strong sense of absurdity in his heart. "Fortunately, I thought she was a normal person. In the entire Hunxing team, she is probably the most abnormal one. The others, whether the captain and Ping or the vice-captain Lu Nan, are undoubtedly superb fighters, but their strength is within the scope of common sense. Anping's strength comes from his explosive fighting skills and expensive mechanical arms. As a fireman, Lu Nan has luxurious weapons and equipment, as well as superb shooting skills. As for such masters, given the size of the Galactic Republic, there are not a few of them. At least Sean has seen more powerful fighters with his own eyes. But where did Zhuang Yuning's strange power come from? It is impossible for a human to lift such a heavy machine gun with such a slender arm. At least Sean has never seen such a human. So this naturally shy girl is not human at all. The astonishment and curiosity in Xiao En's heart reached the extreme. For a moment, his eyes couldn't help wandering back and forth on Zhuang Yuanying, as if he had witnessed some kind of galaxy spectacle, and he wished to see the mystery with his naked eyes. Zhuang Yuanying looked a little creepy, but this kind of curious gaze hurt her more than a blazing flame. But Xiao En's previous words made her overcome her fear and pain. Why add a stabilizer? The soft words also brought Sean back to his senses immediately, realizing that he had frightened the other party. The Jedi apprentice shook his head apologetically, took 2 steps back, opened a distance to reassure the other party, and replied at the same time. Because the current stabilizer can make up for the 5% energy loss in the simplest way. Your connection scheme is very clever overall. But the pipeline combing scheme is already outdated. The Mon Calamari recently announced a set of brand new technical schemes, some of which can make up for the energy loss caused by the intertwining of complex pipelines, and the mechanics on the silver recently the focus of the research is this. I can be regarded as just in time, learning and selling now. During the short time of practicing on the silver, Xiao En actually learned quite a lot of new knowledge, but just before his departure, Chen Sanwen gave him a special lesson, which was about sorting out the complex pipeline of the spacecraft engine. After Xiao En finished speaking, he shared the textbook Chen Sanwen gave him with Zhuang Yuanying. Zhuang Yuanying was very surprised. Uncle Chen, so he has been thinking about this all the time. He also helped me find a complete solution. It's amazing. I must thank him seriously when I have the opportunity. The robot assistant next to him asked curiously, but he has always been afraid of seeing you. Zhuang Yuanying's mood was slightly depressed. Well, that's why I asked Xiao En to guide me. It was obviously not his fault at the beginning. This time it was Sean's turn to be surprised. Was this premeditated? Chen Sanwen didn't want to meet Zhuang Yuanying directly, so he borrowed his own hands to teach her the latest spaceship technology of the Mon Calamari. Thinking about it now, everything seems reasonable. If it weren't for this, he really didn't need to waste time instilling a set of technical solutions that are not very commonly used to an intern. Sean, who has been reduced to a messenger, is not dissatisfied with this. After all, learning something new and helping others is always a joy. It's a pity that there is only so much I can do. In front of Zhuang Yuanying, it seems reluctant for me to be an assistant. Just as he was thinking, he saw the girl blinking her eyes and staring at herself seriously. You are also amazing. From Uncle Chen's whole plan, you can quickly extract the method of adding a flow stabilizer to No. 3 pipeline, which shows that you have thoroughly understood the whole set of plans. Xiao En shook his head with some self-deprecation. It took a few days, and I only barely understood the general idea, so it's really not worth boasting about. It's probably already very good to understand. Zhuang Yuanying praised from the bottom of his heart. I hope you can help me with this mission. Do your best. While speaking, a surprised voice came from the hangar door. Oh, you got acquainted so quickly. Sure enough, it's good to be young and handsome. Xiao Zhuang even changed his fear of strangers. I saw Su Bo, the team doctor of the team, wearing a heavy and bloated coat and carrying an oversized backpack half as tall as a person, walking over with light steps. As soon as Uncle Su came, the fresh look on Zhuang Yuanying's face suddenly shrank. The girl lowered her soft hat and quietly hid behind Xiao En. This action made Su Bo heartbroken. Xiao Zhuang, we have been friends for many years, and I am not as good as a newcomer in your heart. Before he finished speaking, Lu Nan's taunt came from behind Uncle Su. The longer I have been with someone like you, the more I want to beat you up. This time it was Su Bo's turn to be shocked when he heard the words. The 37-year-old handsome man quickly hid behind Sean and then protested. You didn't just think, did you? You actually did it more than once or twice. I to warn you that harming doctors is a heinous crime. It is too much for heaven to tolerate. While talking, I saw Lu Nan walking slowly in front of the hangar door, carrying a sniper rifle that almost never left his body. Every step seemed to step on Su Bo's heart, making him tremble. However, Lu Nan obviously didn't really intend to trouble Uncle Su, so he snorted and passed by him. And behind Lu Nan, there are 2 small floating shelves full of various firearms, which are obviously the equipment she needs for this mission. The last one to arrive was Captain and Ping. Compared to other players, he looked relaxed. Simple light armor and a crossbody backpack, this is all Anping's outfit for the battle. The sleepy-eyed middle-aged man saw that the team members had arrived in the hangar and nodded with satisfaction. All ready? Then let's go. Sean originally wanted to say that he didn't have time to prepare anything, but after thinking about it, he didn't seem to have anything to prepare. The most important lightsaber has never left the body, and other clothes and toilet utensils, etc., actually don't matter at all, just pack lightly. Sean's silence was exchanged for Amping's approval. The rookie is not bad, just like what Boss Lee said, he doesn't talk too much nonsense. That's right, the more people talk, the faster they die on the battlefield. Subo protested, Captain, are you targeting me? Amping sneered, you still need me to target, let's go through the vice captain first. While talking and laughing, a group of people boarded the ship one by one, and the Honksing quickly rose from the underground base, penetrated the atmosphere of Zun at an astonishing speed, and came to the deep space. The Space Trade City Lai is an important link connecting the political center Kun with the economic center and trade hub Zun. Under the gravitational pull of two huge planets, a figure-8 orbit is formed. It has played an irreplaceable transit role for 2,000 years. As an important member of the Cayenne Galaxy, Lai's reputation in the Milky Way often even exceeds that of the galaxy's capital Kun, because this is a completely artificial space city. In the beginning, Lai was just an insignificant space station, but after 2,000 years of expansion, new modules were piled up one after another, and today Lai has become a behemoth with millions of permanent residents. Almost spaceships from all over the galaxy take off and land here at all times. The cone-shaped red apricot quietly approached the port area of Lai among a group of cargo ships. Sitting in the cabin, Sean looked out through the side window and saw that the space city close at hand was like an open human eye. Both ends were sharp and the middle was full like a spindle. But the core was hollowed out, leaving a perfectly round silver sphere. The moment he saw the silver sphere, Sean felt a little short of breath. As a Jedi apprentice with amazing self-control ability, this excitement comes from a strong curiosity that cannot be suppressed. This is the famous city core Buju, which gathers all the technological and industrial essence of the dry galaxy. Its interior contains a reactor group composed of 32 supermatter reactors, which can provide almost inexhaustible energy for the entire space city, making it a veritable city that never sleeps, blooming lights in the deep and dark space. In addition, Buju also has a gravitational field covering the entire city inside, providing a livable gravity environment for millions of people. It can be said that without Buju, there would be no entire space trade city Lai. Sean became very interested in the core components of this magnificent space city when he read the materials and previewed before entering the dry galaxy. Now that he can witness it up close, he refuses to let it go. I saw the silver sphere rotating at an astonishing speed. Its surface shimmering, due to the high heat releasing energy like a star, surrounded by a frame with a complex structure to wrap the sphere absorbing all the emitted energy. And then moving along, it is transported to every corner of the space city through a complex network of pipelines. From a technical point of view, the industrial technology of the dry galaxy is of course not as good as the core area of the Galactic Republic, but not Joe fully reflects how to realize unlimited possibilities under limited technical conditions. If you can enter Buju in person and observe the internal structure up close, then it will be. Just as he was thinking, someone patted him lightly on the shoulder. Subo said, "Stop thinking about it, get ready to disembark. If you want to see this iron ball, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. A small half of the missions of our Red Apricot team have to go through Lai Transit, so busy it's almost 3 days. While running, I was sick of seeing it." Sean had already expected this. After all, the process of the Red Apricot from the base to Lai was so smooth and the speed was so fast that people couldn't help but wonder, why are you so proficient? Apparently the spaceship is going back and forth between the two places very frequently. In fact, judging from the fact that a few team members did not do much preparation work when they set off, it is not difficult to see that they will definitely be able to feel like a fish in water on Lai. And this rich experience is also an important guarantee for completing the task. Thinking of this, Sean happened to have a few questions about Lai that he wanted to ask, but he heard Uncle Sue say it before he could open his mouth. By the way, since this is your first mission as a rookie, we won't give you any hints and you can be self-reliant after getting off the ship. Sean was taken aback at the time. What kind of logic do you have? Group bullying. Subo sighed with jokes. This is part of the culture of the team. Think about it, Honksing, who is out of the wall, of course can't enjoy the warm shelter inside the wall, right? But you also want to open up a little bit. If there are new people joining you, you can tease him like I did. Jedi apprentices have no interest in molesting or being molested, hearing Uncle Su say this. He only made up his mind. Although joining Li Yu's team is just a stopgap measure if he doesn't leave the Silver Knights in a short time, Red the Zing team can really welcome newcomers again. And I will definitely do my duty as a senior and take good care of the newcomers, just like the master treats himself. Uncle Su only glanced at Zio-En, then clicked his tongue repeatedly. Looking at the expression of the Holy Mother, it seems that no important person has died before his eyes. Zio-En couldn't help feeling bitter. Not long ago, Nan Qianyu, an important informant of the Republic, died before his eyes. But he asked rhetorically, so, because the death rate of the newcomers is too high, the Red Apricot Squad doesn't want to establish an overly deep emotional connection with the newcomers to avoid psychological trauma in the future. Hey, how can we skilled veterans be so hypocritical? Don't talk about mere newcomers. Even if the board of directors of Kainkun Group died in front of our eyes, we would just drink and celebrate. Zio-En moved his ears and asked, Nanheli is dead, have you opened the wine yet? That's not true. Why? Is there anything special about him? What's so special about it? Recently, every few years, a senior executive of the Kainkun Group will die. If we drink to celebrate every time, I'm afraid everyone will be poisoned by alcohol. Executives die every few years. Yeah, a few years ago there was an inexplicable death by the surname Ma, probably because he took the wrong medicine. It is said that those executives especially like to take medicine to keep in good health, and all of them are medicine jars. Sean was attracted by the huge amount of information, subconsciously asked, like you? Uncle Su was choked by the straight ball and was short of breath. You are so good at chatting, do you have a girlfriend? Sean realized that he had made a slip of the tongue, so he could only ask back, do you have any? After chatting to death, Sean failed to get more information, so he had to get off the spaceship quietly all the way. At this time, the captain and deputy captain had already disappeared all the way into the bustling sea of people at the port, and they really didn't give the newcomer the slightest attention. Fortunately, although Zio-En is young, he has a lot of travel experience. He was not in a hurry to chase after Anping and Lu Nan. Instead, he carefully observed the movements of the passengers around him and then imitated them and received a bag from the port service desk. A holographic tour guide that can only be borrowed for free. Through this guide, the three-dimensional structure of Lai, a huge space city, is immediately presented in the form of a holographic map. Its whole is similar to a plump spindle, and it can be divided into two basically symmetrical upper and lower halves with the core not Zhou as the boundary. It is named after heaven and earth. The peculiar shape of the whole is square. In the guide, this structure is marked with a special font, Sky Round Place. This word comes from the ancient dry galaxy philosophy. It is even difficult to verify the specific origin, but what is clear is that the earliest metal currency circulated in this space city was in the shape of a round sky and a square place. Of course, over the past 2,000 years, the currency system of the space city has undergone earth-shaking changes. In addition to the legal currency Kainkun coins in the dry galaxy, the credit points of the Republic can also circulate freely here. This finally gave the dry galaxy some money. The appearance of the member states. On the contrary, ancient metal currency is relatively rare. However, the structure of the round sky and the earth has been accumulated as a culture that has been passed down for 2,000 years. Similar structures abound in this space city, and the sense of technology, art, and history contained in it makes Sean fascinated. In addition, in the holographic map, Buzhu, located in the core of the city, also has a fairly detailed introduction. From the birth of the first Buzhu to the 10th anniversary celebration of the 74th generation Buzhu, officially put into operation. At the end of the introduction, there are also ways to visit the Buzhu Memorial Hall and peripheral tour. For a moment, Zio-En had the urge to temporarily put down the task and go straight to Baozhou. However, what a Jedi apprentice is best at is overcoming impulse. After calming down, he zoomed in on the map and quickly locked on to the destination of this trip. Even if no one told him, he knew where to go. The Silver Trading House located in the 7th district of Tiangshuan. Despite the vastness of Lai, there are many registered trade organizations in the trade region Tiangshuan, and there is only one named after Beiyin. If this is not enough evidence, then it is written in the browsing guide that the registered legal person of the trading house. Bai is a certainty. Obviously, this is the base of the Silver Knights in Lai. Following the road guidance given by the holographic map, Sean went all the way. The young man walked briskly, and he walked the entire distance in less than 10 minutes and came to the door of a small silver building. The door of the building opened, and inside the door the sleepy Amping raised his head in surprise. Sure enough, rookie, Lunan next to him snorted, "You can't even do this, so just stay here and beg for food." After finishing speaking, the two turned around and went up to the second floor. Sean followed quickly, wondering where Uncle Sue had gone. This time the mission was to be dispatched by all, except for Zhuang Yunying, who wanted to stay on the spaceship. Everyone else had their own division of labor, but Su Bo seemed to disappear after molesting the newcomers. But now is not the time to care about others. As soon as Zio En reached the second floor, he saw a strange middle-aged man sitting dejectedly in the corner. He was tall and burly with a clean and tidy face, two slender eyes almost parallel to the same slender eyebrows, appearing refined and refined. But this natural temperament was completely lost at this time. There were more than a dozen empty wine bottles piled up at the man's feet, as if he would die from alcohol poisoning at any time. And on the single bed on the other side of the room, three Buhar cats with cute horns on their heads were embracing each other, making soft meows. Zio En understood. Obviously this is Tian Lao who made the good news. As for this colleague who also belonged to the Silver Knights, the deputy captain Lu Nan just kicked him up, kicking him into a volley and rolling, and fell to the ground on his back, spraying out the wine and snacks in his stomach. Amping tacitly pulled a water spray pipe from the bathroom, aimed it at Tian Lao and the dirt under his body, and sprayed it fiercely. After the sewage was sucked away by the suction device on the edge of the floor, Tian Lao finally regained consciousness. He slumped on the ground, showing a wry smile. "Captain Lu, Captain, and long time no see." Lu Nan grabbed his collar as if lifting a rag. "Stop talking nonsense. How did things get lost? Tell me from beginning to end." I really don't know." Tian Lao struggled and said, "Everything is according to the usual procedure." Lu Nan didn't wait for him to finish and put the tall man on the ground heavily. "You know that there are thieves in the space city, but you still dare to follow the usual procedures. You forgot how your son died. The lethality of this sentence is so great that it is like a proton torpedo in the spiritual world." Tian Lao's long and narrow eyes instantly widened, and his decadent temperament was replaced by awe-inspiring killing intent. However, in the face of a stronger momentum, Tian Lao's struggle was really weak. Lu Nan asked again, "Restart from the beginning." But Amping reached out to stop him and said, "I don't have time to listen to him tell the whole story. Xuanming bought the goods from Kun, and there has always been the distributor of Zaya's medicine that I contacted. The channel is very stable. Before the goods arrive at Lai, even if we want to start with them, it will be a bit difficult, so let's rule out this link for now." Lu Nan nodded silently. Anping also said, "The foundation of the prosperity of the space city Lai lies in its ability to provide a relatively safe environment for passing passengers. Thousands of spaceships take off and land here every day, handling hundreds of millions of tons of materials. If it becomes a criminal, heaven has long been abandoned by people." Lu Nan frowned, "But the crime here has never stopped." Anping said, "And most crimes, especially gang and chain crimes, cannot do without a local umbrella." Lu Nan was stunned and then glared at Tian Lao with sharp eyes. "What did you say to the person in charge of the Tangshuan region recently?" Tian Lao was stunned and said after a while, "I haven't contacted you for a while." "You iron trash." Lu Nan was furious and wanted to punch and kick him again, but Amping stopped him seriously. "Don't waste your energy in vain. Go find the person in charge of the Tangshuan region." Lu Nan hesitated for a moment. "I want to go too." "It's better to say that you have to go to talk." Lu Nan couldn't help sneering. "Then it seems that you don't want to talk properly, Captain." Anping said unhappily, "Nonsense, even if Tian Lao is trash, it is also Baiyin's trash. He dares to let the thieves stick their hands on Baiyin's goods and expect us to talk well." After a pause, Amping couldn't help but sneered and said, "If you really want to talk properly, Boss Lee can just come by himself, why bother us?" "It makes sense, I like it when you say it." Lu Nan smiled and went downstairs first. Following her footsteps, there was a crisp sound of guns colliding on her body. Amping sighed, stretched out his hand to Tian Lao, who was lying on the ground, and forcibly pulled him up, but at the same time contacted another team member with a communicator. "Uncle Su, do you understand? When you're done with your work, gather at Tangshuan Yudong, and let's have a good chat with the person in charge." The 73-year-old hoarse voice of a 37-year-old handsome man came from the communicator. "I can hear you clearly. I'll finish the job here soon. Go straight over. But Captain, don't move too fast. My legs and feet are not as flexible as yours. Then take some medicine." Amping cut off the communication angrily. Amping put down the communicator, glanced at Zio En, then turned and went downstairs. Zio En planned to grab Tian Lao and inquire carefully about the situation of the silver exchange. but at this time, he could only follow behind Amping with great reluctance. From the Beiyin Exchange to the Tangshuan Yudong, where the person in charge of Tangshuan District is located, the road is smooth and brightly lit, and the prosperity of Lai can be seen everywhere. However, lighting up the bustling city lights cannot illuminate the deep starry sky after all. Zio En can't help but think of the previous conversation. In this magnificent space city that inherits Kun and Zun, crimes have never stopped. So the momentary curiosity and excitement was gradually replaced by vigilance. After all, the Red Apricot Squad didn't come to play in the mountains and rivers, but came to settle accounts with a group of habitual theft criminals and their umbrellas. Judging from Amping Lu Nan's conversation, they didn't plan to settle this account peacefully at all, so Zio En was ready to fight at any time. But on the other hand, Sean really didn't want unnecessary killings to occur. If possible, he still hopes that the matter can be resolved in a peaceful manner. Perhaps this is indeed a kind of envoy of justice mentality to the veterans of the Red Apricot Squad who are used to seeing life and death. It looks like a holy mother Zio, and is very clear that this term is derogatory in the Red Apricot Squad. But this world always needs someone to be a messenger of justice, and it is better to have more saints than more criminals in the world. This is also the idea that he gradually engraved in his heart when he was receiving Jedi training. The galaxy doesn't need everyone to be a Jedi, but the galaxy will always need a Jedi. While thinking about it, Zio En followed Amping to Tangshuan Yudong. It is a beautiful building located in the middle of Tangshuan Square with infinite scenery. It is more than 500 meters high and the whole body is crystal clear, like a pile of precious jade. This tall building with more than 150 floors gathers most of the essence of Tangshuan District, including the largest financial and trading company in the Space City, the Storage Group, and the branches of many corporate giants from Kun and Zun. Some people say that the wealth contained in Tangshuan Yudong even surpasses the rare jade with the same volume as the building. The top floors of the U building are the offices of the heads of the 9 divisions and districts of Tangshuan. These 10 people look down at the most prosperous urban area of the entire space city, like kings on the throne. Now kings welcome unexpected guests. Anping faced the young girl in front of the service desk on the first floor of Tangshuan Yudong, showing a lazy yet gentle smile. Please inform your chief person in charge, Mr. Zhang, and tell him that Anping has something to ask him. The well-trained front desk girl was startled when she heard this, but she still maintained a polite smile. Please wait a moment, let me confirm. After a while, the girl at the front desk got the feedback from the communicator and couldn't help showing an apologetic smile. I'm sorry, Mr. N. Mr. Zhang happened to be out today. Amping smiled and interrupted. Tell him, if he still has something to go out within a minute, Lu Nan and I will go to his office and wait for him to come back. The girl at the front desk was said to be inexplicable. Who is this person who dares to be so rude to Mr. Zhang? But looking at Amping's sleepy eyes, she subconsciously didn't dare to disobey and just honestly conveyed his words to the assistant secretary on the top floor. In less than half a minute, she got a completely different feedback. This sudden change made the young girl dumbfounded, almost speechless. Zhang, Mr. Zhang invites you to meet at the top floor. I haven't seen you for many years, Mr. Zhang still misses the old relationship very much. Accompanied by Anping's laugh, the piercing siren of the security inspection device suddenly sounded at the gate of Tangshuan Yudong. Wearing a heavy protective coat and carrying a gun case that was as long as one person, Lu Nan strode in from the main entrance. The alarm bell of the security check passage was like her own background sound effect, which became louder and louder with her footsteps, attracting everyone in the lobby on the first floor. There was chaos. The guards with guns on duty hurriedly aimed their guns at Lu Nan and uttered a loud warning tone, but Lu Nan ignored it and didn't turn his head. The captain on duty was about to fire a warning shot, but at this moment he heard the latest instructions from the communicator. He lowered his gun in disbelief and raised his hand to signal the rest of his men to lower their guns as well. Lu Nan, who was fully armed, broke into Tangshuan Yudong openly and above board. Behind Lu Nan, Zio En couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Before that, he was still worried about how he could minimize casualties if a gun battle really broke out here. After all, most of the lobby on the first floor were innocent civilians. Fortunately, the worst case did not happen. Lu Nan was fully armed, but there was no use for it. But on the other hand, Zio En also vaguely realized that the reason why he was useless was precisely because of Lu Nan's full armor. For a Jedi apprentice who had lived in the core area of the Republic for a long time and was influenced by the idea of disarmament, The scene in front of him could not help but fall into contemplation. On the other side, seeing Lu Nan and Xiao En entering the door smoothly, Amping beckoned them to follow, and then skillfully crossed a row of green plants in the lobby on the first floor to a restricted area. The two security guards in black at the entrance of the restricted area seemed to not see the arrival of the three of them. Amping didn't say hello to them either, and only brought two teammates to the end of the restricted area in a blue elevator shaft. He skillfully entered the top-level code and then said, "Zhang Jincheng is not an easy person to deal with. The trouble has just started from now on." Lu Nan sneered, "Whose trouble, ours or his?" "Good question. Zhang Jincheng is no longer the Zhang Jincheng he was back then. After so many years, Xiao Zhang has become Lao Zhang, and Lao Zhang has become Mr. Zhang. After sitting on the throne for so long, he is more afraid of trouble than us." Speaking of this, Anping showed a hint of aftertaste on his face. "I still admire Xiao Zhang, who was humble back then, but dared to scold the person in charge of the division." Lu Nan said coldly, "If that little Zhang made the decision, there should not be a few living people left on the first floor." Amping sighed and said, "Indiscriminate killing is meaningless, so please be polite to Mr. Zhang. Our Hunxing team is responsible for our own profits and losses, and we should make money with peace. The part of not talking well is almost over. Let me leave it to me first. How about it?" Lu Nan sneered, "So I'm just here to be a vase." Amping said, "Not necessarily. Mr. Zhang has 9 district leaders under his command. There will always be a few who don't want to talk properly. I'll trouble you to talk to them properly when the time comes." "Ha, okay," Lu Nan said. Her smile became warmer. Not long after, the elevator carried the three of them to the top floor of Tiangshuan Yudong. The elevator door is open, and what greets the eyes is a spacious and resplendent corridor. The carved beams and jade buildings on both sides are extremely prosperous, which makes people dazzled. At the end of the corridor is a 23-story staircase that combines gold and jade. Above the stairs, 2 scarlet wooden doors are half covered, revealing the light and shadow of the lights behind the doors. Amping glanced at it and couldn't help laughing. Mr. Zhang is really getting richer and richer. He wasn't so exaggerated when he saw it a few years ago. As soon as the words fell, a slightly hoarse voice came from behind the door. "I'm getting old, my eyesight is bad, and I always want to make everything around me brighter, which makes my old friends laugh." The voice came from all directions at the same time. Although it was not very strong, it seemed to have a strong aura which made people dormant. Sean was startled at first, then terrified, realizing that this is actually just a simple surround sound field technology, but it can exert a shocking effect, but it contains very clever psychology. And Amping is also aware of this trivial skill at a glance. "Mr. Zhang, thanks to your willingness to say, old friend, I didn't want to laugh at you, but I really want to laugh at using this trick on old friends." The next moment, the voices from all directions suddenly subsided, leaving only a sigh at the end of the corridor and behind the door. Have you ever heard an old saying, "It is better not to see an old friend when they meet"? Since you've heard it before, why bother to make it a meeting of old friends? While Amping was talking, he had already passed 20 flights of stairs and easily pushed the half-covered wooden door open. There was an empty space behind the door. The snow-white floor stretched all the way forward, extending out a small square with a diameter of nearly 100 meters. There are transparent glass windows on all sides, allowing you to have a 360-degree view of every corner of Tiangshuan district. At the other end of the square, there is a disproportionately large desk, and a fierce throne with a hideous silhouette and a tense temperament. A gray-haired middle-aged man sat on a throne that was more than 3 meters wide, and he looked like a small doll against the background. However, until the three of Amping walked to the desk and could condescendingly look down at Mr. Zhang sitting on the throne, he still didn't say a word. Amping knocked on the desk. "We meet old friends, don't you want to say something, Mr. Zhang raised his eyelids. "It's you who came to see me, or you should talk first. The goods of silver were stolen and they are on your territory, Mr. Zhang smiled. "If you want to comfort, I can give you a piece of candy, but if you don't want to comfort, I don't understand your logic. Your things have been stolen. If you don't look for them, come, what do you want me for?" "Do you suspect that I stole it?" Amping said. "I suspect you know who stole it." Mr. Zhang laughed again. "At least hundreds of thousands of people in the Tiangshuan district know who stole your goods. Even if you go to the bar and ask the etiquette robot, you can get the answer. Why come to the old friend? Because the etiquette robot in the bar won't help us find someone." Mr. Zhang asked, "Then why should I help you find it?" "On your territory, a gang of thieves committed crimes continuously and even stole from Beiyin. Why do you think you want to find someone for us?" Speaking of this, Amping's tone gradually became sharper. As the person in charge of the district, you can argue that you can't take care of these trivial matters on weekdays, but the person in charge of your division is always duty-bound, right? Mr. Zhang nodded slowly. That makes sense. I remember that silver was lost in the 7th district, so let the person in charge of the 7th district talk to you. As he said that, Mr. Zhang was about to press the communicator on the table, but Amping shook his head. No need, my people have already finished talking with him. Then Amping took the initiative to pick up his own communicator and asked, Uncle Su, what did the person in charge of District 7 say? Oh, he said, forgive me, I can't help myself. Hearing this, Mr. Zhang's complexion suddenly changed. Amping smiled and continued to the communicator. The person in charge of the dignified division who is at the top of Tangshuan Yudong now says that he can't help himself. Don't you think it's ridiculous? I think he is bullying your appearance. Boss, deliberately talking nonsense. You have to talk to him carefully, after all, Mr. Zhang ordered this. Mr. Zhang stood up abruptly, Amping. In the communicator, Su Bo's voice sounded leisurely. Captain, I have already negotiated here, and the next person in charge of the 7th district can come and continue the discussion with me. Amping put down the communicator and said to Mr. Zhang, how about it? Do you want to arrange the next appointment? Mr. Zhang stared at Amping's lazy, sleepy eyes, and after a while he sneered. I haven't seen you for many years, but you still like playing with fire. Amping suddenly widened his eyes. You are the one who is playing with fire. If it were someone else, I can take it as a misunderstanding or a coincidence. But since you are the person in charge of the district, you should at least be responsible for the gang of thieves who continue to commit crimes. Knowing their details, there should be a way to warn them which goods can be moved and which goods cannot be moved. Amping continued. But now Bayan's goods have been stolen and you are pretending to be innocent here and you want us to talk to your subordinates. Okay, we have talked as you wish. The 7th district is in charge, the people are gone. Who do we need to talk to next? The person in charge of the 9th district who has always had the deepest grievances. Or the person in charge of the 6th district who is eyeing the throne of the region, or we can start from the 1st district. Let's talk one by one. Don't be too presumptuous. Mr. Zhang slapped his desk angrily. This is not your deserted area. You can't afford the price of running wild here, so what? And Ping responded flatly, if you can't afford it, you will die. Boss Li sent us here. Of course you know what the worst possible outcome is. You want to threaten Bayan, because you think a space the person in charge of Tangshuan district in the city is already more intimidating than the subordinate giants of the Kainkun group. Besides, are you really determined to tear yourself apart from us, Mr. Zhang? If it was you 20 years ago, I wouldn't be so ostentatious. Mr. Zhang, I am not afraid of you at all. When Mr. Zhang showed a slight look of astonishment and Ping sighed softly. Do you still remember when we stepped on the heads of those big people, watched their ugly shit and laughed at the meat eaters? Now you have getting close to the top of meat eaters. Mr. Zhang laughed when he heard the words. You don't know anything about real meat eaters. I can't even reach halfway up the mountain now. Amping, risking your life is your advantage, but people who risk their lives will never die, can't reach the real peak. A person who cherishes his life like you can achieve it. Mr. Zhang shook his head. Whether you can reach the top of the mountain or not is doomed from the moment you are born. You and I are just ants, but the ants that climb up are different from the ants that are willing to mix in the dust. Forget it. It's nonsense to tell you this. If you want to know who stole the goods, just promise me one condition. Amping thought for a while. You say, I originally wanted you to deal with the person in charge of the 9th district. Okay. Amping answered very simply. Before Mr. Zhang could react, he leaned over and pressed a button on the communicator in front of his desk. That's the button that notifies the person in charge of the 9th district to come here immediately. However, this is obviously not the time that Mr. Zhang expected to meet with the person in charge of the 9th district. He really wanted to get rid of that obstacle, but he needed to make enough preparations so that the person died inexplicably. At least he couldn't connect with himself. But now Amping certainly won't let Mr. Zhang get his wish. Mr. Zhang was very frightened and wanted to withdraw the order, but Amping stretched out his hand and grabbed his shoulder, unable to move. Mr. Zhang, I haven't seen you for many years. You really have regressed. Even when you just climbed to the summit 5 years ago, you wouldn't have been negligent in exercising to this extent. Mr. Zhang didn't struggle or respond and just stood there like a stone sculpture. A moment later, the elevator door at the other end of the corridor opened, and a middle-aged man who was extremely bloated but wrapped himself in a flowery attire staggered in. Mr. Zhang, why are you looking for me in such a hurry? I heard that you violated the rules and let a group of savages in. I'm afraid I have to talk to the higher-ups. Before he could finish speaking, a crimson energy beam shot out from the hall above the stairs, instantly piercing through the middle-aged man's forehead. Sean couldn't help but widen his eyes, only to feel the hairs all over his body stand on end. He looked in the direction of the shooting in disbelief, and saw that Lu Nan put away the short-barreled blaster in his hand without looking back. As if the blind shot from behind was just an insignificant trick, and the person she shot was not a living human being just a holographic target. Although it has been known for a long time that the people in the Red Apricot Squad, who usually have a playful face, may have a murderous side, but seeing it with their own eyes is another matter. Xiao couldn't accept the natural indifference of these people to the murder, so that he knew it was impossible, but he still took the first half step and wanted to do something. However, the next moment, the surprisingly calm atmosphere in the arena made him feel a sense of incompatibility. Of all the people present, it seemed that he was the only one who had a normal reaction to the murder, and everyone else seemed to have expected it, living peacefully as if they were in another world. This strong contrast made the Jedi apprentice extremely uncomfortable, but he calmly restrained his impulse for the time being and did not fall into team internal strife. This is not a good time to question. On the other side, Mr. Zhang watched the gunshots in front of him coldly. He didn't raise his eyebrows until the broad body of the person in charge of the 9th District swayed slightly and fell to the ground. Satisfied, Anping let him go and said, "This question should be asked to you. I have fulfilled your condition, and it is your turn to answer the question." Mr. Zhang straightened his collar and said, "The serial thieving gang is called Jade Mouse. With about 20 members, they travel around on a smuggling boat, and they don't have a long-term base. But they should all be in the 9th District recently. The Stars Pavilion hides." Amping said, "9th District, Tusk, it seems that the fat man who died really deserved his death." Mr. Zhang said, "Is there anyone on the top floor of Tiangshuan Yudong who didn't deserve to die? But if I have to say it, the newly appointed head of District 7, Liang Yucheng, is an idiot with a good conscience. Unfortunately, idiots don't last long. Life." Amping smiled and raised the communicator again. "Uncle Su, did you hear clearly? Xiaoliang and I can hear clearly, and our conscience is still there. He thinks highly of you." Snort. That grudging snort came from the person in charge of the 7th District who should have died. This made Mr. Zhang clench his fists, and his anger was beyond words. "Are you kidding me?" Anping put away the communicator. "I didn't expect you to trust me so much. When I said I killed someone, you really thought I killed someone." The bond between old friends is really touching. After finishing speaking, Anping turned around and left. "However, time is limited, so I won't talk about the old days with you. There may be more movement in the Stars Pavilion later. As the person in charge of the district, you should work harder." Bar. When the group returned to the lobby on the first floor along the original road, they saw Uncle Su was already waiting at the front desk, reaching out to greet the three of them. From his easygoing demeanor, it was not at all obvious that he had accomplished an incredible feat not long ago. Single-handedly sneaked into the office of the person in charge of the 7th District and took the life of a giant in his hands. As a doctor, Su Bo's individual combat ability is really unexpected. Seeing Xiao En's particularly concerned eyes, Uncle Su laughed. "It's a small thing. This Tiangshuan Yudong has actually been infiltrated into a sieve by us. After all, Tiangshuan is only half a stronghold. Infiltrating is as easy as pie compared to stealing in Xiarun medicine." Before he finished speaking, Lu Nan kicked him in the groin. "Stop talking nonsense." Uncle Su bent his knees half-bent and endured the humiliation and said, "The vice-captain's lesson is." However, as a doctor, the biggest characteristic is that the scar is healed and the pain is forgotten. Before he reached the door, Uncle Su said enthusiastically, "Young Holy Mother, I see that your complexion is dark, but what do you think about the deputy captain shooting the fat man? Let me tell you, in fact, he is already dead. If we don't do it, Zhang Jincheng will do it. Compared with Zhang Jincheng's usual method of making people disappear, shooting him on the spot is a bit more enjoyable. This is actually the kindness of the vice-captain." Lu Nan kicked again. "Shut up." While Su Bo cried out in pain, Amping was already at the front and stopped a taxi flying boat on the side of the road. Stars Pavilion, the fastest speed. When the driver in charge heard the name of Quan Xingguan, he was a little hesitant, but seeing that Lu Nan in the backseat had already sat down with a look of anger on his face, the driver immediately put away all his thoughts and nodded vigorously. "Yes, the fastest speed. In the Space City lie with reasonable and well-developed traffic planning. When the airship travels at the fastest speed calibrated, it only needs 1 standard hour to easily go around the city. And when the driver is in fear, this time can be shortened even further. And it only took 5 minutes for the group to rush from Tiangshuan Yudong in the 1st District to the Stars Pavilion in the 9th District. 5 minutes later, a colorful but eerie 2-story building appeared before his eyes. Colorful refers to the magnificent colors of the neon lights hanging on the exterior walls of buildings. However, the air was overwhelming, but this building was the only building in the whole street that was shining brightly, and even the street lights on both sides were dim and flickering. With the dim light, one can vaguely see all kinds of ugly and ostentatious graffiti painted on the surrounding walls. The color tone is mostly scarlet like bloodstains. Anping patted the driver on the shoulder. "I will pick us up here in 15 minutes. I can pay 5 times the fare. This is the deposit. If you break the contract, you will bear the consequences." The driver trembled and couldn't speak. Looking at the sudden addition of Kyankun coins on the meter, he couldn't show any joy. After putting down the group of people, the flying boat left the block almost without stopping. And Lu Nan also took off the gun case on her back after the flying boat was out of sight, and unfolded it in front of the Stars Pavilion, revealing her most beloved sniper rifle. Almost at the same time, there was shouting and cursing in the building, and several closed windows on the 2nd floor were suddenly pulled open, and someone poked his head out of them. But several energy beams precisely hit the window frame, and the flames burst out, forcing the head that had just protruded back. Zio En held 2 short guns and covered Lu Nan. However, the woman didn't appreciate it, and while quickly assembling the firearm, she asked, "Is your marksmanship in Dewey 9527 so poor?" Of course, Sean knew that she was accusing him of being merciless. When the people from the Star Pavilion poked their heads out, Sean was fully capable of headshotting them one by one, but in the end the energy beam fell on the window frame. But Sean just shrugged and smiled, dismissing the accusation. It is true that the force of the Jedi apprentices is astonishing, but this force is never used to kill indiscriminately. Even if the other party is a vicious person, unless the situation is unavoidable, Zio En is more inclined to bring him to justice instead of judging whether that person deserves to die from a personal perspective. As a Jedi, prudent use of one's own power is the most basic requirement, and Sean didn't intend to relax his demands on himself at all. What's more, even if you don't consider the position of the Jedi, but only think from the perspective of the Red Apricot Squad, it is better not to kill people at this time. Living thieves are worth more than dead ones. We are here to make money with peace, not to kill people. At the same time, the Deputy Captain Lu Nan had completed the assembly of the firearms, and saw that the original sniper rifle, which was as long as one person, had turned into a heavy-duty rapid-fire gun with the change of parts and the temporary installation of brackets. The guns were aimed at the Stars Pavilion, so that the people in the pavilion were even more afraid to show their faces. Holding a gun in her hand, she turned to look at Sean and asked in a cold tone, "Are you trying to teach me a lesson?" Sean didn't budge. "Are you trying to quarrel here?" Anping got a headache when he heard it, so he just punched the outer wall of the Stars Hall. The mechanical arm burst out a dazzling arc, and the heavy punch directly punched out a big hole in the masonry outer wall driven by the electromagnetic force. And almost at the same time, a flash bomb from Uncle Sue was accurately thrown into the hole, and it exploded almost instantly without any delay, without giving the people behind the wall any time to react. If Zio En hadn't been vigilant enough to turn his head and close his eyes in time, he might be dazzled by the flashes of friendly troops in the cave. Even so, when he turned around again, he saw that Anping had already kicked open the gate of the Quinxing Pavilion and charged into the enemy's formation single-handedly with his flesh and blood. Sean deeply admired the bravery of such a reckless man, shook his head, and immediately followed behind Anping. After all, this is a team task. He is here to perform the task, not to quarrel with the vice captain. Instead of staying outside to overlap with Lu Nan's position, it is better to go inside the building to cover Anping. The 1st floor of the Pavilion of Stars was already in a mess. Most people were caught off guard by the combination of broken walls and flashing lights, and fell to the ground in a daze, retching endlessly. The few who were hiding behind the bunker and were lucky enough not to be dodged were also quickly locked by Anping, who got close to him and fell down with one blow. Sean hardly found many opportunities to intervene, and Anping wiped out the 1st floor by himself. But before the stairs leading to the 2nd floor, Anping stopped and gestured to Sean. To be honest, Sean didn't understand Anping's gesture at all, but it didn't affect his understanding of the other party's intention, so he raised his 2 guns and pointed his pen upstairs. Anping smiled, raised his legs and walked quickly, And when he rushed halfway up the stairs, Zio-En followed closely behind, and the blaster in his hand shot upwards continuously, sticking to Amping's side and hitting the second floor, for provides human stroke level cover fire. At the same time, fire support from the outside also arrived in time, and Lu Nan's firepower swept through the windows on the second floor like a storm, hitting the second floor like a waterfall of flames. Compared with Sean, the tacit understanding between Lu Nan and Amping is incredible. In the interior of a building with a completely unfamiliar structure, Lu Nan dared to completely bring Amping into the range of fire, without worrying about accidental injury. This is a tacit understanding that can only be honed through many times of life and death together. Sean couldn't help being amazed, and under the cover of the firepower of this storm, Amping felt as if he had entered the land of no one. Facing the berserk firepower output outside the window, the ambushed soldiers of Jade Mouse didn't even dare to straighten up to face the incoming enemy. They could only barely raise their weapons in their hands and shoot randomly from behind the cover. However, this random marksmanship seems to be non-existent to Amping. This melee pioneer gallops all the way, and all the furniture and bunkers are smashed to pieces under his powerful explosion, and the thief of Jade Mouse is even more frivolous. The pieces of cloth fly around under the impact. Occasionally, when he missed the net, Sean would make up for it in time. Sean can't aim at the vitals, but the lethality of the blaster is still enough to completely disable the opponent. Not long after, the second floor of Star's pavilion was swept away by two people. Only the last locked door remained. Looking at the carbon marks on the door and the surrounding walls from the blaster, Amping moved closer and knocked, only to hear a sound of metal clashing, which made him frown slightly. In this masonry building, this room is the only one that seems to be made of high-strength alloy from the four walls to the door, like a huge safe. It's just that the door of the room was locked tightly at this time, and the people inside had no intention of opening the door to attack. Amping stood in front of the door, adjusted the mechanical arm twice with his left hand, shrugged. "I'm careless, I forgot to install a plasma torch, it's hard to break the door, it's a pity that Zaya Ojwang didn't follow." Before the words finished, Lu Nan's voice came from the first floor. "You still need Zaya Ojwang's help in such a trivial matter, you should show some face." While speaking, the woman came to the second floor with the sound of guns colliding all over her body. Looking around at the messy scene, she sneered at Amping and Zio-En. The two played well. There are a total of 13 people on the first floor and almost all of them survived the injury. Are you performing the Notre Dame contest? Amping shrugged, it's not good to kill them. At the same time, another voice came from the first floor. Subo smiled sadly, that's right, the value of taking human organs is higher if they are taken from living people. If the parts of these 13 people are sorted out, they can be sold for hundreds of thousands on the black market, right? Even if Xuan Ming can't be found, at least it can make up for a little loss. Hearing these words, Sean shuddered a little and couldn't figure out how much Subo's words were true or false. And Lu Nan also smiled when he heard the words and said to Amping, "Captain, I'm going to perform torture techniques here. Is it possible to let the people in the door come out?" Amping sighed helplessly, looked at Zio-En and asked, "What about you?" Sean walked to the door, carefully touched the door in the lock, then leaned down, took out a palm-sized multifunctional tool cone from his waist, and popped out a hair-thin metal probe. Then gently feed it into the gap of the electronic lock. He adjusted the direction of the probe with extremely fine movements, and judged the internal structure of the electronic lock from the force of the feedback, and then disintegrated it little by little. This set of lockpicking techniques was learned by Sean temporarily before the mission in Bergamore, and the multifunctional tool cone was a parting gift from Chen Sanwen on the silver. For a moment, Zio-En couldn't help thinking that Master once said that a person's life is a process of continuous accumulation and practice, and if he takes every detail seriously, there will be rewards. Master's words are indeed not wrong, although the way of repayment is different from what I expected. I just don't know what happened to Master now. Thinking of Master Mostama, Sean was in a daze for a moment, and his hands continued to move according to inertia. The next moment, there was a violent tremor from the probe, and an electric arc burst out from the door lock. Only then did Sean come back to his senses, quickly retracted the probe, got up and retreated. The door lock in front of him was reduced to wreckage in a slight explosion. The metal door also opened slowly inward with creaking and groaning sounds. Amping nodded and said, "There are two tricks." Lu Nan snorted coldly and declined to comment. Subo chuckled and shouted in a very exaggerated voice, "But we still have to take what should be taken if we can't make up for our losses." Before the words fell, a sigh came from behind the door. "Everyone in Bayan, I just surrender." As the door was completely opened, the person hidden in the door also showed its true colors. It was an unremarkable, thin middle-aged man with disheveled beard and hair, pale skin, wearing a simple shirt and shorts. Judging from the wrong buttons, he came to this room for emergency evacuation, and he did so in a hurry. Facing the menacing red apricot squad outside the door, the skinny middle-aged man smiled helplessly and said, "Congratulations to everyone who successfully captured Jade Ratess Rat King. I really didn't expect that we would be betrayed so quickly." Lunan sneered and said, "I also congratulate you, the fat man who betrayed you is dead." The Shu King shook his head. "He will not betray me. Only Zhang Jincheng can do such a thing." I knew that this Mr. Zhang was good at calculating, but he was still blinded by profit and wanted to make money on his territory. Pen. Now he borrowed a knife to kill me and I deserve it. Anping, who was likened to a knife, said, "Now that things are going on, I'm afraid you are the one who wants to borrow a knife to kill people. Zhang Jincheng and I have lived and died together, so don't try to provoke here. Let's explain the problem honestly." "Where is Xuan Ming?" Uncle Su added, "and where is your treasury?" The Mouse King said, "If you want to find the treasury, the basement is there. More than 30% of our recent operations in Lai have been kept there. However, the Xuanming you are looking for has just been sold." Haha, as soon as the front foot of the thing left, you arrived on the back foot. What a wonderful coincidence. At the end, the skinny middle-aged man who was at the end of his life burst out laughing. Lu Nan stepped forward but was blocked by Amping's hand. Amping didn't laugh, didn't get angry, and ignored Shu King's provocation and only asked, "Who is the buyer?" The Shu King gave the answer very decisively, "Blue Dragon." This answer made Anping's expression froze. Sean was a little puzzled and looked at Uncle Su. Su Bo said succinctly, "One of the most powerful pirate organizations in the Dewey area is elusive and daring. The so-called Suzaku, who attacked Dewey 9527 before, are a group of inferior followers and imitators. Well, like you as expected, it has quite a problem with us." Sean immediately understood Anping's embarrassment. Xuan Ming has really fallen into the hands of the worst people. Even if you think about it, Qinglong would not use Xuan Ming as a water purification material. The Mouse King said leisurely, "Xuan Ming is actually the most difficult thing for us mice. People who need it and can afford it mostly have their own reliable purchase channels, so there is no need to buy it from us. Such dirty goods, for example, your Bayan bought directly from Kun, right? The price is fair, the quality is reliable, and there are no worries." Amping stretched out his mechanical arm and pinched Shu Wang's chin. "Get to the point." The Shu King sighed, "Isn't the word Qinglong important enough? If you want to get back Xuanming, go to Qinglong for it. Of course, in my opinion, you'd better take the treasury, honestly return to your deserted area pretending that nothing happened. No matter how bad it is, the 13 people outside the door, you can take any organ you want. I really can't give you more things." Uncle Su couldn't help asking, "Why didn't you take it?" The Mouse King said, "If you are a doctor, you should be able to tell that my life is not long, and I would have already died. If it weren't for this, my subordinates and I have never failed to steal in the galaxy for many years. Why did you lose your mind for a while, knowing that there may be a trap? One more step in." After a pause, the Shu King said again, "Someone told me that I can get Xunhuang blood 3 days after the matter is completed." Hearing the words Xuanhuangsu, Zio En suddenly felt that the emotions of his teammates fluctuated abnormally. But before he savored it carefully, Amping laughed loudly when he heard the words, "Haha, the legendary elixir. Do you believe in this kind of nonsense? When you're about to die, you might as well try anything. It doesn't matter Xuanhuangsu, Ninjuan pill, or even Fushui. The doctor over there should be able to see that I have hidden more than one in my internal organs. It's a nonsense scam. It's just that in the end, it's still nothing." After finishing speaking, the Shu King raised his head with a smile that seemed to be enlightened and said nothing more. Zio En only felt the absurdity in his heart. This Mouse King obviously lost a mess, but he still had a gesture of realization when he was about to die, as if he was the winner. Is this a typical example of people who want to block people even to death? It really deserves to be a mouse. However, for this kind of hobmeet, the Hunxing team has its own method. Amping pondered for a moment, then asked Subado, "How much do you know about immortality?" Uncle Su was taken aback by the question. Immortality is of course nonsense, but it's easier to talk about prolonging life, such as going to bed early and getting up early. Amping interrupted. "Contact Boluo Security Company. They have a sworn feud with Jade Rat. Hand over the dying Rat King to them, and they will surely have a way to prolong his life." Subo's eyes lit up. "Black is still the captain, you are Black. I will find the contact information right away. Those people have no other skills, and the tricks that make people hurt and not die are really wonderful. I will let them record the video at that time. Sell it on the black market, share the proceeds. Before he finished speaking, the Shu King raised his head in horror and said, the Qinglong also bought a batch of weapons and equipment that we stole from the Tiangshuan arsenal, which coincidentally contained positioning means. Only then did Amping sneer, where's the locator? Shu Wang walked to the wall without hesitation and took out a round, full-screen indicator from a hidden compartment on which complex coordinates were constantly changing. That's it. Anping took the locator, turned around, and left without any hesitation. As for the Shu King and his subordinates, Anping didn't even look at them. Lu Nan obviously had a lot to say, but he just shook the handle of the gun in his hand and didn't waste any energy on the wounded. Only Su Bo sighed, I'm just working hard. Then he ran all the way to the basement to recover the cash in the vault. Zhao En followed behind the captain and deputy captain, and when he walked out of the Stars Pavilion, he saw a familiar rental airship approaching tremblingly at the corner of the street. Anping couldn't help laughing and said, it seems that I saw the right person, he is a trustworthy person. Lu Nan wrote lightly, it may also be that he found the alarm clock locked in the back seat when I got out of the car and he couldn't remove it. Anping couldn't help asking, is it really an alarm clock? Does it matter? While talking, the airship finally came in front of everyone, and at this time Uncle Su also completed the recovery of the vault at an incredible speed, with a backpack bigger than himself on his back, but he still walked like flying. Uncle Su stuffed his backpack into the trunk of the flying boat, jumped into the back seat and said excitedly, this jade mouse is really rich, and 30% of the income is so fat, even if Xuan Ming can't chase it back, it is basically can cover the loss. Before he could finish speaking, he was stared at by the captain and deputy captain at the same time. The murderous intent permeated the flying boat, almost causing the driver to lose control. I'm just saying, Xuanming will definitely come back. Su Bo said, Qinglong's bastards will definitely go around threatening blackmail when they get this kind of weapon, and we will definitely be the first ones chosen by them. As a demonstration object for killing chickens and monkeys. Anping said, it's good to know, so contact Zhao and ask her to warm up the spaceship. Let's go to Qinglong. After saying this, the team leader, who had remained calm all along and kept his face unchanged in the hail of bullets, finally couldn't help but cursed. Fucking Zhang Jincheng, he is really calculating. Uncle Su was the best at smoothing things over. Seeing the captain suddenly furious, he didn't force him to persuade him, but asked, Captain, do you really think Zhang Jincheng is using a knife to kill people? Anping raised the positioning indicator angrily and waved it twice. Isn't it obvious? He just wants us to deal with Qinglong. Do you think this locator is a coincidence? It's because people in the Tiangshuan area suddenly had an idea. Do you want to update your equipment? And it just so happened that this batch of equipment was stolen again. This is clearly handed over to us by the Jade Rat. Uncle Su pondered for a while, then clicked his tongue again and again. At first I thought Mr. Zhang was going to borrow our sword to kill Jade Mouse and the person in charge of the 9th district. It turned out that he pointed the blade at Qinglong, and it was really a big shot. Appetite is not something poor people like me can figure out. Amping said unhappily, what is there to speculate about? The interests dictate it. What is Jade Rat? What are the benefits of catching a Jade Rat? As for the person in charge of the 9th district, he has always been suppressed by him in the divisional position. Can't move, I'm afraid he still treats each other's intrigue as a pastime. But Qinglong is a colossus that is really beyond his control. In the dry galaxy, we Beiyin and Qinglong have the deepest beams, but this is actually mainly because Qinglong hates us, not us. The real fear Qinglong, those who hate Qinglong must be Lai, who has a big family and a big career. Following the statement, Anping's anger gradually calmed down and his tone calmed down. In the past few years, the most seriously injured by Qinglong is the Space City Lai. Those lunatics have committed major crimes in the city more than once, and even the important cargo ship that looted Lai has long been a thorn in the eyes of the President Chen Yao. But Qinglong has always been elusive, and there are masters behind it. Even the security forces of the Kainkun group have not been able to wipe them out, let alone a mere space city. Speaking of this, Amping sneered, instead obviously feeling more resentful about this matter, but soon returned to the topic. So for a regional leader like Zhang Jincheng, if he can successfully eradicate Qinglong, it will undoubtedly be a great achievement. If it goes well, you can directly break away from the stereotype of the Tiangshuan region and move towards a higher realm of meat-eaters. Su Bo laughed and said, then the next time we meet it will be Mayor Zhang who is under one person. Amping's smile twitched slightly. It's probably true. The current president Chen Yao is just a noble young man, far less scheming than Zhang Jincheng, let alone aggressive. He has stayed in the position for long enough. And although Zhang Jincheng's Bansa bastard has neglected his training, it seems that he has spent all his energy on conspiracy and calculation. Lu Nan asked coldly, then what should we do with him? How to deal with it? Go back and replace all the holographic targets used in training with his appearance. What else can we do? Amping laughed at himself. The theory of borrowing a knife to kill people is purely inference, and there is no real evidence. The only actual contact with Jade Mouse, the previous person in charge of the 9th District, has just been shot dead by us. And he was the one who provided the clue that Jade Mouse was hiding in the Stars Pavilion. In the past 15 minutes we fought in full swing, but no security forces came to disturb us. This is Zhang Jincheng selling our face. Now we a total of 2 favors from him. How do you say how to deal with it? Lu Nan said, when a person is killed, the relationship will naturally be over. Amping sighed, it makes sense, kill him 10 times when I dream at night. Lu Nan snorted coldly but stopped arguing. After all, she was only the vice captain, and with her temperament she could only be the vice captain until she died in battle. The atmosphere in the flying boat froze for a while, but no matter how condensed it was better than the captain's fury. Subo, who was in charge of smoothing things over at first, only felt a burst of peace of mind and pride. And at this moment, Zio-En, who had been watching the whole process, suddenly said, shouldn't it be enough to make the ins and outs of the matter public? Everyone in the flying boat was taken aback. Sean felt that it was inconceivable that everyone was stunned. Because the logic is not very simple. The most fearful thing about any conspiracy is being exposed and announced. If Zhang Jincheng has a clear conscience, he doesn't have to worry about what he has done being known. If he has a guilty conscience, he should bear the consequences himself. After a pause, Zio-En analyzed again. For the person in charge of his subdivision, it's chilling to kill the head of the 9th District as a colleague. For the President Chen Yao, this is an ambitious and unscrupulous person. Conspirator, you should be vigilant. In addition, Jade Mouse and Qinglong are all planned by him, and similar organizations will be more vigilant against him in the future. With such a joint effort from top to bottom and internal and external forces, his life will not be easy. After saying a word, it was Lu Nan who laughed first. Uncle Su, this kid is indeed smarter than you. Sean's suggestion greatly boosted the team's morale, but the situation ahead is still difficult. Captain, the coordinate analysis has been completed. On the red apricot, Zhuang Yunying timidly displayed her calculation results on the holographic platform. In a dense asteroid belt, there is an exceptionally huge flashing red dot. Count 9776, here. Subo showed obvious sadness. He looked like a lonely old man with white hair sending black hair to him. Sean was a little curious. Is there anything special about it? Uncle Su glanced at Amping, while Amping scratched his head and said, to be honest, this is your first task as a rookie. Originally, we didn't want to give you any hints during the whole process. But now you are in lie, the performance is quite good, and secondly, things have changed this time. In short, this is the lair of Qinglong. Sean nodded, not surprised by this conclusion. If you were in any pirate organization, you wouldn't be able to randomly dispose of such a big weapon like Xuan Ming. Of course, it's safest to keep it close to you. This should have been expected long ago. But judging from Uncle Su's reaction, Do 9776 is probably not an ordinary dragon's pool and tiger's den. Amping said, you can understand it as a small military base. From the outer defensive satellites to the underground labyrinth that penetrates into the core of the asteroid, the essence of Qinglong's decades of operation is all in this base. Such a heavy description surprised Sean. Is there no one to care about such a conspicuous target? Subo mocked, after all it is Qinglong. Sean said, tell me about Blue Dragon in detail. Amping said, yes, it's better to start from the beginning. So while driving the spaceship away from the space city, the team leader introduced the newcomer Sean to the enemies he was about to face. Qinglong is a very dangerous opponent. In the past 10 years, we Baiyan have played against them more than 30 times. The loss is even heavier, but it will be alive and well in a short period of time and make a comeback. Except for Qinglong, there has never been a pirate organization that we have been able to wipe out many times in a row without getting hurt. Zio-En thought for a while and said, so Qinglong is not a pirate organization in essence. Amping said, the key points are well grasped. Of course, this kind of organization has the support of the regular army behind it, so even if they are uprooted, some people will return to life with corpses soon. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Sean. So far, has anyone uprooted them? Amping was stunned for a moment and then smiled. That's right, no one has seriously injured Qinglong to the point of uprooting, so let's work hard with this goal this time. Zia Zhuang, let's make preparations. Zhuang Yunying was ordered to leave. Su Bo lamented, "Captain, let's be more realistic, shall we? The target location is Dewey 9776, and there are never less than 300 permanent troops there, and there are no less than 10 fighter jets around. There are only 12 of Zhuang's 7 mechanic robots. It's a blessing to be able to chase Xuan Ming back. Why bother to compete with those hundreds of lunatics?" Lu Nan said, "It's rare for me to agree with Xiao En's opinion. The reason why Qinglong has made a comeback repeatedly is because it has never been uprooted. If it is really wiped out one day, I don't believe that there is still a regular army behind them. Interested in supporting the second Blue Dragon?" Su Bo suddenly lost the strength to lament, and the captain and deputy captain went crazy together. It seems that the future of this mission is ill-fated. Or take 2 more pills and forget about your troubles for a while. And when Uncle Su went back to his room to look for medicine, Zhuang Yunying also ran over from the control room. "The flight path is calculated, and we can start at any time." Lu Nan snorted and shook his shoulders as if he was gearing up to warm up while Amping smiled. "Then let's get started." The cone-shaped spaceship quickly flew along the special course calculated by Zhuang Yuanying, and shortly after leaving the space city, a dense asteroid belt was ushered in front of the spaceship. The red apricot went deep into it almost without hesitation, cruising through the dense rubble array, and the debris in the asteroid belt hit the deflector shield of the red apricot from time to time. I couldn't help but burst into a cold sweat. However, not long after, he was attracted by the sight in front of him. I saw a few bare asteroids floating quietly among the densely packed fine meteorites. This kind of small celestial body is innumerable in the asteroid belt Dewey. The newly developed asteroid announced by Kyankun Group has been coded Dewey 14223, and the early single-digit numbered asteroids can be sold for sky-high prices just by the number. But to Xiao N's surprise, there is absolutely no Dewey 9776 among the few asteroids in front of him. It is not difficult to see from the radar of the red apricot that the nearby star map and the star map of Dewey 9776 do not match at all. Zhuang Yunying made a mistake in calculating the coordinates. Did she take the wrong route? However, Amping smiled and praised. "Ha, you really deserve to be Xia Zhuang. This kind of tricky route made you come out." Zhuang Yunying lowered her head shyly, pulling off her soft hat. "This is my duty." The deputy captain Lu Nan frowned. "Captain, what kind of show are you acting? Isn't this Dewey 9776? "It's really not. This is Dewey 4399. I thought you should have an impression of this place." Lu Nan was stunned for a moment, then carefully observed the holographic star map projection on the radar and suddenly said, "This is the frontline base of the Kyankun Waste Group." Uncle Su also reacted and explained to Xiao En. At the beginning, the Security Bureau of the Kyankun Group claimed to eliminate harm for the people and eradicate Qinglong, and dispatched several large warships and hundreds of fighter jets to suppress the border with arrogance. Qinglong set up a battle at the gate of the house. As a result, the army has been stationed here for half a year. They didn't even find a hair on Qinglong's legs. Instead, they ate and drank the supplies actively donated by the co-sponsors, and finally cursed, running away in a dingy voice. Anping said, "But you should all be able to guess the truth about that mopping up operation. Not to mention that the security forces of Kyankun Group are by no means incompetent. Even if they are really useless as a regular army, they are dozens of times stronger than pirates, the troops stationed here for half a year. Even if they only blocked the waterway of Qinglong, those pirates could die in their hometown." But in fact, after the fleet of the Security Bureau withdrew, Qinglong not only did not after half a year of blocking and weakening, it became more active. Hearing this, Xiao En suddenly realized, collusion between officials and gangsters, that's right. Anping said, "Ning Tao, the deputy director of the Dewey branch of the Security Bureau who was in charge of commanding the frontline security fleet at that time, can basically be regarded as the Qinglong's behind-the-scenes boss, or the agent of the behind-the-scenes boss. He was involved in the sweeping operation. After being infamous, he was dismissed by Kyankun Group on the spot. But it took only half a year to be hired by Xirun Medicine as a special security consultant, and returned to the Security Bureau a few years later, becoming the branch director of Dewey." Sean was a little unbelievable. "This is also possible. Are there no voices of opposition from the public?" Su Bo sneered and said, "Of course there is. So Ning Tao has been calling on companies from all over the world to take active actions and sponsor them to carry out another bandit suppression operation, so as to get rid of the shame. It's a pity that the consciousness of the people in the dry galaxy is too low, and they refuse to donate money. and the bandit suppression operation has been delayed for a long time. Sean couldn't help being dumbfounded. Such a shameless gesture, in fact, is just 4 words: objection is useless. The Kyan Kun group doesn't care about the opinions of the people at all. While everyone was talking, Anping had already driven the spaceship to hide behind a large meteorite, avoiding the face-to-face with Dewey 4399, and then released several small invisible detection devices from the belly of the spaceship and quickly flew to Dewey 4399. These reconnaissance vehicles are obviously not ordinary products. They shuttled through space at an astonishing speed and returned safely to the Honksing in just 1 hour, full of valuable recorded information. Amping called up the screen in the Scout, and immediately the bare surface of Dewey 4399 appeared in the holographic projection. With Amping's control, the images in the projection changed rapidly, and the focus quickly locked on a man-made plain area, and there were temporary military buildings standing on it, rusty and dilapidated due to years of disrepair. Obviously, this is the ruins left by the bandit suppression operation many years ago. In the middle of the ruins, a manor with a completely different painting style can be seen surrounded by many military buildings. In the circular courtyard, there are green plants and colorful flowers, and artificially developed rivers and fountains nourish this touch of greenery. Surrounded by greenery, there is a simple square building. Then, most importantly, in front of the outside door of the small building stood 2 soldiers in uniforms of the security forces. There are actually people on this desolate planet that should be abandoned. At this point, Zio-En finally realized why the captain put his foothold here instead of Dewey 9776. "Captain, do you think that the mastermind behind Blue Dragon is here to watch the show right now?" And Ping said, "After all, Qinglong is holding Xu Ming. If it were you, would you feel at ease watching a group of vicious pirates playing with such a big killer?" Su Bo added, "When people go out to walk their pets, they still know to keep them on a leash and keep them nearby." And Ping continued, "But it is obviously impossible for Ning Tao to bring a large army and rush forward. Moreover, it is impossible for him to expect that he will be regarded as a target. Therefore, compared with Dewey 9776, here the defense is much weaker. If the main force of the Security Bureau is still there, the Honksing's reconnaissance device will not be able to return. But now it seems that the new director of the branch is really too careless. He has not realized that own value at this time." Speaking of this, Amping couldn't help but smile, and from this smile, Zio-En fully understood Amping's plan. Can be called wonderful. As long as Ning Tao can be caught in Dewey 4399, he can use Ning Tao to threaten Qinglong and return Xunaming, which is much easier than going directly to the Dragon Pool and Tiger Den. And if Qinglong refuses to obey, it will be like a vicious dog rebelling against its master, and it is impossible for the Kyan Kun group to spare them lightly. If Qinglong obediently obeys orders with the villainous temperament of the Red Apricot Squad. No, according to the guiding principle of the team being self-responsible for its own profits and losses, it must be to use the hostages to the extreme. The only question that remains is whether Ning Tao is really on Dewey 4399. In all likelihood, the 2 soldiers in front of the door are wearing elite uniforms, and the elites of the security forces are usually only dispatched to protect important people. The important people who will appear in this desolate area at this time, except for Ning Tao, there will be no one else. Of course, taking a step back, even if Ning Tao is not there and there are no big names in the manor, that's okay. Copying all the treasures in this manor should make up for a silver loss. Uncle Su added, blowing up the manor to the sky before leaving, the effect will be even better. Amping nodded and explained, Dewey 4399, as Ning Tao's secret temporary residence and the contact hub with Qinglong, actually relies on Qinglong to ensure safety, sending regular troops to garrison for a long time. Then if there is any security problem here, Qinglong will be duty-bound. Su Bo praised So Hai is still Captain Hai.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.